Hey, grace and peace, everybody. We are back. Well, all right. It's been a long week, y'all, and it's Friday. And we don't have a Candace sighting on Fridays, but nonetheless, today she is doing a show at 5:30, so about 15 minutes, give or take. And so I wanted to hop on, make sure that the audio sounds good, and give you a lay of the land because tonight's going to be a little bit different, slightly different. We got Candace going on at 5:30. We are going to critique it, give commentary as we like to do, as you all definitely tap into here. After that, earlier today, I did a video on Don Lemon and him being arrested and the justice that needs to be measured out to Mr. Don, I think it's Ronaldo Lemon, right? All right, so somebody took umbrage with what I said, and I invited her to come on. Let me pull this up real quick so y'all can see what we're talking about. All right, so pull this in. All right. Young lady took umbrage with what I said, and I want to make sure. So this is my Don Lemon video. You can definitely check it out. Thank you so much to the mods. I know lots of people have been talking about it today. This young lady right here, I pinned her comment right there at the top so y'all can see. And a young lady wants to come on and tell me why I am wrong about my position on Don Ronaldo Lemon. So let me real quick, I'm going to read this while I'm still waiting for Candace to get started. And I also have the Don Lemon charging documents. I'm going to read that while we're waiting for the young lady to come on. So I want to go over what is a conspiracy and why it is that Don Lemon, in my opinion, is cooked. Not just because I don't like Don Lemon, but he's cooked. He's cooked. Real quick, let me just tell you what this young lady, she said this: unbelievable and sickening. You are celebrating the arrest of two Black journalists that were doing their jobs, actually interviewing a pastor. He was previously exonerated by multiple courts, supporting more use of Trump's goon squad. You better stay in master's good grace. Shaking my head. All right, so anyway, that's the logic that she's using. I'm looking forward to engaging with this young lady on this evening. So I told her at 8 o'clock my time, if we can move it up a little bit, if need to, I'll definitely invite her on earlier. I'm looking forward to hearing the wisdom and insight that she is going to drop on us and help me understand where I'm wrong, where I've gone astray even. So anyway, that's what we got tonight. So we got Candace in a minute. Looking at her thumbnail, it looks Foursquare dumb again. Now she's going to bring up Frank Turek, and it looks like she's going to say something about Don Lemon. I got a feeling. I have a feeling. Oh, and the what's her name? The money lady that she doesn't like. She just going to keep picking on people till somebody pop her. That's all, as my mama would say. She just going to keep going until somebody tell her do something otherwise. But so looking at this, I kind of can tell where she's going to go with this. She got Sister Girl right here. She's got Frank Turek. Frank Turek, of course, said something that she's going to call out. And of course, she's going to address Don Lemon. So we'll see what happens. I got it queued up. I'm ready. Now, because I didn't have a chance to download it and enhance her audio, it is going to be the regular Candace site audio, but we'll let that go. We'll let that go. So thank y'all so much, everybody who's jumped into the best live chat on the internet. Real quick, Cantifa people, come on up here to the front of the church. If you got a problem with me about what I said about Don Lemon, come on up here to the front of the church. Just come on up here to the front. We save y'all seats up here in the front. Just come on up here already. Don't even waste your time. Don't sit in the back. Don't sit in the back. Just come on up here to the front. That's where you need to be, up here. Anyway, it's going to be fun. I'm pretty sure that's what she's going to say. But I'm looking forward to this conversation. I'm looking forward to it. I do want to say thank you to everybody who tapped in last night when we had Peter come through. That was a good conversation, I believe. And I'm hoping that this one will be another good conversation. Did any of them see the first videos he posted? I think I have it. I might have it. I've been out all day, but I will, if I have access and have time while we're doing this, I'll try to snag it up. but I'm pretty certain I do have it because I think I addressed it when I was doing my video about the church being stormed. I think I did. It's in there. I might be wrong though. It's very possible I could be wrong. All right, I'm pulling up, looking at the charging documents. Yeah, we're gonna have a good time tonight. It's gonna be fun. All right. Pulling this in. That's not what I want. This is what I want right here. All right. We ready to go, people. We ready to go. It's gonna be a good night. I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, absolutely. Y'all, thank y'all so much to all of y'all who've already tapped in. Thank you so much to the 164 that have already hit the like button. I appreciate it. I'm sorry, already tapped in. Make sure you hit the like button. You know, and thank you to my X folk. I got some people over on X hollering at your boy. I appreciate y'all. I really do appreciate it. Let's I'll pull this in just so y'all can see. Yeah, I personally I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes with Don Lemon. This is going to be very interesting. I'm looking very much forward to it because it's going to be a mess. All right, let's go here. Uh-huh. Got it. You know what? I do have Nick's video queued up. I can do Nick's video real quick. I appreciate that, Adam. Thank you so much, Adam. Let me pull that in real quick. I had it ready to talk about because I was thinking I was going to get here early and not be able to do it. So let me pull that in. We got Nick up in the building while we getting settled in. Please, if the mods could make sure we drop Nick's link in the chat, please. And let's bring this in. Here we go. Nick, what you got to say, brother?
A California attorney, and today we're asking how far a YouTuber can go in calling Turning Point's leaders criminals. A little while ago, Wolves in Finance dropped a long video alleging fraud and prison-level misconduct based on public records. We'll dig into defamation, fraud, and more commentary becomes accusation. In this newest episode, Zach DeGregorio, the accountant behind Wolves in Finance, pulls TPUSA's 990s, social posts about ballot chasing, and an unusual Treasury letter, then walks viewers to the conclusion that multiple named executives are lying to the IRS, stealing donations, and, quote, should go to prison. Let me start by being fair to Zach. Zach clearly knows how to read 990s, understands the difference between a 501c3 and a 501c4, and spots real tension between Turning Point Action's tiny reported political spending and the ballot harvesting branding they brag about online. As a litigator, where I get nervous about Zach is where he jumps from this looks inconsistent with the rules to this is fraud. In law, fraud does not just mean this feels shady. It usually means a false statement plus intent to deceive someone out of money or cause loss. In his recent video, Zach highlights underreported political activity of TPUSA, a strange constellation of related nonprofits, missing employees, and donors who never got promised hats. Then he says things like, they are lying to the IRS, they stole donations, and that the whole structure is fraudulent. However, those are big conclusions to hang on incomplete data. Zach himself admits that he does not have full access to the books, that he's not doing a real audit, and that innocent explanations are possible. It's entirely possible nobody at TPUSA had specific intent to deceive donors or the IRS. Some of this could be aggressive structuring, bad judgment, or sloppy compliance rather than a deliberate scheme. When intent is that uncertain, jumping straight to fraud and they stole donations is not just morally loaded, it's legally loaded, because fraud is the word we reserve for intentional deception, not every questionable filing. It's funny because you can also hear Zach trying to stay in the protected lane as he does his video. For example, Zach says, in my opinion, this looks illegal. This warrants investigation. That's smart, and courts do give more room where you clearly anchor yourself in disclosed facts and frame what you're doing as interpretation. At the same time, for those who watch the video, Zach puts prison on screen next to specific names and images of individuals, compares them to mobsters convicted for tax evasion, and literally says that if you apply the Bannon standard, the entire leadership team would go to prison. That sounds less like analysis and more like a sentencing memo. And it's not just the words, it's the tone. Zach's voice almost rises into, aha, we've caught you red-handed. There's nowhere left to hide now mode. almost like a prosecutor giving a closing argument. In a defamation case, a jury is allowed to factor that tone in. If you sound certain you nailed TPUSA and present it as a big gotcha moment, it's much harder to later say, I was just floating tentative opinions about public filings. Defamation law cares less about whether you sprinkle, in my opinion, and more about how a reasonable viewer hears you. If you describe concrete conduct, name real people, and say they're criminals who should be locked up, a jury is allowed to treat that as a factual accusation, not just spicy commentary. If TPUSA ever sues Zach for defamation, this does not get decided by YouTube chat, unfortunately. It gets decided by a jury. The jury will sit in a courtroom, watch the clips with prison over people's faces, hear they stole donations and they are lying to the IRS, said by Zach, and answer one core question. Did a reasonable viewer understand this as he's accusing them of crimes or just colorful commentary? I can tell that Zach is betting that phrases like, in my opinion, and this looks illegal, and allegedly keep him safe. The real question is not how he labels it. It's how a jury hears it. 12 jurors won't parse every qualifier. They'll remember the prison thumbnails, the mobster analogies, and the absolute statements about fraud and lying. In a civil defamation case, TPUSA would have to convince that jury, at least by a preponderance of the evidence, that key statements about them, such as fraud, stealing, lying to the IRS, were more likely than not false at the time they were made. At the same time, when Zach talks about TPUSA, he's using criminal language such as should go to prison, even while admitting there might be innocent explanations and that he doesn't have the full books. In other words, Zach's asking a civil jury to give him the benefit of uncertainty while describing other people like criminals, despite the very reasonable doubt he keeps acknowledging. On the criminal side, the state cannot convict these people unless it proves every element beyond a reasonable doubt. And a lot of what Zach says, such as, we don't have a real audit, we don't know everything, there could be innocent explanations, is exactly the kind of doubt that would stop a jury from finding guilt. Now, I can already hear some of you in the comments, such as, Nick, the leaders at TPUSA and the government are corrupt. They'll let Erica's lawyers send cease and desist letters to a YouTuber, but the feds will always protect TPUSA and Erica's friends. That frustration with institutions is real. I'm not ignoring it. But even if you believe the system is captured and corrupt, it does not create a special YouTube court where one creator gets to hand down criminal verdicts. You can say the IRS is asleep, state AGs are political, or the nonprofit rules are broken. You still don't get a legal blank check to label private citizens criminals. Zach's own theory actually illustrates this tension. Zach points to what he thinks is President Donald Trump's handwriting on a Treasury letter about Turning Point and says this could be impeachment-level interference in an IRS matter. If that's true, Zach is basically telling you this: the person controlling federal enforcement is protecting TPUSA. If the very institutions that brings cases are, in Zach's narrative, compromised, then it's almost impossible he'll see these people at TPUSA indicted. But that does not mean, therefore, I, as a YouTuber, get to stand in for the jury and pronounce these individuals at TPUSA as criminals. It means we're stuck in a really ugly legal and political tension. The irony is that Zach is very effective when he stays in his watchdog lane, such as, here's the statute, here's Schedule C, here's what's labeled ballot chasing, here's why 3% political spending does not pass the smell test, here's how donors say they were misled. That's all core protected commentary on public issues. Zach steps over the line when he moves from this pattern looks inconsistent with the law to these specific people are stealing, lying to the IRS, and belong in prison with no indictment, no conviction, and while admitting he hasn't seen the full books. That's where commentary starts to sound like a verdict. If you found this video helpful, please hit like so more people see it. And before you go, tell me in the comments, is Zach being a necessary watchdog or acting like a YouTube prosecutor? If someone you know follows TPUSA or works in nonprofit compliance, send this video to them so they can see where the legal line really is. And if you want more videos like this from a California attorney, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next episode. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you, Nick. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that. That was good. Thank you. I'm glad I checked that one out. I was ready. I was gonna watch it a little later, but I'm glad I did. That was right on the money, right on the nose, even right on the nose. Shout out to everybody who's already jumped into the best live chat on the internet. I appreciate y'all. It always looks good. It's always, yeah, YouTube prosecutor is crazy work. It's always good to see y'all. Make sure you hype the video. Hype the video. That would work out. I think you have to be on your phone, if I'm not mistaken, to hype a video. But if you are, hype your video. Hype your boys' stuff. She got a cease and desist. She's not being sued by TPUSA at the moment. All right. So the great question. All right. So her video today, I really truly don't know what I don't know where she's going to go with these, but what she has on the screen is as follows. We got Nancy Sheridan, I think her name is, Frank Turek, Don Lemon. I'm going to go with, I think we know where she's going to go with Don Lemon. I don't think she's going to land probably as harsh as I am, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We're going to see what happens. I don't know what Frank has said lately, that I haven't kept up with Frank Turek. So I don't know what Frank has said to get on Candace's bad side. But hey, I mean, really, all he had to do is say that he believes that Jesus Christ is the only way. And that would have been enough for her to be upset about it. So we are going to see. All right, so she's gone to the green screen, if you will. And so we're just waiting for that to pop off. So thank y'all to everybody who's jumped in. Oh, you have to comment and then you can hype it. Okay, well, thank you. South Africa in the building. There we go, up in the house. Where are we at? In the house. I haven't been a part of the watch parties for a minute. Well, we thank you so much, Internet Gangster, for being a part of it, for sure. Oh, Frank says she's demonic. Well, then, Frank, I had tipped that and I approve that message. I approve it. By the way, real quick, if you just jumped in, we're going to watch Candace. After that, I'm going to go over the Don Lemon charging documents. I have those. I want to go over what a conspiracy is. And then at 8:00, I have a Don Lemon apologist, somebody who said I was wrong about my video I did on Don Lemon. She's going to come on and explain to me why I'm wrong and why I'm a bad person. And I need to run back to master, as she said. So that's going to be tonight. So it's going to be an interesting evening. I would love for y'all to stay and hang out with us. Feel free, please, 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 please. Hit the like button, jump into the best live chat. Feel free to give me commentary and such like that. Did we ever get, I haven't seen it. I've not seen a mugshot. I've been searching, but I haven't been in my house most of the day though. So we are going to see. I appreciate it though. All right. We are going to bring this in. Let's go. Let's go. All right. We know what happens. We know what's going to happen. I got this audio maxed out on her end. Hopefully it's going to be good for us. So we will see what happens there. What are we talking about? What are we talking about here? All right. All right. I'm just reading through, making sure I'm up to speed on everything so we can make sure this is a great show. We're going to have a great show today. I like it. I like it. I like it. All right. We are queued up. Whenever they're ready to go, we are ready to hit fire in the hole. Thank y'all so much to everybody. I heard they got him in a hotel, but I also heard he got arrested at the award show. I don't think it was a award show. I do think everything I heard this morning was the hotel. I don't think it was the award show. I think that was an AI picture, in my opinion. What's going on, Jennifer? How are you? Oh no, you right on the money. You on time. We just watched Nick Brooks talk about wolves on Wall Street, or wolves in finance, and that was it. So we're caught up. We're caught up. All right. So she is. I don't like leaving her stuff up on my screen. All right. Yeah, he was at LA to interview the Oscars, right? Yeah, everybody, make sure you tell Tired of the BS. How are you doing today? Tell everybody how you doing today. Okay, just looking through. Looks like some great commentary. Always good to see you, Captain Jacks. Please show some love. I like it. Thank you so much. I like it. I like it. We got some good commentary in here. Willie Doc up in the building. There go my brother. There he goes. There was some vintage DWC sighting. Well, there we go. Thank you so much for the 2. Shout out to my brother Willie Doc. Man, always good to hear from him. Thank you so much. He's working hard, keeping people safe and healthy. I appreciate you, brother. What'd she say? Hello, and your channel is honest and sincere. Well, thank you, Jill. I appreciate that. Thank you, friend. I'm looking through here. It looks like some great things. It was the Grammys, not the Oscar. I haven't kept up with those. If I said it wrong, I apologize. I DM'd Alex Clark because I was shocked Candace Owens had the same supporters as her show at TP. Okay. She messaged me back and said that those brands will be hearing from her. Nice. Okay. I like Alex. I like her. She hasn't gone live yet. I mean, we're waiting for her show to, her to hit the go button. We're ready though, but she hasn't done anything yet. She hasn't hit the go button yet. It's crazy work, man. 2026, man. It's crazy work in there, man. Yeah, it is interesting, especially right-leaning conservative products. I'm not surprised that they have very similar. Masa chips. A lot of people talk about that. Are brands that like Chicks on the Right, I think, are sponsored by Masa chips as well. All right. And this is a great point right here. I don't think brands care as long as they are getting exposure. I mean, I agree. Well, thank you, Mary. She says, I appreciate your channel, Jason. Fire in the hole. Let's go.
All right, you guys. Happy Friday. We are going on a journey today. It's going to be a good episode when I start that way. I'm looking at everything. The pieces are coming together. I'm asking myself, you're asking yourselves, is this a scam of biblical proportions? Emphasis on the biblical, because from the very beginning of this investigation, I always said there was something wrong with Turning Point Faith. That's when Turning Point made a turning point, so to speak. It feels a bit psyop-y, like a psychological operation, almost as though faith is being intentionally hijacked.
What happened
Dr. Frank Turk, by the way, went on another rant about me. He's getting to sound a little bit like Bobby Boucher's mom. If you guys have seen Waterboy, everything is the devil. Candace Owens is the devil. He says I'm Satan because I'm confusing. It's just crazy how the truth can confuse people. What is it about the truth that is confusing people in this moment? Now, before we get into Frank Turek, I first have to share with you a very scary story, something that happened the day after Charlie's memorial. And yes, it's going to include another text message from him, this time sent on September 9th. So welcome back to Candace.
All right. Well, we knew it. Whoever said it, that Frank Turek called her demonic, she gets offended by that. She's offended by that. So now Frank Turek is back on the spit. Here it comes, y'all. Let's go.
Turning Point has a lot of money, enough money to have not just a PR person, but then to have an entire orbit of people who are being paid to push their talking points, like Paramount Tactical. They also have a crisis PR team. I was told that actually by Erica. They hired a crisis.
Why is Gary getting so much? Why does she hate Gary so much? Wow. Shout out to Paramount. Man. Okay.
PR team, because Andrew had made all those mistakes. But I have to say, all of those people appear to be in struggle city at this moment. They are struggling to come up with a way to explain a way to explain the calls that we saw, the Zoom calls that we shared, the laughter, the smiling. They're wondering how exactly they can go about gaslighting the public into believing that all of that is perfectly normal 5.5 days after your husband was publicly executed in front of the world, which is why I want to shout out the Daily Mail, okay? Because no one has been working harder than the Daily Mail to invert reality. And I got to tell you, this was a difficult one for them. It was not easy, but they did their best with this article. Check out this headline.
I love the fact that she really wants you to believe that Erica Kirk's behavior was suspect in some degree, shape, or form. That has to take root. And I really don't believe it is. That's just my assessment. I'm not a statistician or anything of that nature. I just don't think that people are buying it. People are not buying into it. And she really needs you to buy in that Erica's behavior was wrong, because that justifies the rest of what she's going to do. Let's go.
The definitive truth about Erica Kirk's tears, the leather pants, and her new fortune, as Candace Owens drops, quote unquote, giggling phone call in wake of Charlie's death. Well, I said it's the definitive truth. Look no further. Nothing says I'm the truth. Quite like when a journalist comes out and says it, right? It could be nothing else. No way this is going to be a lie. So definitive, you don't have to look any further. Here's what the article says. This is amazing. This is funny. This will lighten your mood. Quote, the Daily Mail has spoken with several experts on grief and so-called grief policing about the recent obsession that many Americans have developed with Kirk's behavior as a new widow. Love that already. Love that we have a term, grief policing. I love that you can always rely on a new psychological phenomena to be spun out by the media. The problem is actually you guys for noticing. And then it says, and as her critics will likely be disappointed to learn, those experts say judgments about Kirk reveal less about her true state of mind, and much more about the broader national discomfort with death, especially the kind of violent, widely broadcast killing that took her husband down. Quote,
here, I'm gonna stop for a second, because I know most of you all are we're kind of candied out. I think it's fair to say. Let me ask you a question. For something to be normal, it needs to happen kind of frequently. Is that fair in the chat? Do you agree? Like, for something to be normal, it has to happen kind of frequently, right? We know normal wear and tear on tires because everybody's car has 4 of them, right? We can say, hey, this is normal wear and tear for this type of car or this type of vehicle in this climate, this condition. Is that fair? I see some yeses. I see some agrees. Okay, like that. All right. So it's fair to say, oh, okay, how about this one? Normal tacos have taco meat, cheese, cilantro, maybe a little bit of pico de gallo. Is that fair? That's a normal taco, right? Just trying to build up to where we're going. And that's fair. Like, that's a normal taco. I'm kind of hungry right now. So work with your boy, right? So because we have it, it's frequent. So let me ask you a question. How many times has a spouse seen their husband or wife publicly executed on the national stage in front of the whole world so that we can gauge what normal behavior is? How many times has that happened? Realistically, like how many times? So we can get like a gauge and say, oh, this is normal response to that event. How many times? How many? I think you get where I'm going with this. There isn't anything normal because the event itself was abnormal. The event itself is a once in a lifetime event. I mean, I think we can only say probably only 2 that I know of, at least. It was Jackie Kennedy and Erica Kirk. I don't know anybody else who saw their husbands get executed on public stage like that. So when we say something is normal or not normal, aren't we assuming that it's kind of like a regular occurrence? Kind of like the tires wearing and tacos? But this dingbat over here keeps talking about something as if it's a normal experience. It's not a normal experience because it only has happened once. I digress. I just wanted to give you that. Just a station break. And yes, I do see that she's wearing maroon.
This is the quote from an expert, guys. It reflects our mourning avoidant, emotion phobic culture where people tend to make all sorts of quick, uninformed judgments about how people are supposed to grieve, says Dr. Alan Wolfelt, Colorado-based death educator and grief counselor. Shout out to Dr. Alan, because this is a tough job. And he's saying a lot of words. He's doing what he's learned at school, is just say a bunch of words, call people a bunch of names. He's like, this is supercalifragilisticexpialidociousness.
Like who? And we've talked about this. I think Candace is trapped in high school. I really think she's trapped in high school. Somebody said she peaked in high school. I don't think she's gone past high school level mean girl, nasty high school girl behavior. Y'all can tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. Let her go.
Yeah. The ism, the abracalabrodocious
What are you talking about?
abracadabra dabda doobity dabda ism is what everyone's suffering from. Anyways, it goes on the article. The experts, so step aside, losers. The experts are here. The experts the Daily Mail spoke to were quick to note that Kirk is.
When does she ever behave like an adult 36-year-old woman? Y'all let me know. When does she ever behave like an adult female that's married and has kids? When does it ever happen? I don't I don't know.
Been an easy target for people who don't share her or her late husband's staunch political or religious views. There is, they say, also an aspect of sexism at play. Another quote, another therapist. This guy says, widows are uniquely grief policed. Their appearance, their tone, and behavior, said LA grief therapist Bidwell Smith. Okay, Bidwell. He says there's this cultural belief that a good widow should look really collapsed and devastated, but grief is not a performance and survival is not a moral failure. When grieving, people can hyperfunction, as Kirk has appeared to do. People throw a lot of negative judgment on that, thinking that they feel nothing, when internally, privately, they may be collapsing and not really show it, Bidwell Smith added.
I'm going to point out something else. I told you that the lion's share of her show is the first segment. That's usually the longest block of her show, because then she does a commercial break, then she does, an ad read, then she does another segment, then she has another ad read, and usually the comments. This is the largest swath of time. And you also have you have people's attention the most dialed in the beginning. What does she want you to gain from this? What is it that she wants you to take away from hearing about grief? That something is wrong with Erica Kirk. Because she knows you're going to check out by the time she gets to Nancy Sheridan and start talking about Frank Turek, maybe even Don Lemon. You're going to probably fall asleep by then. So she knows that she wants you to think something's wrong. And that's why she's commentating it like she is, which I think is interesting. Okay, let's go.
Dr. Wolf similarly suspects that Kirk's insistence on getting up and getting dressed and putting on makeup and fighting for something she believes in every day is a classic emotional survival tactic. And so first I want to say, that's amazing. When I actually thought about that, when they're like, the problem is you and you guys are sexist, is first and foremost, it was the women that came out first and said, I don't like this for some reason. I want to remind you of that. Secondly, I had to go backward in my own mind because I'm close to this situation. And I was like, maybe there is some objective sexism here. Let me think about that. And then I remembered another death that deeply impacted the entire world. Literally, I did not know this man, never met this man, and felt like I knew him. And I boohoo cried in my bed when Kobe Bryant died in the helicopter. I remember this day, like exactly where I was, crying hysterically because I was a huge Lakers fan growing up. And I just always admired Kobe Bryant. This was before I was Catholic. He's Catholic. And I never for a single second do I remember the conversation being about his wife being inappropriate. In fact, there was a memorial. What didn't happen 11 days later.
You know why? Because there were no dingbats saying that his wife had the pilot crash the plane. His wife paid the pilot to slam into the mountain. See, or the helicopter. I'll take the helicopter and slam it into a mountain. That's why nobody was calling it out, because there were no idiots like Candace saying the dumb stuff that Candace is saying about Erica. There was nobody saying that about Vanessa Bryant. Nobody's saying that. That's why. That's why, exactly.
Happened a month later, and it was, there were no fireworks, there were no pyrotechnics, she was aggrieved. And I went back and I listened to this speech. And I had to stop watching it because I almost cried again. It was a eulogy. It was parts of Kobe that no one could know other than his wife when she spoke about her daughter and what she would never get to experience because her daughter.
Y'all know what we're doing here, right? Y'all know what segment. You know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. You know what time it is, boys and girls. Come on. Does anybody know what time it is? In the chat. What time is it? What time is it? Yeah, come on. Come on. I'll even bring the air horn in to help us out. That's right. It's the I'm the Better Widow segment of the show. That's right. I'm the better widow. I'm better. I'm better. And matter of fact, I'm so much better. I can identify a better widow in Vanessa Bryant than Erica Kirk. See, I'm the better widow. I'm telling y'all right now, this woman is absolutely insane. This is crazy work.
Daughter was now gone. She spoke about not being able to be at her wedding. I mean, it's I can't even talk about it because it was, again, you should challenge yourself to go watch that speech. You should go watch Vanessa's speech at the memorial, and see if you recognize some differences, because I realized that I was so traumatized by Charlie's, I actually wasn't being objective. I wasn't being objective, and realizing these things early on that I think some of the public was recognizing right away. And something else that is interesting about Vanessa is she went through the anger period. Vanessa was suing everybody. She was suing people who released the photos. She was suing the helicopter company, even though the guy who ran the company was actually the one flying the plane. He died. I actually remember thinking, wow, like I personally thought this is not going to bring him back, but I understood that
this is I'm the better widow. I should be the widow. I am the better widow. That's what she's doing. Because if you're not behaving like me, or now I'm able to say that Vanessa Bryant, she is a better widow too. If you're not behaving like Vanessa or myself, then you are a bad person. Because again, how many people have actually seen this happen? What is a normal response?
phase of anger. She was angry at the sheriff's department. Like, you knew what time it was. Like, talk about an investigation. She was doing that. Nobody was invited into her home, least of all the New York Times. And when she gave her first interview, just so you know, that wasn't until 4 months later in April. And they were not invited into her home. And it was because she was accepting, on behalf of Kobe, him being inducted into the Hall of Fame. So I just wanted to give you some compare and contrast, because the sexism thing is completely ridiculous. And you could just completely sidestep that. And another thing that I wanted to point out as I was kind of examining that was, I went back and I went, wow, this speech is so beautiful. And I'm learning so much about who Kobe was, because to me, he was a basketball player and he was a leader. And I love that he spoke different languages. And there were so many things I loved about Kobe. I just thought he was brilliant. But I didn't know him. And when she's giving all of these examples and the things that he would do around the house and who he was and who they were, by the end of that, felt like I knew Kobe behind the scenes. And then I sort of went back and I revisited and just read the transcript of Erica's speech. And I am actually, in retrospect, quite amazed by how much was really about Turning Point USA and what was going to happen going forward. And you don't actually, when you read the transcript, learn anything about Charlie other than Turning Point USA and what's going to happen going forward. Even in the first speech that she gave next to his chair, she talks about Turning.
Yeah, it's kind of frustrating. You almost kind of like just want to like, oh, whatever, just give it up. Like the woman can't win because of this vile, evil banshee. Like, Erica can't win. It doesn't matter. If Erica fell out on the ground and was catatonic, she'd lose. If she stood up strong and conquered the TPUSA and all its issues, she loses. If she has a breakdown every Tuesday, she loses. It doesn't matter. Like, Candace wants, again, I really believe Candace wants to dismantle TPUSA. You're going to have to prove me wrong. I mean, we'll finish it up. Let's go.
USA and what we can do for the organization, right? As if comparing it, if Vanessa got up and said, here's what you can do for the Lakers organization today. Here is what the Lakers are going to do. Lakers 2.0. Here's the Lakers. This is what Kobe loved to play basketball. And here's what you can do for the sport of basketball. I think that is the reason people were immediately off put, because it wasn't a eulogy. It wasn't speaking about those parts and those pieces of him. Watching it in retrospect was something different. And I'm going to let you listen to, again, this piece about Turning Point USA. What was this, 36 hours after Charlie was assassinated? Maybe it was 48 hours after he was assassinated. Take a listen.
My favorite too, but my husband's favorite word in the English language was earn. He would call all of you to be people of action who earn the future America deserves. So to all of the young people who felt inspired by my husband's faith and hard work, all of you already know what Charlie would want you to do. You know. If you're in high school or if you're in college, go find your local Turning Point USA chapter. Join it. Stay involved. He wants you to make a difference. And you can. You can. The movement's not going anywhere, and it will only grow stronger when you join it. If there isn't a chapter, you can't find one, then start one. There is no excuse. You can start one. And as my husband used to say in this room, every single day, if you want to get involved, the best way you can do that is going to tpusa.com. That's what he would say every day from this chair. Every single day. I watched his show every day, and he would always say, if you want to get involved, go to tpusa.com. If you're a pastor, join our movement at TPUSA Faith. And if you're a parent, I highly...
You know, I really pray that Candace never experiences an issue in her life that really, truly knocks her on her backside, puts her on her pants pockets. I really pray, and she doesn't get treated exactly like she treated Erica Kirk. Because, okay, fine. Erica Kirk is talking about that. Sure. Okay. And like, what's the problem though? Like what is the punchline? What's the rim? What's the upshot? Okay. She's talking about turning point. Therefore what? Like where are we going with this? And I really hope and pray that Candace never has to be on the receiving end of the vitriol and the venom that she's spewing, because this is kind of sad to watch, man. This woman is going through what she's going through, and this woman is looking like this in judgment on her. And let me, you know what, big screen this. I'm not going to rage quit. You know, a lot of the time people will say to Christians, well, the Bible says, do not judge. And you're right. It does say that. But you do need to read that in context. Judge not lest you be judged. With the same measure that you judge, you will also be judged. This is the example. What we're looking at right here, when people say, oh, Christian, you're not supposed to judge. This is what they're talking about. This is what the Lord was talking about. What we're seeing right here, this is the judgment that the scriptures speak against. What Candace is doing to Erica is the judgment that the Bible is speaking against. I just want you to know that. So just in case you didn't know that, please email management if you disagree with me. It's perfectly okay that you're wrong. All right, let's go.
We recommend that you come to America Fest in December. Sign up right now for that, because we would love to see you. I would love to see you. Charlie would. He'll be there. He'll be there in spirit.
That's 3 web addresses. Here's how you can sign up. Here's what you can do. And I now, in retrospect, I don't know. I'm at a loss for words. And then it's the same thing with the speech. It's a lot about Turning Point USA and Turning Point USA, as if that's just who he was. Like there was no person other than a business. And I'm telling you that because I now want to pivot into telling you, I think, kind of a scary story heading into the weekend. A little terrifying story. Maybe because I'm a little biased here. Okay, Catholic. And this just disturbs me a little bit more. And I promise, I'm wearing this sweatshirt. I told the priest I would chill. We had somebody message us and say, you should be making these sweatshirts. And it's real. I do actually, like, I'm being always sincere when I say that. But this is a story that involves a priest. And I promise after this, I'm going to chill for the weekend because I think the story is so crazy. I need time to process it because, again, it involves Catholics and we're up. Sorry, guys. It brings me no pleasure to report. So Catholics, if you're watching, take a listen. I got an email from a woman, a Catholic woman, back in October, and the email did not sit right with me spiritually. There was a lot going on, though. I was obviously in survival mode mentally.
Matthew 7. Judge not, that you be not judged, for with the judgment you pronounce, you will be judged. And with the measure you use, it will be measured to you. Why do you see the speck in your brother's eye, but do not notice the log in your own eye? Or how can you say to your brother, let me take the speck out of your eye, when there is a log in your own eye? You hypocrite. First, take the log out your own eye, and then you will see clearly to take the speck out of your brother's eye. This is just gross.
I flagged the email. I filed it away in this inbox that I need to address this later. It's important. And I then decided to revisit it and to respond to the woman and to process what it was that had initially disturbed me. Now I'm going to read you this email, and I am going to protect information of people today. I'm not going to be giving out any names.
Oh, of
because
course
it doesn't
not.
actually change the story any.
Of course not.
This person wrote, Dear Candace, firstly, thank you and may God bless you and protect you for everything that you do. I pray for you every day and I thank God for you bringing the light of truth and Christ to this world. I attended the memorial and I ended up sitting next to Father Blank. He was actually the priest that flew with Erica to Utah. He was with her when they called her that he did not make it, prayed over him. She actually asked him to pray the rosary there at the hospital and he said the homily at the private funeral the Friday before the memorial. Now, in hindsight, it is strange to me that he was just put in the crowd at the memorial, but then again, he may have wanted that. I was at the memorial having zero personal or prior involvement or engagement with Turning Point USA or anyone from there, and I ended up sitting next to Father Blank and then with Erica at Mass the next day. I truly believe it is complete divine intervention. I prayed at the time and each day after exactly this. God, I see and feel you are leading me. I know there is a purpose. I don't know what it is or where you are taking me, but I'm following with complete surrender and faith to your holy will. I'll try to best email this with the relevant details, and I think that it may help. I was watching your podcast as I'm finishing up work, and I had to pause it when you played Alex Clark's interview because it honestly made my stomach hurt how untruthful what they were saying was. And I felt strong conviction to write you. I've never emailed a person I don't know in my life, but I'm following this conviction. I spent a good 8 hours sitting with Father Blank. I'm shy generally and was sitting with empty seats around me in the third row from the stage. So when I saw the priest walking by and looking like he didn't know where he was going, I said, Hi, Father, I'm also Catholic. If you need a seat, this one's empty. Whether he wanted to or not, he sat down. He seemed like a holy priest, soft-spoken, but so sincere and genuine. He prayed in silence throughout and would smile and say, Charlie wouldn't believe this, looking around the stadium. It was like he was going through a roller coaster of emotions right there. He shared stories of Charlie attending Mass and him spending a lot of time with Erica and Charlie. As Erica was talking on stage, Father held his hands towards her and was praying over her for protection and strength, tears going down his face from his stories and messages from Charlie that he showed me. It seemed like he was probably the closest person in that room to Charlie and to Erica, yet he was sitting with me like any other guest. Like I said, in hindsight, it just feels so off still. At some point during one of our conversations, we spoke about the daily Mass at his parish because I wanted to go on Monday before I flew back to Chicago. He said, yes, at 8:30 a.m. there would be Mass. To be honest, I wasn't sure if I was going to make it, but then I saw a text from him at 6:30 a.m. saying, hope to see you at Mass. I knew it was my sign to just make it work and go. There were about 6 people at the 8:30 a.m. Mass that Monday, the large church of blank. I sat in the first row and I felt God's presence so powerfully the entire Mass that I couldn't stop the tears from flowing. I didn't cry at the memorial, but I wept quietly the entire Mass. Afterward, I stayed to pray a while longer. Lights were starting to turn off and I looked back and I noticed a tall bodyguard in the back, along with Erica and a middle-aged woman that was sitting by her. At that moment, I went back to prayer and I said, God, if you'd like for her and I to connect or speak, please bring us together. If not, I will pray for her and I'll head out. I did not want to disrupt her, but also I had an intense knowledge of how much God's hand was present throughout the last 2 days. A minute or two later, as I was still in prayer.
I'm going to stop for a second. Do y'all realize how many strange coincidences are in her emails? From the Mitch Snow to the person that said, the person that told her about the assassination plot, to now this one, to all these others. It's always these weird, it always has a theme of, I went to the coffee shop and I just so happened to spill my drink and this happened and all of a sudden, there they were right there. It just seems so odd that all of her stories are always these, and again, maybe God is moving. Maybe God is moving people around and that's what you want me to believe. Okay, fine. But it just seems odd that it's always these weird series of unfortunate events. It's always that. It just seems odd to me. Let it go. I don't know what this story's going. I have no idea where we're going.
I had a tap on my shoulder by a woman. I believed it was an assistant. I can't remember what it is she does. She said, would you like to join Erica? Candace, at that moment, I thought, okay, God, I hear you. I've never had so much peace while blindly surrendering to God's will. Maybe I have, but I haven't ever seen it so clearly in action. I hugged Erica. I sat next to her in the last pew, and I just had the most beautiful conversation. She mentioned that Charlie went to Mass with her there, and that Father Don would open the church up for him there often when Charlie just wanted to pray and reflect without being disrupted, and that he was with her the entire time from Arizona to Utah in the hospital, etc. I have so much I could share on all of the little miracles, but I just wanted to say that today I felt compelled to send this to you. And so I'm listening to my conviction and sending this, and I'm hoping that the Holy Spirit and both of our guardian angels will direct this message as it is intended per God's will. I have to say, I felt more realness from Erica in my exchange with her in that church than from the memorial. I saw her at Mass again on Tuesday. I ended up staying an extra day.
This letter is not okay. Whatever. I'm never mind. Just let it go, Jason.
Because I had relics from St. Paul II that my mom wanted to give Erica flown there. I coordinated someone to fly it to me, and then I gave it to her. Okay. I am going to
Wait. You got relics shipped to you in a day? Okay. Man. Okay. Whatever.
Now, why do you think that that email disturbed me and made me file it?
I don't know, because you
Check in the chat.
just made it
What
up.
was not right with that email? I'll
'Cause
tell
you
you, it
just
wasn't the
made
person
it
who
up?
wrote it that disturbed me. I blanked out over a name because I'm going to tell you now that the person who tapped on her shoulder, who she thought was an assistant, was Stacey Sheridan. That was what disturbed me about the email, made me file it right away because I knew exactly what happened and I did not have the heart to tell her what had happened because I know who Stacey Sheridan is. I know what I told Charlie about Stacey Sheridan. I've seen her work. I've been at events with her. I knew that Stacey would have only done that if the girl who was writing me this email had a boatload of money. Didn't even need to look up this person or the email. I knew that they had that girl clocked before she walked into the memorial. I don't think actually it was God that sat her where she was sat 3 rows in. She was amazed by all this. Oh, I don't even know anybody here. Here I am. I don't even know Charlie. I don't know anybody trying to saying. Here I am sitting at the front. And oh my gosh, this moment. And you know, Erica won't even speak to this after what you would say, but Stacey Sheridan, would you like access to the grieving widow? I knew, and I filed it. I knew something was wrong. And then when I went to go revisit all these things I had filed and I saw this, I went, oh my gosh, this makes me so sick. And I knew that I had to reach out to this person and I had to say it. Hey, don't know anything about you, but I'm going to assume you have a lot of money and it breaks my heart to tell you this, but you were targeted. They would have known everything about you. That's how they work. Before everyone is seated, Stacey Sheridan's job literally is to know everything about that person, their net worth. She'll know your dad's net worth, your mom's net worth. She would tell Charlie, she whispered in Charlie's ear.
I gotta say something. I gotta say this. So, following this logic, when I propose that Candace knew who George Farmer was before she made that trip, like, oh, we gotta go to UK, Charlie, we gotta go. Give me your credit card. I'm gonna book the flight. Tell me that my story is no less true than hers. I'm sorry. This woman is wicked. I mean, this is crazy work. She knew who George Farmer was because she was the director of communication for TP USA, and George Farmer was involved in leadership at TP UK. You can't tell me she didn't know who he was. And then for her to go over there and say, oh, I just saw him and blah, 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 blah. No. Now, whether or not this happens, I don't know. Because the only person we've heard this story from is from her. We've heard it from nobody else. No other source has corroborated anything that Candace has said about this. Right. How would Stacey even know the woman? That's crazy work. That's just diabolical. Continue.
And then Charlie will go have a conversation. That was the whole reason they brought her on. That's what Stacey's brilliant at. Smelling money, truly. And so I had a conversation. I said, and actually, when we finally broke this conversation, she had already arrived at that conclusion. So that was back in October, she sent the email. And so my message to her, she said, yeah, I kind of figured this all out now. And said, you got a lot of money? Yeah, got a lot of money. How much money we talking? Dad sold huge business. She runs a massive business. They are wealthy, extraordinarily wealthy. And I said, now let's go through how this all really happened because you were targeted. And I'd like to know.
You were targeted is crazy. That is some crazy work. That's evil.
How you ended up at the memorial. And so she tells me a story of how that all happened. And I'm going to walk you through it because I think it is one of the more disgusting and disturbing things I've heard throughout the story. Maybe I'm taking it more personally because I am Catholic and I'm happy to be biased in that way, but I think you will tend to agree with me here. So just so there's no confusion, she was obviously telling the truth. She even supplied evidence in the form of a text message that the priest that she was sitting next to had shared with her. This is Charlie's text message. He's on a group chat with Erica and the priest. And this is the morning of September 9th. Now, Erica has been telling the truth when she says that Charlie would send messages and have biblical verses. I have tons with Charlie. They were typically relevant to whatever we were going through. A verse of encouragement to keep going, to keep fighting. And here's the message that he chose to share. Again, group chat between him and Erica, September 9th. It is 1 Corinthians, Paul's letter to the Corinthians 16:9. And it reads, for a wide door for effective work has opened to me, and there are many adversaries.
Come on, man. I feel like we're dealing with somebody who's like mentally deranged. How do you corroborate that? What is the evidence to this point? You said you show a random, somebody's going to probably already do it. Somebody's going to probably already screenshot this and ask AI to find it and that little mapping where you can find this picture out on the interweb. Like, how do you know that? How do we know? This is stupid.
Find that message in general to be interesting because it is him acknowledging that his opportunities have bred him enemies. Who were the adversaries? I find that to be interesting. That message was shared. Anyway, so I said, how did you actually arrive? Because people were waiting in the rain for tickets. And so there had to be a little bit inside baseball here. And then she said, oh, actually, I was at a different event, a marketing event, when Charlie was shot and was networking with some people that were involved. It was a conference event with some people that were orbiting around, like PBD's podcast. That part's not exactly that relevant to the story because they're marketing people, they're kind of doing their job. And that person then hooked her up directly with somebody that they said could help get her into the venue. She was so struck, emotionally stricken by the Charlie's assassination, like all of us were, that she just wanted to be a part of the memorial. And then just her luck, somebody said, oh yeah, I can get you in touch with someone that can get you through the door. And that's going to be great. And so I also just want to show you this because in retrospect, she reads it and she realizes that she's being manipulated, right? This is the message. Perfect. I'm going to introduce you via text to TPUSA's Blank, who traveled everywhere with Charlie, handling many of their big donors. Blank says that Erica has been getting more death threats every day. He's promised Erica that he will run point on raising money to cover the memorial service, which is going to cost approximately $6 million. Apparently, Trump had to get personally involved to secure the Cardinal Stadium, which was planning to host a large and lucrative RV show this weekend. So making up that lost revenue to the stadium is driving the high cost of this event. It's crazy what their team is going through. Right there, already emotional manipulation, right? This idea, you have to rescue Erica, she's not safe. And oh, by the way, it's going to be so expensive, this thing.
Okay. I'm just going to be foul. This is more than what we've seen about your alleged assassination plot. By the way, you don't bring it up. So that's how you know Candace's assassination plot was complete and total bunk. So why do you believe her now is my question. She told you that her life was in danger, that the president of France put out a $1.5 million hit on her, and that the assassination team was in Nashville to do her harm, and nothing ever came of it. She's never talked about it again. She's literally talking about Erica Kirk getting hits put out on her, and she doesn't bring up her own hit. And Lord knows she's going to talk about herself. So that's why I'm telling y'all, she's playing with you. And this right here, how do we know any of this is real? You're just showing me something. I don't know who these people are. I don't know that this is a real conversation. Who's it to? I'm sorry. Like, why are you even showing us this? None of this information would be applicable or be useful in a court of law. So as Nick Brooks said, this is the YouTube prosecution. That's all this is. Because none of this would be used.
She doesn't even see, she just thinks, oh my God, amazing, I can't believe this, and doesn't realize that this is like, you know, we'll get you in, but we're expecting you to kind of write check. And by the way, I do want to address that lucrative RV show this weekend. I went back on Wayback Machine, saved screenshots. There was no RV show that was on the calendar for this Cardinal Stadium. Has anybody been able to find this? We've been told the story a couple of times now that the White House got involved and secured the venue, and people started asking questions about how this was possible to turn around so quickly because there are, you know, tons of policies and booking these sorts of venues. They don't do things last minute. This RV show, if you know something about it, you were supposed to attend and had tickets and got an email and said, hey, never mind, it's off. Please email more tips at CandaceOwens.com. I need to know more about this little RV show. Anyway, this idea that was going to cost them $6 million to make off the revenue. Obviously, we know they made a ton of money. They geofenced everybody's phones. I can't imagine what just selling the data on that would have been worth. But interesting to know, this is how it gets started, okay? So then she's sitting in the third row, and she's now next to the priest. And I asked, what about the next? Let's go more specifically about how you got to church the next morning. Because that's interesting, right? Like, you struck up a conversation. You said that you struck up.
I just really want somebody to explain to me, what does this have to do with anything? I don't understand how it is. I sped it. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, y'all. I sped it up so we can kind of keep it moving. I'm sorry. So I'll slow it down. If y'all want, I'll drop it back down to 1 1/4. I'm sorry. I sped it up. That was my fault. I'm sorry. I don't know what this is. Like, what's the purpose of this? You dragging Stacey Sheridan's name through the mud. It's almost like she wants people to respond to her negatively for the slander that she puts out there. Why does she do this? I don't know. I don't know what the point is. I don't know what the game plan is.
Conversation, whatever. And that the priest said, yeah, come to mass. Well, the part that she forgot is that he told her in this text, Erica might be there. Good morning. I hope to see you at 8:30 a.m. Erica may be there too. Okay.
Who is this person?
An interesting text from a priest. Now, she believes that this is a good guy, and that's great. And I hope deeply in my heart that is true. But I am beginning to ask questions about that because there's a lot there that's happening. If I am correct, he also canceled his mass on September 10th. Give me just a second because I hear my phone is on. that he canceled his mass on September 10th on that morning. I'd like to know more. I genuinely would like to know more. And I don't understand if a priest is just trying to get you through the door on a Monday morning to go to mass, why you would say Erica might be here. And also, why is it a might? You know, you more than anyone would know. You've been with her every second of every day throughout all of this. You know whether or not she's going to be there. You, her, and Stacy have been rolling pretty deep. So I feel like you knew she was going to be there. That's my opinion. I genuinely hope I'm wrong, and I'm open to be wrong, but I have to tell you how I feel about this. Anyway, she was amazed by this, and she went, and then you know what happens next? She gets a little tap from Stacy Sheridan, who should burst into flames when she walks into a church, for being honest. Okay, this woman, think about that. What moved Stacy Sheridan on this person's shoulder? Erica told her to do that. Erica gave her permission to do that. Why would she randomly go and say, tap, tap, would you like to sit with the grieving widow? That would be the most inappropriate thing ever. Ever. If you're sitting with your friend and your friend is grieving their husband, you would not be like, let me go up to a rando that I don't know and see if they just want to chill with her. You would want her to have privacy. Okay, there's a conversation that took place. Do not play us for dummies. Don't do it. There's a conversation that took place between Erica and Stacey Sheridan, conversations that I have seen before between Charlie and Stacey Sheridan about who that woman is. That woman was targeted in that church. Okay, I don't care. Cut it, do whatever.
Why don't you call out the priest then? If you're saying that the priest is in on this, and she's pretty angry. Why is she so upset? I don't believe this happened at all. But why don't you just call the priest out? You have no problem calling out random people, and you be wrong. So why don't you just call out, put the priest out there on blast?
You want to say, put it on Instagram, oh my God, clutch your pearls, I can't believe. Yes, you better believe it. This woman was targeted in a church after mass. It makes me sick. It really does. So anyway, she thinks it's all God. But let me tell you something. Where Stacey Sheridan is, we're going in the other direction.
Wow.
And then she sits and Erica opens up to her. They're having this beautiful conversation. And she then arranges, she was so amazed by this that she organizes to get a relic from St. Michael, the same cave that sits behind me. And here's where I actually see God working, that this woman sent me this email, that 50,000 emails coming in. I saw this email, I saved this email, and she happened to have, this is actually, I'm just thinking about this live. I got this relic. When was I in Wyoming? I got it in Wyoming from the priest in Wyoming. You're going to have to tell me. I feel like it was the first weeks of October, and this is when the woman sent me the email. So that's just something that I'm sorry, I just have like a spiritual vibe about that. That also was the relic that she had and she gave to Erica. So St. Michael's doing a little bit of protection here. And I think that there is a reason that she had to go through this. Even sometimes when you're going through things like being scammed, there's a reason for that. And so this information came to me. She gives this, organizes St. Michael's relic, and she gets this to Erica. The next day at mass, she doesn't get to speak to Erica because this time another top fundraiser at Turning Point USA met her there and said, hey, Erica wanted me to follow up with you. And she, again, was so amazed by God working that she decided to even message the priest afterward and thank him that she was able to get this relic to Erica. And I just want to read you this because, again, her and I had perspectives here, but she says, I will always cherish my time with you both so much. I'm in absolute awe of how God worked through me to what I believe was to give Erica those relics. The experience felt like me directly witnessing God working through each of us. Just want to send a quick note to share. Hope to see you soon, Father. God bless. And response, the Father said, God bless. Thank you for sharing your wonderful words. God's fingerprints are all over what is happening. There is no doubt that your presence to Erica was a God moment for both of you. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. There's this, we have to protect Erica. This is God. This is God. What happens thereafter, I like even less. The intermediary, the person that delivered the relic, another top fundraiser for Turning Point USA, offered that he was going to be in the Chicago area. That's where she lives, in Illinois. And he says, hey, I'm going to be there already. Obviously, Charlie's from Chicago. I'm sure that was true. But I'd love to pop in and see you. And, we're all committed in this faith journey together. And that happens. And he meets her and he meets her father. And while he meets her, he then invites her to the big gala, the one at Mar-a-Lago, where they're going to raise like $42 million. And here's that message. He says, thank you for organizing dinner. It was great to spend time on the road with great Catholics. I had a wonderful time. And thank you for all the prayers, especially for Erica. Can I call you tomorrow regarding the gala? We would love to have you guys involved, but we can talk further. Erica repeated how much she loved meeting you. Again, why does this feel to me like manipulation? Like a bit of Erica really needed you. You were sent from God to Erica with Stacey Sheridan in the middle of it. Okay. Well, here's what happens next.
In the chat. I just need a one-word answer. It's just a one-word answer. Nothing else, just one word. Do you believe that any of this happened? Yes or no? That's all I need. I just need yes or no. That's all I need. I'm there are so many and the funny thing is, if we were maybe like 2019, a lot of us probably would have went along with this. But because of the way that Candace has prosecuted this case and done whatever this is, I don't want to call it an investigation by any means or measures. Whatever this is that she's done, Now we have to ask questions about everything. I don't believe any of those text messages really happened. There's no reason for me to believe that. There's no reason. Why should I believe that any of those text messages are real? What is the evidence that she's given you or given me to believe that she's real? Besides, trust me, bro. Like, what is the proof? It just sounds like gossip. I just said it. It just sounds like gossip. It just sounds like unmitigated, unregulated gossip. You just gossiping and talking about somebody that you don't like, Stacey Sheridan. And I bet you if Stacey told the story, they probably got a history that goes way further back than Candace has explained. But let's get done with this. Let's go.
She gets a little nudge when she does go down to Mar-a-Lago. She knows nothing about Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach, and I find this part to be quite funny. Dark humor in this because I know everything about Mar-a-Lago, and it's little Israel. It really is, and it's where a lot of the meetings take place. The Zionist donors, PragerU doing a gala down there makes perfect sense. They do that, and they were all over this. Suddenly she's there, and she's meeting a different Turning Point USA team. Like she meets them at this church. It's Catholic, but she notices there's no Catholic discussion or presence. Rather, you got Dr. Frank Turek, and apparently, according to her, he's on stage and he's hitting at the Judeo. They're now editing their message because they're in a room with Jews, and suddenly we don't want to talk about the Catholicism. We don't want to talk about faith. We don't want to talk about relics. We don't want to talk about Saint Michael. No, we're all crowd for this. Shabbat Shalom. Daddy's home. And so she says to the person, she's like, "What? Aren't you guys doing anything with Catholic stuff? I felt, this was such a strong Catholic bond." And he kind of kicks the can down the road and says, "Oh, we're planning on doing stuff in the future." Like, not here. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom at Mar-a-Lago. And she's just like,
What?
no, something that this is not my thing. Over the everyone's dressed to the nines, and she's like, I don't have an issue with Israel, but this feels like something else than what I experienced. And then what happens is they follow up with her, and they keep following up with her because they're looking to have a check. Pretty much, we'd love to have a call, leave another message for your dad. I look forward to getting y'all involved. I hope all's well. I want to have time to visit and discuss further support. Are you available the 2nd or 3rd week of February? Hi, I want to touch base and check in. Let me know if we could schedule a call. And she kind of just leaves them on red because she realizes, yeah, I think I was actually targeted. And she was targeted. But nothing, God lets everything happen. What I will say is that God will not be mocked. God will not be mocked.
Be careful.
I'm a Latter-day Saint on a Monday. I'm a Catholic on a Tuesday. I'm Shabbat Shalom on a Wednesday.
Be careful, Candace.
God will not be mocked.
Be careful.
I see this for what this is. And there are no surprises anymore for me. A Turning Point faith, the infiltration, it's very clear. And there is something so especially sinister about hijacking people's faith and their emotion. And when she expressed that I normally, I'm a businesswoman, I have my guard up, but when it comes to faith and I'm thinking that this is all happening, I look back and I go, man, I didn't even process this, because you shouldn't have had to process that. No one should have had to have been thinking this way, that people were using our trauma and our emotions and our spirituality to manipulate us. Again, God will not be mocked. We'll take a break. I'll be right back.
That is very interesting. That's extremely interesting, y'all. Real quick, I already know where to go with that. Shout out to my brother, Willie Doc. I appreciate you, brother, for the 2. He said there's a DWC sighting. It's possible. It's very possible. Thank you, Captain Jax. I always appreciate you, friend. Any response to a traumatic event or abnormal situation is normal. I agree. I agree with you. Thank you so much for the 5. Erica isn't grieving wrong. She's faking her smiles during massive pain and grief for her kids. Candace hasn't even graduated preschool emotions. Wow. Good night. Tell me how you really feel. Don't hold back. Don't hold back. Adam, thank you for the 20. He says, this is my theory. Candace peaked in middle school, sued her high school, and got her 15 minutes of fame and got noticed. Then she did the social autopsy thing, and then she saw Charlie Kirk and saw the cash cow prove me wrong. No, there's a couple other little pieces there. I think many people talk about the narcissistic injury. I think in high school, that whole exchange with the boys calling her and leaving her racist messages, I think that was the narcissistic injury. I think that's why she keeps behaving like a mean girl that you would see like in high school. That's my thought. Prove me wrong. MT, thank you so much. Erica wasn't able to sue everyone because it immediately became a conspiracy thanks to Candace. So suing would look like hiding something, you animal. That's a great point. Thank you very much for that. Yeah. I don't want Erica to sue everybody. but I also don't want them to have to put up with this foolishness, and that's what we're watching. Thank you so much for the very kind super sticker, Mary Jean. Thank you so much for the $5 super sticker. What does Mike say here? 5. I've been to many funerals, including my father's, which devastated me. There were always plenty of grins and laughs at the sight of friends and family. Thank you so much, Mike. It's weird to me that we have to actually say that. MT says this, and it's funny to watch her say this when they nitpick Erica every time she talks about Charlie in private, like with his journals and honoring Sabbath. There you go. You're right on the money. Phantom is coming in with the 2. All fans of Kobe knew that info. He had a biopic. That's another good point. Kobe was a player on the team. He wasn't the CEO of the team, which I think is a big, and wasn't Kobe retired at that point? Or had he been retired already? I don't remember. So thank you very much for that, fans. A very keen observation. MT says this with 2. Charlie lived and breathed TPUSA. I hate her. I can't be mad at you. I'm rage quitting. She's making my heart black. Okay, well, we don't need that to happen, MT. Thank you again. Charlie loved TPUSA enough to risk his life. This is a demon. Erica and Charlie were secret Catholics, and Candy Girl sat on the email for 4 months. Erica and Priest tell totally random lady super private stuff. BS. I agree. Bovine scatology. Thank you, Claire, for the $5 Australian. And keep this going. Andrea says this with the 5. I feel she wrote that letter herself. She's getting desperate. There's no reason. You're going to have to prove to me that letter is real. I don't believe it's real. I understand why people would say it's real, but I don't believe it's real. I mean, the story, take this story that she just read and lay it against the Mitch story. A random email she just so happened to check. There was 50,000 emails. I just so happened to find this one. Come on. For real? And also, let me make sure I have this right. She knew this email existed back whenever. So when she met with Erica Kirk on the 15th of December, she knew this email existed and this whole story crafting, right? But she approached Erica Kirk not from the position of, okay, all right, that makes perfect sense. Totally logical. I got you. Yep, makes sense. Mike says this is the 20. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. I am totally convinced the narcissism has fully taken over. She is no longer about clicks or money. She's about showcasing to those who oppose to her, how easy it is for her to dominate her followers in any way she pleases. I can't even find a reason to disagree with that. I can't argue with you, man. I love it. Man, it's good. That's some good stuff right there. Welcome, Rogue. We appreciate you. Welcome, friend. Brand new member. Thank you so much. SC Dog says this with the 5. Candace doesn't investigate. She pontificates. I like that. Well done. Erica actually cares about people. She started nonprofits before meeting Charlie. She still talks about others before herself. Candace is me. You're right. Thank you so much for the very kind 5. All right, let's get this rounding these bases. Erica continued Charlie Kirk's movement because the shooter meant to stop it. She said, "Not today, Satan." And Candace is frustrated because she's on Satan's side. So thank you for the 5, and you are on the money. I love it. I love how you did that. All right, let's see what you got, Lady McDonald, with the 10. This underlying theme of shoving Charlie was Catholic. I have never seen someone that has so much jealousy that she doesn't even try to hide it now. This is not her business. Let's just be honest with it. Most of the stuff that she does isn't her business. Let's just be 100%. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. What did Adam say? Where's all the metadata for those texts and emails? I don't know. I don't know why people believe it. Like, why do you believe that's real? Candace will face retribution very soon. I appreciate you so much for the love of Jesus with the 2. Very kind, and I think that's very true. Whoa, Captain Jackson blessed 10 people. Then extended the family out by 10. Y'all make sure that you say thank you to Captain Jax. If you were given a membership, please let her know we appreciate her. As my mentor likes to say, we're in the South. We say thank you. Put a name on it and say, we appreciate you. All right, let's get done.
And she sent me that email on October 6th, and I received the relic on October 15th. So that's just really amazing that happened in October. Relics from the same cave where St. Michael appeared in Italy. Anyway, to, I guess, kind of stay in the same vein, Frank Turek, I've invited him on the show many times. He gives me Rabbi Barclay, who I had that debate with when I was over the Daily Wire. And I don't dislike Frank Turek because it's just like they are interesting to hear them talk and explain things and kind of get incensed. And they seem worried about not what they're actually saying. Like there's something deeper that's triggering them. And he's been saying a lot about me, and I haven't said much about him. But I wanted to let you hear how he correlates me to Satan. Take a listen.
I think Candace Owens is completely lost any credibility when she's saying that certain dreams are where she's getting her information from. Okay. Yeah, there are dreams in the Bible, but there's always supernatural confirmation for those dreams. There's been no supernatural confirmation for Candace Owens's dreams. You can come up with any possibility you want. Possibilities are not evidence, ladies and gentlemen. We're supposed to follow evidence. And notice, I'll say this again. In fact, I was just talking to a pastor friend of mine. He's like, what do I say when, people are running down Erica Kirk? And I say the same thing that I say. Have you noticed that Jesus and the apostles say that Satan is a murderer, a slanderer, an accuser, a liar, and somebody that brings confusion? Have you noticed that we've had a murder, and then since then we've had slander, accusations, lies, and confusion? That's what spiritual warfare is, ladies and gentlemen. And for people who are slandering Erica and others, including me, and making accusations and lies and stirring up confusion without evidence, this is what Satan does.
Okay, here's a follow-up question, Doc. Like, what do we mean that I'm allowed to have a dream? He's like, yeah, no, that happens all the time in the Bible when he remembers that he has to be Christian. And then he's like, but there's supernatural confirmation. What's the supernatural confirmation that we're looking?
I'm sorry. I feel like we're dealing with somebody who's retarded. I just got to say it. I'm sorry.
For what do you want me to say? I had a dream which happened, and then what am I supposed to say? Like Charlie appeared in my house. Like I don't know what he's talking about. That doesn't even make sense. So I just pivots and then starts going, Satan's a murderer. Yeah, we're kind of trying to figure out who murdered Charlie Kirk. Welcome to the show, Dr. Frank Turek. We're aware. Murder, when you see that act of murder and you see it in broad daylight, there's probably like a synagogue of Satan hiding behind it. And you guys just don't seem interested at all in going on this journey to figure out who killed Charlie Kirk, which is giving us a little bit of intuition that something's amiss. Again, going back to the example of Kobe Bryant's wife, Sue and Effie. She didn't trust nobody. Everybody was getting sued. Okay. And I didn't even agree with some of her lawsuits. But darn if I didn't agree with the emotion of like a woman who feels like there needs to be justice served somehow for my loss. What would we have said if, I don't know, it would have been kind of weird if she, as soon as the helicopter, I forgive them. I forgive everybody.
It's odd to me that instead of dealing with what Frank Turek said, deal that you're not a liar, deal that you're not a divider, an accuser, deal that you're not a slanderer. You're creating this whole side quest story that nobody's asking, nobody's arguing, nobody was talking about Vanessa Bryant. You invited Vanessa Bryant to the group text. Nobody had her in there but you, Candace. And it's odd because you're not actually addressing what he said, which is very much akin to how you didn't address what Dave Rubin said. And many times you don't actually address what Ben Shapiro or even Jeremy Borings have said about you. You've never actually stood on your business and actually addressed those topics and said, no, I'm not lying. Here's my evidence. Because you could knock down that you could probably change most of our opinions of you if you had just shown us the evidence that was a real conversation that you just read, but you didn't. And we don't believe that it's real. Well, I don't believe it's real. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I don't believe it's real. So why are we to believe, like, you haven't actually dealt with the actual substance of what Frank Turek said. You're talking about a side quest, because I'm going to go on a limb, and I might be wrong. If you watched Frank's show, please feel free to tap in. Did Frank talk about Vanessa Bryant?
Involved. Everybody's like, you got to get to forgiveness. You do have to get to forgiveness. And I'm sure that she's there now. But immediately after, you're skipping all the other phases of grief. You instantly accepted what happened within 5 days, maybe even sooner, that Charlie was gone. I don't know. I welcome this discussion with you. But yeah, Satan is a liar. We're tracking the Turning Point USA lies. You are basically confirming for us that everything that we're looking at is satanic. Kind of what we've been saying, right? I've been saying this is no longer about left versus right. This is good versus evil.
How did you pivot that off of you? That was some Heisman Trophy type of move. How did you move that off of you and shift what Frank Turek said onto TPUSA? That was impressive. That was impressive. I got to admit.
And you're upset with us for pointing out the lies at the same time that you're calling people Satan? What am I accusing you of? Lying? Where is the evidence? No one in the history of the world has presented more evidence than Candace Owens. There's just so much evidence. And then
you really haven't.
Lies, debunked in my show. Tech messages.
That's the thing, though, Candace. You really haven't shown any evidence. You've just spoken. You've given us nothing that we can go back and look at independently. Not a thing. You can say that. And, like Peter the other day was talking about she's given evidence. I'm like, no, she really hasn't. You can say that till the cows come home. But that bovine scatology, baby, we're not buying it. You haven't shown us anything. You've just told us stuff. You literally just read an email from somebody that you've had for 4 months that implicated Erica Kurt, but you haven't said anything about Erica Kurt until December. Okay.
I show timelines and there's they concede the points and then it's just over. They're back to all she's doing is dreaming. All she's doing is dreaming. She hasn't showed us any proof whatsoever.
But
what are we doing? Why do I feel like we're on a hamster wheel with these people? How much more evidence? I have presented so much more evidence than the FBI ever did against Tyler Robinson that they're the accusers. How about they convicted him when Erica said on stage, I forgive you. You're forgiving him, which implies that he's guilty. So who is the accuser?
Isn't that adorable? Do y'all see what she just did? She's assuming that the case is over. I believe Tyler Robinson did it, so I will land there. But she does realize the case hasn't even started, right? She's doing all of this extra work, and the case itself hasn't started. As if all of the evidence that we've seen that the authorities have. By the way, she brought up FBI when the FBI isn't running the point. Does anybody think that she actually knows that? Or is she doing that to just muddy the water? Because it's not the FBI's case, by the way. It's just wild that she keeps doing this. I got to get done. Let's go. Let's stop, Jason.
Who is the liar?
You!
Who is the person that you are saying is evil in all of this? The person trying to find out who killed Charlie Kirk, who's willing to sit down.
Can y'all put in the chat who is the person that's evil, the person that's lying? Could you type the person's name just in case you, if you don't mind, can you put that person's in there? Okay. Seems like we're all on the same page. I don't even know where to go with this. I kind of want to see what she's going to say about Don Lemon. Here, I'm going to jump over. I'm going to jump forward.
Minnesota is a bunch of protesters figured out that there is a pastor that Zionism on college campuses. And now we're going after Don Lemon because, in case you missed the backstory of this,
I knew it.
Don Lemon is annoying. He's been annoying his entire life. And should you go to prison for being annoying your entire life? Maybe. In a sane world when I'm the dictator of the United States? Yeah, maybe. We don't live in that world right now, okay? We live in a world where journalists are allowed to be annoying, and they were basically upset because what's happening in Minnesota is a bunch of protesters figured out that there is a pastor that works with ICE, right? And so they've gone in to protest his church, and Don Lemon sort of went around and started asking a bunch of questions, but Don Lemon in general doesn't love church and doesn't love Christians, as we figured this out when he was speaking to me of what do you think about homosexual marriage?
Neither do you.
He's got some chips on his shoulder about it in general, so he's there generally to be annoying. There's no excuse for Don Lemon. But the arrest of him after, and we can show you a clip of him here at this protest, is pure theater. It is pure FBI, DOJ, look over here theater, because we have actually been inefficient the entire time that we've been in office. We are actually doing nothing but trying to grab headlines rather than to actually solve crimes that are being committed mostly by us, okay? This is the clip of Don Lemon just being Don Lemon at this church and being annoying, generally speaking.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me.
We're here to worship Jesus. Yeah. That's why we're here. Yeah. Okay. That's why we're here. That's what we're about.
Do you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a
no
Christian?
one is willing to talk.
Okay.
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I ask that you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to chronicle what happened?
Let's you're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here to worship.
Yeah.
We're here to worship. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So that's one of the pastors of the church. And it's kind of loud, so I can't hear him. But they're still there.
Like, this is annoying. Like, Don Lemon, obviously his head belongs in a toilet. He deserves a swirly. And if you elect me dictator, I will do it. I promise to do that. But in the meantime, Pam Bondi trying to grab headlines, who's equally as annoying and who also kind of needs a swirly. If we're being honest, they both kind of need a swirly. Oh, we're not doing this for Christianity. Shut up, Pam Bondi. Just shut up. Okay. You protected Jeffrey Epstein. If you never speak again, that would be fine. We would all be okay with that. You know, at the end of the day, we know what this is. Everything, literally everything is fake and gay. So we'll take a brief break and I'll come back and answer some of your comments. All right, you guys. It
All right,
seems
so-
like censorship is back. It's happening everywhere. Platforms
Wow.
are controlling narratives and pushing the stuff that
That's,
they want us to see. Rumble is
That's interesting. So what was the purpose of bringing Don Lemon into that discussion? There was nothing about that. There was nothing about that that was necessary. Now, I think the reason she did it is to show that the show is not recorded. I know I'm probably the last man out here in the world that keeps making that case that Candace's show is recorded. I really believe that she wants to make sure people don't buy into the idea that her show is recorded. That's why. That's it. I know I'm not that important, but I just want to make that point. Shout out to Greg with the 5. Who are going to believe on grief? A psychologist. Who are we supposed to believe on grief? I'll go with that. A psychologist or a podcaster with an axe to grind. I'm going to go with option A. I'm going to go with, call me crazy. Call me crazy. I agree with that. Candace's face has changed. The demon has taken over. Thank you so much for the $2 super. For the love of Jesus. It's getting bad over here. It's getting bad in Nashville. Kobe's widow also lost a child that day. I mean, I don't even understand how those two are comparative. I really don't think that, in my own personal opinion, I don't think it's really fair to compare how somebody would do something in the event as if somebody who's been married for a week versus somebody who's been married for 67 years. Like, their relationship is different. If they both lose their husbands the same day, their responses might be different. I just don't think that that's fair for Candace to even interject Vanessa Bryant into this as if that is, again, a true pound for pound. Even you can't. I don't think you really can make a pound for pound comparison. I just don't think you can. Shout out to Captain Jax. What you got here? Forgiveness is not forgetting. There we go. Thank you so much for that 5. And I appreciate the kind and respectful word there. Absolutely. Why can't she understand that Kobe Bryant's death was an accident, a civil suit, whereas Charlie's was not? Can I sue until case is settled? That's a great point as well. But see, I don't think Candace cares. I think the whole point was to throw yet another piece of information, another factoid into the mix to get people all up in a bother. I'm sure we're going to start seeing people say, well, what about Vanessa Bryant? I'm pretty sure that's what you're going to start seeing in comments. Yeah, thank you so much, Phantom. Candy don't know FBI isn't lead. She is stupid. Thank you for the 2. Thank you also for this 2. Lemon was just released without bail. And see, that's messed up, man. Thank you so much for that. And then, of course, thank you for the $2 Canadian. Texts are verifiable. The lie is the context and spin. That's fine. I just want to see. I want to be verified. I want to know, how do we know that those text messages are to the people that she says that they're to? That's the verifiable. Because otherwise, you do realize that information will never be shared. And so all Cantifa is going to have is the information that, they marked the lady at the memorial and they were trying to get with her at the church. That's all they're going to have, because she's not going to give them anything else to move with. That's crazy work. All right, let's get done. I'm ready to go. Don Lemon got released. Very huge disappointment. Well, I'm going to still dunk on him, so let's go.
Owens.com and buy some of our new merch. We have the sweatshirt that you guys
Sorry.
think funded Hamas. Bibi Netanyahu did, obviously. They fund terror, and then they take advantage of terrorist attacks that they funded.
Wow.
I think that's pretty obvious, and that Bassem Youssef did a good job describing that. Julia writes, portraying devotion to Christ, but telling consistent lies gives me holier than thou vibes. Charlie said lying is like suicide to the soul. Love you, Candace. Thank you for the truth. I totally agree, but it is so much worse. like I said, and I've been saying this a lot, I rather people who honestly hate me making videos, speaking about me, doing whatever. But when you pretend that you're doing this as a pastor or somebody who's a godly woman, and you use biblical verses to try to persuade people to go after people that you perceive to be enemies, typically for purely political reasons or purely financial reasons, someone's paying you to do that, special place in hell reserved for you, truly.
It's interesting. Candace never refers to scripture. Never. Like, show me an instance where she actually made a case for something from the Bible. Not to say, hey, that they had dreams or God shall not be mocked, but really truly make a case. That's really wild work that she keeps doing that. And yeah, let's go.
Feel that way. It's just, God will not be mocked. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
DJ Mirko, it was this actually like 50 Cent here. This person's, hi, Candace. Ye tweeted out a photo icon. They gave a really big tip here of St. Moses the Black several years ago. And the momentum that Ye created by this post finally culminated in a film being released this Friday. Please give this redemption-themed film a quick shout out. I have no idea what this film is. My producer is putting a note here saying that's a modern retelling of St. Moses the Black that's based in Chicago. 50 Cent is the executive producer and Wiz Khalifa is in it. Me and 50 Cent should sit down in general, because I see the memes of 50 Cent and Candace Owens. I see them. They're good. They're fun. And so 50 Cent, if you are watching, let's make this happen. We should just do this for the world and just go at each other. I think that's what needs to happen. Titus writes, now we are over the target. God bless you, Candace, and thank you for your bravery. John Heinschel writes, JFK was a Catholic and Charlie was at a minimum Catholic curious. By the way, just to pause before I finish what you wrote here, that annoys me so much too about the amount of smoke that I had to deal with. He wasn't a Catholic, nor the funded campaigns. And then low key, and then you're telling the person you're sitting with who's giving you the relics of how much Charlie just like to love to be in here and prayer and all of this stuff. It's just there's so many lies. There are so many lies. Anyways, to continue reading.
What did what did she say? What has she actually said right there? She does that a lot, where it's like she waves her hands like I'm about to do something big, and she says something that really doesn't make any sense. And then she goes back.
With, boy, the Zionists really don't like Catholics. Also, grieving widows don't have to lie regardless of how they are behaving. Mrs. Kirk is not just behaving inappropriately. She's behaving suspiciously. I agree that it is always suspicious to tell a lie. That is what makes people go, that's not right. That's what made me go, For me, when I saw her and Andrew Colbert colluding after she told me they were getting rid of Andrew Colbert and replacing him, and then I realized he's the one organizing the Paramount Tactical and also the Alex Jones, which I've now confirmed with people that they fired for no reason, that it was Andrew. It was Andrew Colbert the whole time. So why did Erica lie to me? Why are we lying to Candace? Why are you lying to Candace? Anyway, Stephanie writes, I received my TPUSA hat today, LOL, most likely only because of the leaked call and the attention brought to the contract wording, if you will, regarding supplying the hats versus a plastic bracelet that said, we are Charlie Kirk. Your credibility is at 100. Thank you. Yeah, I got a lot of emails of people that never even received the hat, and now they are suddenly receiving them. So that's good. Eamon Collin writes, there is a reason for everything. We now see why Trump 45 and 47 got in. Without 45, 47, Charlie and you would not have been able to expose the truth. Watching this shows where we are in our Lord's plan. Peace is on the way. Christ is king. Keep going. Domax. And I agree. I shared that sentiment with this woman that I was speaking to. I was like, you know what's crazy? I do think it'll happen for a reason. It's the same way that I say, like, I'm so grateful that I worked for PragerU and Turning Point USA and Daily Wire, because even though I was blinded in many ways at the time to what now feels like, oh, it's just in the belly of the beast, as Basma Youssef was saying yesterday, I had to kind of be in there to see how it works. And I think similarly, she had to be there at that time because it moved her to then email me when she saw this strange lie coming from Andrew Colbert about the Catholic faith. And by the way, another thing that I found out, so many things I'm mad about that I'm now learning from the people that were wrongly fired at Turning Point USA. So the whole thing that Erica told me in my face about that was it was crazy at that time. And Andrew Colbert again went rogue in that interview with Alex Clark. Not true. Try again. Another lie that she told me. Because the reality is he was texting her throughout that interview. You know, it's like badly cut. And he was in communication with her during that interview, according to the person that worked in Andrew Colbert's office that no longer does. So I got to go back and just now track how many lies I was told, because I'm getting the information from the people that were on the inside. Anyways, Mama Essa writes, I love Nimi. My faves are the Buzzin' Bee Balm and the For Lips and the Elbows Body Wash and Butter. It smells divine. Talos and serums. I love your sass and your sarcasm and humor too. Thanks for cracking me up while being great and full of poise and grace and kindness, dignity, strength, and beauty. From Contessa. Thank you, Mama Essa Contessa. And yeah, I actually do love the tallow The tallow cream is really nice. Totally Awesome writes, Candace, will you please tell us more about Charlie Kirk's children, parents, and Eric Kirk's father and half-sister? Also, people think I'm nuts for listening to you, but we don't know. No, but we know. What I would say, I think children are off limits, always. Children are innocent, they should be protected, and every chance that I get, that seems for me to just not be a topic that I want to cover. Those are Charlie's children. But speaking about Erica's background, I told you that we have a week break coming up, not next week, the week after. And during that week, we'll get things together and have 2 episodes, just kind of a profile focus, separating fact from fiction. Joanne Monzo writes, I watched the Rabbi Barclay interview after you mentioned it yesterday. Just wow, my skin was crawling, but I could not stop watching him bury himself in his own psychobabble. Thank you for all that you do, Candace Crisis King. Honestly, it's a journey. You're just like, oh, you're just a Jewish supremacist. It's like, he's like, no, we better than you. Oh, don't you understand? You must worship us at all times. That's what you're getting wrong. The only thing that matters is us. We are the people we love the most, and you must worship us. And I was just like, trying to take notes
Who is
and
saying
really
this
understand
stuff?
things. And that probably was part of the beginning of the end of my support for Zionism, because I now believe that it is a objectively racist philosophy. I don't see how anybody could argue that. And most don't. They just want on the internet, but they don't want to actually sit down and have a debate about those things. Lastly, oh, nope.
That's interesting. It's interesting that Candace she'll bring up racism. And if you follow me on this channel, I believe it's called partiality. It's showing partiality to somebody's external qualities and such of that nature, not based on merit. But she'll call out racism only when it relates to Jews or somebody Jew adjacent, if you will. But she doesn't call out the racism or partiality that we can find right here in the United States, dare I even say in Nashville, where she lives. Like, why is she so fixated with that sliver of land the size of New Jersey, 9 time zones away? Why do you not care about what's going on here in the United States at all, unless it's somehow or another tied to what's going on with Israel? She only cares about it as much as she can tie Israel to it. If she can't tie Israel to it, she don't care. That's crazy work, man. It's just really interesting to me that that's all she cares about. All right, let's go. We're almost finished. This is almost
I got
over.
everything here. Yeah, I got everything. We are good. All right, you guys, we will see you on Monday.
Prayerfully not. I hate to say it, prayerfully not. I would be perfectly fine with God metering out some judgment and we not see Candace on Monday. I would be perfectly fine with that. I'm not even trying to be funny. Anyway, thank y'all so much for that. That was good. Thank you very much. All right. Let me just check these. I got a few supers. Thank you again very much for the support. And then we'll transition and talk about Mr. Don Lemon. Even though he got out on bail, we're going to still talk about it. So let us go. Screw Tape is losing control because she's causing some to seek God and love him more. I like that, Amethyst Angel. Thank you so much for the 5. And you are perfectly correct. Yeah, Wormwood is mad at Candace for sure. No one hated TPUSA Erica before Candace Owens started this bovine scatology. You're right on the mark. Nobody did. Nobody was doing. This is all the byproduct of Candace's ministry. This is the fruit of her ministry, y'all. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for the 10. Did you see that Candy's dad was a part of Sandy Hook? I've heard this, and I believe somebody emailed it to me. I haven't dug into it. I really didn't, but I'll continue. I guess he was a part of the cleanup crew, and I'm sorry for the lack of better words. Rotting Jewels here on YouTube did a deep dive. God bless you. Okay, well, thank you so much, Elizabeth. I will look into it for sure, and maybe we'll come back and talk about it another day. What do we got here? Candace is still a race-obsessed lefty. Sad. Thank you so much for the 2. I think she's always been a race-obsessed lefty. I mean, you got to prove it. You got to prove it different. She's headed towards her Nebuchadnezzar season. Please, Lord. Please. Thank you, Amethyst. I appreciate you, friend, for the 2. Thank you so much. Before we do that, you know what? I think the only thing right to get us prepared to start talking about Don Lemon is a proper palate cleanse. I think a proper palate cleanse is in order. I think that's the thing that will help us kind of transition and not be like angry or whatever. So let's go see whatAmi's up to. Ami, how are you doing, brother? I would love to have Ami on the show, y'all. Somebody make that happen. Tell Ami to holler at his boy. Let's go.
All right, you guys, we're just going to cut right to the chase here and go to this final scene of a very interesting movie, very interesting film that I found kind of disturbing. I don't get it. I don't know what's going on. I have questions. We're going to look at these scenes from Titanic, and as you'll see, something doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right. Let's take a look to cut 2. Can we start from the beginning there? Can we just go to the beginning part for one second? I just want to give you the full context. I want to give you the full context. Run it from the beginning. Okay.
It's getting quiet.
It's just gonna take a couple of minutes to get the boats organized.
What?
I don't know about you, but I intend to write a strongly worded letter to the White Star Line about all this.
Okay, clearly he's making a joke here. He's trying to be lighthearted, which I find hard to believe when you're struggling, when you're clearly supposedly having hypothermia. And if you're hypothermological, I just don't understand how you would be able to make a joke. I don't know. It just feels odd. I don't even understand why you would be attempting to speak when you're dying, supposedly dying. Why would you even attempt to speak? Just seems like a waste of time and supplies to even do that. Why would you do that? Let's keep watching.
I love you, Jack.
Don't you do that. Don't you say your goodbyes. Not yet. Do you understand me?
Okay, first of all, making demands on how people speak. It's very Daily Wire of him. You can't say that. You can't say that. Don't you do that. That sounds very familiar. Sounds very much like Ben Shapiro. I don't know. I don't know if he's involved in this, but this is clearly Jeremy boring behavior.
I can feel my body.
Winning that ticket, Rose, was the best thing that ever happened to me.
What?
Never let go.
I will never let go, Jack. I'll never let go.
Of course, we all know what happens. She does let go, which is just obviously so hypocritical that she ends up letting go of Jack at the end. And so, I don't know, something doesn't feel right. Of course, you realize when you want to get to the bottom of the story, you follow the money. The money, and of course, if you follow the money and find out what actually happened, can we go to cut 3? Her hand is, whoa.
She needs some Neemies.
Follow the money. Now we know. You guys, they think we're stupid. Obviously, it's about the money, okay? Rose ends up having this all along, concealing this wealth. She's probably working with the Zionists. And if you dig deeper into the story, you actually find out that there may have been a Zionist connection. I don't know. Do we have that image of the actual iceberg beneath the surface? Can we show that? There it is.
Wow.
Bibi Netanyahu is just not far behind. I just find that interesting.
Wow.
I find that very interesting. We cut to the very end scene. What are we looking at? This is exactly what it's like when I meet with Charlie in my dreams. This is the scene from my dreams that they clearly took, because this is what it's like when I meet with Charlie in my dreams. There he is. There's Charlie. And I'm going up the stairs. This is taken literally frame by frame from my dreams, okay? They can't even be original here. This is from my dreams. There I am. There's Charlie. And there's all of Turning Point USA just surrounding us. Yeah, because I solved the case. And you told me the truth. This is literally, I kid you not, taken from my dreams. I know a lot of people found this movie very sad, very emotional, very moving. I don't. I find it full of lies. Something doesn't add up, something doesn't feel right. Not gonna fall for it. One more thing, I do find it very interesting that the official theme song for the movie was actually about me and Charlie. Cue it up.
Y'all, what is wrong with him? Why is he like this, man? Wow. Okay, that was good. I have to admit that was good. I mean, most of Ami's skits are right on the nose. They're usually really good. So that was I like it. I like it. His mannerisms watching her, I mean, pretending like he's her watching something is right on the money, is right on the button. Real quick, shout out for sure. What does Tracy say here for the 10? Being a deceiver is greater than being a liar. She doesn't mean a lie to make something to something partial truth with bent reality. She doesn't mean a lie to make something to something partial. Okay, I think I got what you're saying. And I think, well, using Candace's logic though, if you don't give all the information, then you're lying. So if she had information about Erica Kurt back on the whatever it was, the 6th of September, then wouldn't that be a lie that she didn't tell us until now, almost the 31st of January? I think that would be a lie. Following her logic, that's how it goes. Word is she's never had a dream about Mr. Farmer. I mean, why is it that she? It's just weird to be a whole married woman and you talk about another man who's married to another woman, by the way, so much. Like that's going to have to be studied by science. All right, let's look at this document because at 8:00, I believe I'm still going to have a guest come by who's going to tell me that I'm wrong about my perspective about Mr. Don Lemon and my celebration about Don Lemon at least getting arrested. I still want them to throw the book at him, but we're going to see what happens. This is United States District Court, District of Minnesota. We see patient number 4 is Mr. Don Rinaldo Lemon. Is that how you say it? Rinaldo Lemon. I don't know who 5 and 9 are. Why do they get their names redacted? But it is what it is. All I need to see is Mr. Don Lemon. That's all I need. All right. The grand jury charges that at all times relevant to this indictment, the city's church, the church, is a Christian house of worship located in St. Paul, Minnesota. On the morning of Sunday, January 18th, at approximately 10:30 a.m., the church's pastor was leading the congregation in a liturgical service. In that service, the church pastor and congregation were then exercising and seeking to exercise the First Amendment right of religious freedom at the place of religious worship, a right that is also protected by the federal statute codified by Title 18, United States, Section 248. All right, let's go. And get this cleared out for y'all so we can all see it. There we go. All right, let's go. After the service commenced, a group of approximately 20 to 40 agitators, including all of the defendants named in the indictment, entered the church in a coordinated takeover style attack and engaged in acts of oppression, intimidation, threats, interference, and physical obstruction alleged herein. As a result, the defendant's conduct, the pastor and congregation were forced to terminate the church's worship service. Congregants fled the church building out of fear of their safety. Other congregants took steps to implement an emergency plan, and young children were left to wonder, as one child put it, if their parents were going to die. Count 1. All defendants, and here it is, conspiracy. All right. And I really want us, and hopefully I'll get done with this before my guest comes on, because I really believe that Don Lemon is in a lot of trouble with this. And if you watch the video, Don Lemon is the best witness against himself because Don Lemon live streamed that entire thing. So all the jury is going to have to do is see him doing the setup when they were in the parking lot talking about this is a pull-up operation and all that kind of stuff like that. So this is going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. So let's bring it back in. Let's go. The allegations set forth above in paragraph 1 through 4 of this indictment are realleged in corporation herein by reference. Object of conspiracy. Beginning on an unknown date and continuing to on or about January 18th, the state of and district of Minnesota defendants. We already got that. These people conspired and agreed with one another and with other persons and unknown to the grand jury to injure, oppress, threaten, intimidate multiple persons, including the clergy, staff, and congregants of the city's church in a free expression and enjoyment of their rights and privileges secured by them by the laws of the United States. And because of such persons having experienced such right, namely exercise of the First Amendment right and religious freedoms at a place of religious worship as secured by Title 18 United States Code Section 248C, all the violations of Title 18 are conspiracy against rights. Manner and means. In order to achieve the object of conspiracy. All right, so here it is. This is why I think Don Lemon is he's down bad. Defendants Armstrong and Allen, together with other persons unknown to the grand jury, organized the operation targeting the church, which they dubbed Operation Pull Up, and promoted it on the internet via Instagram accounts. All defendants met at the shopping center for a pre-op briefing, during which Armstrong and Allen advised other co-conspirators, including defendants Kelly, Lemon, somebody else, Lundy, Cruz, and Ford, about the target of the operation, i.e., city's church, and provided instruction on how the operation would be conducted once they arrived at the church. Once the church, all of the defendants entered the church to conduct a takeover style attack and engage in various acts of furtherance of the conspiracy. I mean, I don't know if the government has a stomach to do the right thing and measure out serious judgment on this, but there's no way you can tell me that this isn't a conspiracy. I mean, this is a conspiracy. And I mean, we're going to see what happens. So let's keep it going. Overt acts. These are what they did. In furtherance of the conspiracy and accomplish of the object thereof, defendants Armstrong, I'm not going to read all those people, together with other persons unknown to the grand jury, committed various overt acts, including but not limited to the following. Act 1. On the 17th of January, defendant Armstrong posted a flyer on 2 Instagram accounts controlled by her and advertising an anti-ICE action dubbed Operation Pull-Up, telling fellow agitators where to meet to prepare for the operation and exhorting them to be ready to mobilize. ICE refers to Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement. On about the 17th, defendant Allen posted a similar flyer on her personal Instagram account. On the morning of the 18th, all of the named defendants gathered with approximately 20 to 30 other co-conspirators for the pre-operation briefing led by defendants Armstrong and Allen in the parking lot of the Cub Foods. They still got Cub Foods up there? Oh, man, I used to love Cub Foods, man. They don't have any Cub Foods that I know of here in the South. Maybe they got them somewhere else, but they don't have them in Georgia at least. Overt Act 4. At the pre-operation briefing, defendants Armstrong Allen advised other co-conspirators, including defendants Kelly and Lemon, and about the target of their operation, i.e. city's church, and provided instruction on how the operation would be conducted once they arrived at the church. For a conspiracy, they've already created a conspiracy. The conspiracy is already there. So all it needs is one person to go and act it out. And it's a wrap. Everybody that's been included should be roped up and hauled off to jail because you are a part of the pre-planning of this. And I'm going to go on a limb and say that I bet you there's text messages, I bet you there's cell phone data that they were in communication with Don Lemon well before this. Just want to make sure we say that. All right, let's keep it going. Overt act number 5. On the morning of the 18th, defendant Lemon began live streaming on his internet-based show, The Don Lemon Show, where he explained to his audience he was in Minnesota with the organization that is geared up for a resistance operation against the federal government's immigration policies and took steps to maintain operational secrecy by reminding co-conspirators to not disclose the target of this operation, and stepped away momentarily so his mic would not accidentally divulge certain positions of planning session. Okay, I think he's cooked. If the law enforcement has the stomach to do the right thing, he's cooked. During the discussion with Defendant Armstrong at the pre-op briefing, Defendant Lemon thanked Defendant Armstrong for what she was doing to assure her that he was not saying what's going on, i.e., was not disclosing the target of the operation. Don Lemon was his own his own best witness against himself. Defendant Armstrong explained that Operation Pull Up was a clandestine operation in which she and other agitators would show up somewhere that is a key location where the targets don't expect us, and we disrupt business as usual. That's what we're about to go do right now. And Defendant Lemon said he would see her there. I have no idea how they're getting away with this. I have no idea, except for unequal weights and measures. Don Lemon gets different treatment. That's the only thing I can think of. Before heading to the church to join the co-conspirators, Defendant Lemon advised his live stream audience that we're going to head to the operation. Again, we're not going to give any information away. Operational details that would disclose where he and his co-conspirators were heading. At the pre-op briefing, the defendant Allen led other co-conspirators in chants that would be used in the church, including "This is what a community looks like," "ICE out of Minnesota." It is up north, though. You would expect ICE to be there, even at 30-degree weather. Urged her co-conspirators that they have the duty to fight for our freedom and duty to win. And as a group prepared to head toward the church, directed her co-conspirators to stay bumper to bumper, make sure everybody gets through the light, confirmed that everyone had the address. Okay. At the pre-op briefing, defendants, and this is over Action 9, Armstrong provided instruction and operational guidance for co-conspirators, including the following. First wave of agitators should enter the church essentially in an undercover capacity and position themselves around the church sanctuary. B, they should sit together and should not wear anything that activists identifying. And C, those who had anything activism identified should wait to come in with the second wave. This is some evil stuff, man. Continuing on in the morning on January 18th, all the defendants got in their vehicles and traveled with their co-conspirators to the church to engage in the planned takeover style operation. This is some crazy work, man. While en route to church, defendant told Defendant Lemon that they had to catch up to the others, and Defendant Lemon replied, "Let's go catch up." And because he was still live streaming, Lemon instructed blank and an unidentified male, don't give anything away, i.e. don't divulge information about the operation, and advise his audience, we can't say too much. We don't want to give it up. So it's pretty clear Don Lemon was he wasn't just a journalist. He wasn't just an embedded journalist or somebody to memorialize what was going on. He was a part of the event. He was a part of the storming of the church. That's it. There's no other way around that. But let us keep dancing. Let's go. Continuing on in the morning of the 18th, all of the defendants together with their co-conspirators entered the church sanctuary with their first wave positioning themselves among the congregants, and the second wave led by defendants Armstrong and Allen, commencing to disrupt takeover operation, in which the first wave of agitators then actively joined. As the pastor was beginning his sermon, Defendant Armstrong interrupted the service with loud declarations about the church harboring a director of ICE and indicating that the time for judgment had come, and other co-conspirators immediately joined in by yelling and blowing whistles in a takeover action on the church, all of which quickly caused the situation in the church to become chaotic, menacing, and traumatizing to church members. While inside the church, defendants Armstrong, Allen, Kelly, and these other people and others led and joined in on co-conspirators in various chants, including "Ice Out," "Hands Up, Don't Shoot," the "Stand Up, Fight Back," while gesturing in an aggressive and hostile manner, which congregants and the pastor perceived as threats of violence and a potential prelude to a mass deletion. All right, I'm not going to. This is wild. While inside the church, defendants Armstrong and the rest of these people oppressed, threatened, and intimidated the church congregants and pastors by physically occupying most of the main aisle and rows of chairs near the front of the church, engaging in menacing and threatening behavior, for some chanting and yelling loudly at the pastor and congregants, and or physically obstructing them as they attempted to exit and or move about within the church. While inside the church, defendants stood with other agitators in and around the main aisles of the church and intimidated the church members and obstructed and interfered with their freedom of movement, approaching the pastor and congregants in a menacing manner, and near the end of the operation, loudly berating the pastor with questions about Christian nationalism and Christians wanting to have their faith be the law of the land. While inside the church, defendant Lundy personally participated in disruptive behavior operation with other defendants by standing in the main aisle with the others and contributing to the physical obstruction and intimidation of the congregants participating loudly in some of the chants, one saying that the targeted ICE agent must be out, 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 punching his fist in the air. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I might be wrong. Maybe I'm missing it, but I don't know how Don Lemon's going to get out of this one. To me, I think the law is in favor of them, of the judicial system. And if they just do the right thing, Don Lemon's cooked. Thank you so much, Captain Jack. Someone will turn evidence on Don Lemon before this case is over. Someone always does. Just my experience talking. Thank you for the 5. That would be interesting. I would love to see. Now we got to make sure we get that metadata, but I would love to see some text messages. Thank you so much. With the $10, Vanessa Bryant lost not only her husband, but her daughter as well. So comparing the two is unfair. I can say from the unfortunate experience of losing a daughter that it's a grief much greater. And thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. I don't understand how Candace can even conflate those two as if they are a pound for pound. I think that's just wild work. Texas, thank you so much for the very kind 20. She says this: just want everyone to know you all matter, and Candy has issues, in my opinion. I agree with you so much, based upon information and belief. Thank you so much for the 20. I appreciate it. And what do we have here, Don? Danielle, no question, no comment. Just pure love of the game. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's finish up these. I'm supposed to have a guest come through at 8 o'clock, and I would love to maybe catch another little Ami video or something like that before we do that. So let me get in here. All right, let's go. While inside the church, defendants' crews personally participated in disruptive takeover operation with other defendants by standing in and around the main aisle with others and contributing to the physical obstruction and intimidation of congregants and participating in some of the chants. While inside the church, defendant Kelly disrupted the service by chanting, "This ain't God's house. This is the house of the devil." Wow. Approached one female congregant who was with 2 young children and demanded to know in a hostile manner why they were not involved in and supportive of the takeover operation, screaming Yahtzee in the congregant's face, and asked child congregant, "Do you know your parents are Yahtzees? They're going to burn in." Wow. I think that's the guy, if I'm not mistaken, the wild looking dude that was, telling Pam Bondi to come get me. Defendant Lemon told his live stream audience about the congregants leaving the church and about a young man who Lemon could see as frightened, scared, and crying. And Lemon observed that the congregants' reactions were understandable because the experience was traumatic and uncomfortable, which he said was the purpose. Please let them have the stomach to do the right thing. Please. All right. As the operation continued, Defendant Lemon acknowledged the nature of this of it by expressing surprise that the police hadn't yet arrived at the church, and admitted knowing that the whole point of the operation was to disrupt. I mean, his live stream is going to be his biggest. Is going to be the state's evidence. While the takeover operation was underway, Defendant Lemon asked Defendant Armstrong, "Who is the person that we should talk to? Is there a pastor or something?" And she pointed toward the front of the church, but noted the pastor might have run away. Lemon and Fort, approached the pastor and largely surrounded him to the front and on both sides, stood in close proximity to the pastor in an attempt to oppress and intimidate him, and physically obstructed his freedom of movement while Lemon peppered him with questions to promote the operation's message. While talking with the pastor, Defendant Lemon stood so close to the pastor that Lemon caused the pastor's right hand to graze Lemon, who then admonished him, "Please don't push me." I think he should have socked him. That's just my little 2 cents. Although the pastor told Defendant Lemon and the others to leave the church, Defendant Lemon and the other defendants ignored the pastor's request and did not immediately leave the church. After causing much of the congregation to flee, some of the defendants and other agitators engaged in chant proclaiming, "Who shut this down? We shut this down." Wow. Man, the fact that they're proud of that is crazy work. As one congregant reported to responding to police officers, some of the agitators blocked the stairs leading to children's child care area, and made it difficult and hazardous for parents to retrieve their children, causing some to take alternative routes in and or around the church. Man, come on, man. That's crazy. Imagine you drop your kid off at Sunday school or children's church, and then you end up, this craziness happens, and you're not able to get to your child. Man, come on. At one point, Defendant Lemon posted himself at the main door of the church, where he confronted some congregants and physically obstructed them as they tried to exit the church building to challenge them with facts about the U.S. immigration policy. Like, what in the world does that got to do with somebody going to church on Sunday? That's crazy work. As a minivan full of children was preparing to depart the church, Defendant Kelly, yeah, that's the guy, walked in front of the minivan and angrily yelled at the occupants, and Defendant Armstrong and Fort stood in front of the minivan while Fort interviewed Armstrong. Wow. All right. And that's all count one. That's all the conspiracy. So now we're talking about the, this is the FACE Act. Injure, intimidation, and interfere with exercising the rights of religious freedom at place of worship. The allegations set forth, we already know that, or we already know these people. They're going to give you the little, so they literally just lumped it all together. Okay. Each aiding and abetting one another, and together with other persons known and unknown to the grand jury by use of force, threat of force, and physical obstruction, intentionally injured, intimidating, and interfering with, and attempting to injure, intimidate, and interfere with multiple persons, including the church congregation, clergy, and staff, who were then lawfully exercising and seeking exercise of the First Amendment right of religious freedom at the place of religious worship, which resulted in bodily injury to one of the congregants. All the violations of Title 18 United States Code Section 248, A2 and B and 2A. All right. And this is a true statement. We know who these people are. We got Pam's name there. Who else we got? I think that's it. Wow. All right. Yeah, I want to see. I really do think somebody needs to go to jail. I just don't understand how you're going to get past that. I don't know how you dance around that and say, "Oh no, they don't have to go to jail." I mean, if that happened again, if you just flip the people groups on their heads, it's if you flip the people group, it's going to be there would be jail. They'd have paddy wagons lined up for days. So why in the world do these people not go to jail? I would love to know, why do these people not go to jail? So apparently, Mr. Lemon has gotten out of jail, and I kind of expected that. I don't expect him to stay in jail. I do expect him to get bond because that's just how they move with that type of person. But I do think he needs to go to jail, though. I don't see how he doesn't go to jail. That's what I don't get. But let me know what y'all think. What are y'all thinking about it? Okay. While we are thinking about it, let me see if Ami had another video, because I might do a little quick body cam while I'm waiting for my guest to come on at 8 o'clock. I'm going to text her and see if she wants to come on earlier. All right, let's us go. All right, Ami doesn't have anything newer. All right, let me grab a quick little video real quick. I don't see a mugshot. I haven't seen a mugshot. Trust me, I want to see a mugshot. I wanted to see a mugshot for sure. All right. I was looking for that thing for sure. All right. If Lemon does not go to jail, every church should stand up and protest. Oh, I agree. 100%. It's a person that was in my comment section on my Don Lemon video. If you go to the Don Lemon video, she was very vocal. And it's actually the pinned comment. She had a lot to say. And I just invited her to come on and let's talk about it. So. All right, let me pull this one in real quick. I don't think I've seen this one, so I don't know what this one is. All right, we're gonna find out together. It's loud. I know that much. It's loud. All right, we got a quick little body cam. Just have a little detox before we get ourselves ready to have a conversation about Don Lemon. So let me bring this in. Y'all know how we like to do it. Green hearts in the chat.
You're not doing what you're told to do. Close the door. Close the door.
Oh my God.
Because you just ran from me, that's why.
No, I didn't run from you.
Well, you didn't stop when I told you to stop. Yeah, we're stopped. She just thinks she needs to go to work instead of stopping for me.
No, I was trying to get out of the road. You were parked behind me and you turned your lights on in the middle of the damn road. So I turned here and came and parked.
Driver's
Don't you dare
license,
try to
please.
pull that.
Why did you not stop back there when we got off the road? Ma'am, give me the driver's license now. Get out of the car. 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 You are under arrest. You are under arrest.
Give me a chance. No, I am not.
You're still Grayson and Tinson. Stop.
You're fucking grabbing on me, you fucking criminals. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Do not twist my hand like that. I'm telling you. Do not fucking twist my hand like that. You're really going to have an issue.
Yeah.
Are you serious right now? You know what?
Put your hand on your back. Put your hand on your back. Stop resisting. Stop. 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 Stop.
I'm not resisting arrest.
Stop. Yes, you are.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I was not resisting arrest. Are you serious? I'm going to call my supervisor so I can let her know that I'm out.
Stop. What are you talking about?
You're twisting my arm.
Nobody's twisting anything.
Yes, you are.
My camera's pointed right at the handcuffs right now.
That is
Clear to see what's happening.
So what, you wanted me to let you pull me over and I'm supposed to get out in the middle of a busy road? That makes no sense. I turned right in here and parked. You do not have that right.
We need a cruiser, please.
You do not have that right.
Well, I do.
You do not.
You're not cooperating with me.
But I
You
do.
put your lights on back there. I turned into
That's the
here so I
point.
can get out of the road.
But
I know my
I
rights, so
do.
you don't
Right
have the
now.
right to
It's
say
the
that. I
point.
cannot call someone.
Back
I
there,
didn't
when
see
we got
you
off the road.
stop until we got right here at the turning.
Whoa. No. That's not what you just said. You just said you saw my lights in the middle of the road. Maybe we wouldn't be here right now, but no matter what, you
Right.
gotta stop.
I would never run from the police. I have no reason
You
to
rolled
run.
down your window and looked at me.
Because I said, can I turn into here? I'm late for work. That's what I was trying to tell you.
And I said, don't. I said, stop.
They've never had an issue with that.
We're blocked away
They've
from where
never had. You're a liar. You're a liar. I'm done talking with you because you're fucking lying.
Third,
You're a
Fifth Street,
fucking liar.
4th
Didn't I
Street.
just say I'm done talking to you? Shut the fuck up.
You're the one.
Wow.
I was gonna stop. I was getting out of the road. I've been pulled over before. They've never had an issue with me pulling out of the middle of the street.
Okay.
I'm done talking to you. Don't pull on me.
Don't pull
I
away.
told you, don't ever pull on me. You don't have that right. If you're gonna take me, don't take me to. I'm done talking. Well, that's fine then. So don't worry about that.
In your purse.
You don't control me.
If you're
You're a
gonna
cop.
pull
You're a cop that I pay. You're a cop that I pay. So
Wow.
now you're pissing me off.
You have
Okay.
your ID somewhere?
Do not touch my belongings.
Is your driver's license in your purse?
You do not have the right to touch my
You are under arrest at this point. We have the right to search your car, incident to arrest.
My belongings.
Plus, we got to ID you. Walk.
I do not trust you guys. You guys are armed.
Walk.
You may try to put some drugs in your purse. Do not grab on me. Do not
Face
say
the
that.
car.
You do not have the right to
Are
touch
you
my
going to
belongings.
provide your
You
identification?
do not have the right to touch my
Don't
belongings.
pull away.
I'm not.
He's over there working. Don't get working.
This is ridiculous. I'm gonna lose my job.
Don't.
You about to lose your
Just tell
job.
me so we can talk about things and move on.
You don't want to talk about anything. You want to arrest people. That's
Well, you
what
are
you want to
doing
do. Follow directions. You want me to follow directions?
I do
I'm
not
gonna
follow your directions.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
follow
I don't
mine.
It is weird. I
That is
thought
why
about
you're
that
under
too.
I don't
arrest right
follow your
now.
directions. Pathetic. You're pathetic.
You're
All these people out
pathetic.
here needing help, and this is what you guys are doing with your time.
Is your license valid? I'm asking you a question. Valid, 5429. Which making a cruiser?
In front of my job.
Well, if you'd stopped on 4th Street, we would be in front of your job.
You people are insane.
I just hate all the resources, man.
We're going to go walk over this cruiser.
There are 5 officers here.
Right over here, officer.
You close up my stuff.
We'll take care of your property.
We got you. We got you.
We'll take care of your property. Come on.
Thank you, sir. For, all right, hold it for
Obstruction. Obstruction.
Why am I being arrested though?
I'll let him explain that to you. I don't know.
Because I was not resisting arrest.
Let him explain that to you.
Because this is crazy now. Like, this is just too much. Because, like, you guys are supposed to be here to protect us, sir, but none of you guys even care about the truth.
Well,
Y'all just come and y'all just, it's like y'all are gang members that just support.
So, ma'am, you said you want to talk to a supervisor?
Yes, because I don't know why I'm being arrested. I was not fleeing. When I originally seen his lights, I was right here in the middle of the turning thing. So I turned in here. I'm telling him, call my manager and tell him, like, I'm here, I'm outside, like, you're resisting. It's like, it's just not fair. Y'all just gang up on us. Nobody listens. Nobody likes the truth. And it's like, I don't.
You have to respect that when the officer is giving you instructions, you have to follow. Let me finish. You have to follow his instructions. So when he's telling you,
I was not resisting arrest or whatever he's trying to say, obstruction, whatever. I don't know.
Okay.
That was not the thing.
Okay.
This is insane. This is insane.
Right.
Now I'm gonna lose my job. Like I cannot go to jail. I need to go in here and go to work.
Okay.
No, being like out here like I'm some type of killer. Look how y'all, like all y'all out here, all of these out here in front of my job. Like that's insane, man. Y'all don't even think about that.
Okay.
Cause y'all the real thugs and criminals. They do not have the right to ramage through my stuff. They are to get out of my car now.
Ramage through. Don't be ramaged through in it.
Y'all under arrest. I'm not under arrest. I'm finna get so pissed off. I'm finna get so pissed off. Stop ramaging through my shit.
Stop ramaging. Put ramage in the chat. Don't be ramaging.
You do not have the right to ramage through my stuff.
He's
And
gonna
not that fake ass
ramage.
security guard that was on the scene, not his fake ass. Well, like he want to be a supervisor because I want to challenge all y'all. Because obstructing, can you explain what obstructing is?
16, bro.
Yeah, how can I take this to trial?
Yes, please.
Yeah, matter of fact, call somebody out here because I want to challenge that officer. I'm going to challenge all y'all, actually.
The date was October 5th, 2025, and at 10 a.m., a high-speed pursuit shattered the morning calm. It began when an officer clocked a sedan flying at 64 miles per hour in a 35 mile per hour zone, weaving through traffic and using the painted median to illegally pass other drivers. When the sirens wailed, the driver initially pulled over, but then suddenly sped away. It took multiple verbal orders over the PA system before she finally came to a halt. The situation immediately turned volatile as the driver jumped out of her car, ignoring commands to stay inside. "I was just trying to get off the road," she yelled, claiming she never heard the orders to stop. As the officer moved to detain her for the reckless flight, a physical struggle ensued. Despite her cries that she knew her rights and was only worried about being late for work, her resistance led to charges of obstruction and resisting arrest. Subscribe for more videos and get the latest deep dives into the archives of body cam reel files. Hit the notification bell so you never miss a new upload.
I appreciate you. I don't know. Hold on. I don't like those ones. But shout out for sure. Thank you so much. What do we have here? Danielle says this with the 10. Candace was upset because she got a lot of backlash for her reaction to the leaked videos. Even a couple of her own turned on her. Narcissistic injury makes them mad. Okay. Look, I don't think those videos were the leaked audio and the Zoom call. I don't think they were bad at all. I think they showed that she was leading the ship. Like, I don't get it. Don't forget Creepy Joe, Department of J, not only charged but convicted 7 reporters after January 6th. That's right. Look, I just need them to do the right thing. All right, Jason, have you seen Edie's videos from yesterday and today? Epic. I have not seen the one today. I did see the one yesterday. If my guest is late, then I will pull that in. I might have time. Let me see. Maybe I'll pull that in and give a shout out to Edie Lowe for sure. Real quick. Candace is upset. I just said that. Thank you so much again. And then what do you say here? Jesus, Freak 2000 with the 2. Have you heard of the comedian Nick Peterson? Check him out. Nick Peterson. I've not heard him. I have not, but I will check for him for sure. Let's go check out what Edie was doing yesterday. And you said that was yesterday and today. So let's go see what Edie Lowe is doing. All right, what do we have? This is today. This is a long one, isn't it? This is pretty long. Yikes. Oh, we might have to do that we might have to do that for tomorrow. Oh, both. Yeah, these are long. Yay. Did she do a short? Let me do this one right here. There's a short she did. I don't want to do a 25-minute video. All right, let's see what we got here. Hold on 1 second. Bada boom, bada bing. All right. All right, what's Candace talking about? What's Edie got going on?
I am relieved that Erica Kirk is at the head of Turning Point USA. She should have never become the CEO and chairman overnight. Erica Kirk, man, she really is just the moment. So stunning. It's just unmatched. I can just look at people and I just catch a vibe and I'm like, I remember meeting Erica and she was just lovely, genuinely such a nice person. I was like, Charlie, just go for it. It is the general tone that is off-putting, and my only ground rule is no assassinations. It's accident, okay? We'll be right back. And my husband's dead, not to be morbid. That is a sentence that, and I just kept asking him to replay it over and over and over again. Just thought she would be more upset. You're not just a grieving widow. That's what it means to step into a company of that size and that scale. The overall mood of this call. You know, Erica Kirk, I could see the energy is extraordinarily upbeat. She's gonna fight. She's gonna fight, and she is going to fight on the good side. Where it comes from, I'm gonna explain the happiness that I feel. It comes from peace. This is a faithful couple because we're witnessing the gospel. This is a woman who consulted a priest and prayed. My assumption was that, so I can't even imagine what it feels like. I assumed she couldn't get out of bed. She's gonna fight. I assumed that she couldn't pick her head up. She's gonna fight. That she was in the office every day. She's gonna fight. So what I had imagined in my head was happening, just, it's too much. Simply was not so. I can't stop reading conspiracies. It never stops. I'm just reminding us all to just have a little bit of grace, is all. No, I reject it. I reject that 100%. All of this makes my skin crawl. I don't lie. I am relieved that Erica Kirk is at the head of Turning Point USA.
Shout out to Edie Lowe. Shout out. If the mods can make sure we drop Edie's channel in the chat, I'll probably do that tomorrow because she has two. They look pretty good, but they are pretty long, lengthy videos. And I was supposed to have a guest stop by on today to tell me that I was wrong about what I said about Don Lemon. So I want to make sure that I give them an opportunity to stop on through. And I did shoot them a message and ask them to come in a little earlier if they wanted to. And let me just give you I'll give you the context as we get closer to her coming on. I'll give you the context when she comes on. So we all know that we can do that for sure. All right, good people. Thank y'all so much for stopping in. What we got here? So, this Nick Peterson, you said? He's doing a touring the Leering Center. I'm assuming you mean the ones up in Minnesota. Let's see, Nick Peterson. Oh, this is short. Is this? Oh, this is not long. Okay, hold on. Oh, we can do this real quick. Yeah. Well, I've never seen this guy before. Thank you so much, Jesus Freak. Let's pull in Mr. Quality Leering Center.
Imagine.
And if the mod, let me drop the link in the chat too, so y'all can go check out what he's doing. I'd like to support content creators that when we have new ones that we just pop in. All right, there we go right there. Let me drop this into the chat. All right, let's go. All right, let's see what he's talking about. And this was called, wait, what is this called? The Quality Leering Center commercial. Let's see what he's got. Green hearts in the chat where you can hear.
Imagine your child leering math right here. Or perhaps leering science over here. Or leering the future language of Minnesota. Well, imagine no more. Welcome to the Quality Leering Center. At the Quality Leering Center, we strive for greatness, not only for your child, but more importantly, for our luxurious lifestyles, our terrorist friends overseas, and Democrat politicians right here in the U.S. To achieve that greatness, we follow the 5 fundamental tenets to success: fabricate everything, receive government funds, act the victim, undermine the opposition, and deny, distract, demonize. All of our dedicated teachers are former Somalian pirates, so you can be sure your child is in good hands with someone whose IQ is equivalent to a school zone speed limit. Speaking of pirates, Democrats, members of Congress, and even Governor Walz fully support our business operations. Rest assured, absolutely no one will be held accountable. They don't just turn a blind eye for the sake of money. They crank their head 180 degrees and jam it up their own butt. At the Quality Leering Center, we recognize there have been an abundance of fraud scandals, coincidentally, right here in Minnesota, also involving billions in government funding, and also run by Somalians. Therefore, to solidify your trust, we promise to lear from their mistakes and ensure your tax dollars reach the right hands in Somalia. Your toothpaste may not make it through TSA, but $700 million in cash, we can make that happen. Now, you might be wondering, I thought this was a daycare. What about the kids? That's all just politics. Now you're getting it. We know that you have plenty of options here in Minneapolis, but while other daycares receiving government funding are only open for 15 minutes a day, we're open for over 45 minutes Tuesday through Wednesday. And if that's not enough, here's some 5-star reviews from happy customers.
Oh!
Thanks, John Smith. Hey, if you're in the neighborhood, don't bother stopping by. And if you have any questions, please ask yourself this first. What happened to those who questioned Tim Walz's agenda in the past? For more information, please visit yourqualitylearingcenter.com. The Quality Leering Center. Leering made fun.
That was actually really good. That was pretty good. Okay, I can dig with that one. All right, let's okay. Maybe you know what we need to do? we of course we have body cam day. Maybe we need to do like just a comedy show and look at some comedy videos. I can rock with that. I can get down with that. Nick Peterson. Let me go ahead and subscribe real quick. All right, let me see. Let me grab another. I don't know if my guess is falling through or not. All right, let's see. "60 years of failed weather predictions."
Everybody,
All right, let's see. He got the tinfoil hat on. We're already winning right there. We're winning with the tinfoil hat. Maybe do like a whole comedy show. I mean, I got a whole bunch of body cams too. Well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. All right, let's go. Hey, the tinfoil hat is approved by me for sure. All right, let's go. Green hearts in the chat when you can hear.
Everybody panic. Today's humor is brought to you by 60 years of failed climate predictions. And before all you internet scientists label me a conspiracy theorist for having common sense, I'm not saying the climate changing is out of the realm of possibility. All I'm saying is in the 60s, we needed to panic because a biologist who predicted oil would be gone in 10 years said unless we're extremely lucky, everybody will disappear into a cloud of blue steam by 1989.
Bruh.
Well, see, we didn't have the technology back then. We're not talking handlebar mustaches and riding penny farthings. We were putting people on the moon. Or were we? In the 70s, we needed to panic because the New York Times and Science magazine said there'd be another ice age by the year 2000. Now, I'm no scientist, but I'm pretty sure that the only ice age we've had in the last 60 years was voiced by Ray Romano. Brown University's Department of Geological Sciences wrote to Nixon warning him of imminent glacial temperatures, but not before. They said, panic, urban citizens will need gas masks by 1985, and pollution will kill all fish. In 74, we needed to panic because satellites apparently showed proof an ice age was coming fast. And 2 years later, the scientific consensus was a global cooling famine was imminent. And then in the 80s, we needed to panic because acid rain would destroy all crops in 10 years. Now, it was around this time that science threw a curveball sharper than Greg Maddox. They were like, ice age? What? We didn't say that. We meant global warming. Because in 1989, the UN said we needed to panic for the Maldives would be underwater by 2018. In the 90s, they said, everybody panic, the ozone layer will be gone in 10 years. And by 2000, your hairspray would melt all ice caps and, quote, children won't even know what snow is anymore. In 2005, we needed to panic because Manhattan would be underwater by 2015. I know that's bull crap. I just waited in line for half an hour there because my wife likes pop-up bagels. They are very good. In 2008, Al Gore told us to panic because the Arctic would be ice-free by 2013. Then in 2019, AOC gave us all Forrest Whitaker eye with the dumbest prediction that the world would end in 12 years. So that's what? 15 predictions right there from some of the smartest people on Earth. Not AOC, but the other ones. For you stat keepers out there, they're 0 for 15 on those. So forgive me if I don't immediately panic on the newest climate thing. And now we got paper straws stuck to our lips because y'all are taking environmental advice from the Swedish Simple Jack. Despite none of those things happening, Justin Trudeau has implemented a carbon tax on Canadians to save the world. The way it works, is you pay higher taxes in hopes that having a car is unaffordable. And he takes private jets. Don't need a telescope to see that's bullcrap coming from a mile away.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Was a good recommendation. Thank you. I'm looking forward to we'll check him out a little bit more. Got no tinfoil in the house. Can I use plastic wrap instead? That's not environmentally friendly though. It's not easy to recycle. So I don't know if you can use that. Why don't you just put like a pot on your head and send me a picture of it. I promise not to share it with anybody. Just put like a pot on your head. And that'll probably work. Because that's recyclable, you know, you can reuse that. Just a thought. Okay. Oh, Milk Bar did do a good video as well. Let me see real quick. Shout out to Milk Bar TV. All right. Now, I was trying to clear our palette of Candace, but y'all bringing me back. Y'all just running it back to Candace. So don't blame me that we're back on Candace. Okay. Which one was it? Oh, because I actually saw this one. That's why I recognize it. All right, let's pull it in.
Candace is a young
Green
mom
hearts.
of like 3 young kids. It's my prerogative if I say to myself, that is not someone. Candace is a young mom of like 3 young kids. It's my prerogative if I say to myself, that is not someone I wish to attack. I won't do it.
I think
Now it's like a point of pride.
Is that what Candace is accusing Erica of?
yes.
Of murdering her own husband? Okay. Like I said, I don't take in that content, and I have since learned it is not true. Candace has not made that claim. She's specifically been defending Erica Kirk.
I really fully believe God's role for me here is to possibly play a role in getting this whole thing to a better place.
What I really want is for Candace to move on from Turning Point and Erica. Maybe Candace does want an off ramp, and I'm willing to try.
Erica became, the Turning Point became the focus of Candace Owens. And honestly, Tucker, from that point forward, I worked with Turning Point and Erica regularly. But for the whole time, I was in close contact with them. And then ultimately, Erica was asking me if I would help forge a meeting with them, broker a peace, trying to shame me because I haven't spoken out on the Erica-Candace conflict. I don't have any pearls of wisdom other than go fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves. You have no fucking clue what's going on. You don't know what I do behind the scenes.
We don't know what you do.
Are doing a couple of episodes to separate fact from fiction when it comes to the background of Erica Kirk. You are going to hear her actually be the first person to say an expression that has been used a lot. She's going to remind people that everybody grieves differently. 5.5 days after Charlie was announced dead.
We will do our best to continue to make Turning Point USA the behemoth that he wanted it to be.
Hearing her sound like she's about to cry when she discusses specifically them keeping their jobs, not Charlie, but Charlie having been assassinated in front of the world, but the prospect of their employment, I do believe with all of the new information that I'm getting, and it is a lot, that she has been orchestrating this entire PR campaign.
You fail to understand there are real humans involved here, and actually being able to touch grass and have relationships with them, which is something I'm doing, could prove to actually benefit all involved.
And you can even check out this clip, which is that her in a car. Stacey, just everywhere. On the phone, Stacey is there capturing every moment. Me, I needed my sister to fly in to be by my side. Husband, cousin. Erica needed the head of gifts and donations. I find that to be very strange.
Well done, Milk Bar. Well done. Well done, my friend. Well done. All right. This is going to be good. I'm waiting. I told you all earlier. Let me just pull it in real quick. I did this video earlier today. It's my video on Don Lemon. Don Lemon is arrested. And in the comments, a young lady told me that I was wrong. And if you can go check it out, I pinned it to the top because I just thought it was very insightful. Just lots of insight there. And she's been going kind of hard in the paint. And when I offer people, hey, you can come and share and we can talk just like I did with Peter yesterday. I got no problem with having a dialogue with people. I hope that people can see that. So this person, has been going pretty hard in the paint. Unbelievable and sickening. You are celebrating the arrest of 2 black people, 2 black journalists, please forgive me, that were doing their jobs, actually interviewing a pastor. He was previously exonerated by multiple courts, supporting more use of Trump's goon squad. You better stay in master's good grace, shaking my head. And I said, well, how do I celebrate more? And he said, you can send Massa a thank you note for the continuous disregard for our constitutional and human rights. Okay. said, girl, bye. The mocking will continue until morale improves. All right. Like I just so anyway, that's who we're going to be welcoming on. Hopefully she'll be coming on shortly. And if not, it'll be fine. We have a plan B. But I did make it, I offered her, I said, why don't you shoot me an email? I'll finish reading this one too. It's good to know that you do not believe in the First Amendment and support constitutional rights for all races being stripped. It's sad to see our people of all people support this hypocrisy by the president. He is using the office to wage war on anyone he disagrees with. People are being hurt, terrorized, and losing their lives and freedom. All right. Well, thank you so much. Looking forward to this. Well, she shot me an email. So it wasn't just a troll. She shot me an email. So I figured she meant she was really, truly wanting to have a conversation, wanting to have that good old dialogue. I'm always keen, always open to some dialogue. I like that. So that is it. I'll give her a few more minutes. And if not, we will transition on to another direction if we need to. All right. So that's who we're waiting for. And hopefully I've been looking, I've not seen a Don Lemon. I haven't seen a Don Lemon mugshot, but if anybody does find one, dearwokec@gmail.com. All right. I'll appreciate it. Let me, hold on 1 second. Nope, that's not it. All right. Let's go see what we got. Let's go back. Let's who's my master? Christ. That's it. I mean, I guess my wife sometimes she be telling me stuff to do stuff. I feel like sometimes my kids feel like they're my masters too, but no, Christ is my master. All right. Let's while we are waiting. This is a very interesting body cam. I don't know what happened. This is a very strange one. But I will tell you this, it's not mirrored, so we don't have to worry about that. So while we're waiting for my guest to come on, we'll do this one. I think this was interesting. I don't know what to think about this one. Tell me what you think is actually this woman's problem. Like, what is her problem?
Police conduct a traffic stop after observing a woman standing outside her vehicle in the middle of a busy intersection. What she does next will leave this officer speechless.
Yeah, we're just coming from the beach.
If a reason for the stop is because you were obstructing traffic by having your door wide open, and if I would have kept all going, your door would have got clipped with you in it.
Yeah, no, I know. I just opened the door. I had opened the door when I was right there, just because I had opened.
Did you drop something?
Yes.
What'd you drop?
I had dropped it.
Well, did y'all have fun at least?
Yes.
You happen to have your license, registration, and insurance?
Yes,
you said you were coming from the beach?
Yes. Yes, sir.
All right, Pensacola Beach?
Yes, sir. I work out there.
You looking for your ID? Because you put it in your bag.
I'm sorry?
Looking for your ID?
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
You put it inside the bag. You had it in your hand, you put it inside the bag.
I'm sorry.
You had your ID in your hand and you put it in your bag.
Yeah. No, I'm not. That's my sister's ID, Brunelma. That's my sister. That's not me.
Why do you have her ID?
I just have it just because I have it. It was.
Why do you have her ID? That is always
trying to double verify you come from the beach because
that's always a sure sign that somebody's up to some shenanigans and hijinks when they have somebody else allegedly has somebody else's ID in their wallet, in their purse, in their car. It makes no sense. I know they're more likely being dishonest, but oh, by the way, thank you, Mike, for blessing 5 people with some brand new memberships. Guess what? My guest is here. Let's go with that. What y'all know? Shout out. That's what's happening. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Sanaya is here. Sanai?
Senya.
Senya. Okay, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Quite well, thank you. Quite well. I'm glad you were able to stop through. I had
Yes.
just spoken with the watching audience that we were going to be discussing my position on Don Lemon. Went over a couple of the comments and such like that. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to, if you don't mind, tell us a little, if you want to, feel free to tell us a little bit about yourself, or if you want to just jump in and explain your positioning on Don Lemon. Either one is fine with me.
Okay, I'll do both real quick. I told you I'm in the Detroit area, Detroit metro area. So I'm here in Michigan. We got on sweaters. It's cold.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
freezing. I'm a cost accountant. I work in the development of downtown Detroit.
I love it. Love it.
Yep. It's doing big things. But I usually listen to my podcast. You're a person that I subscribe to while I'm working. And I saw you pop up first thing when I was logging in this morning. I think I got on your podcast because of who's our guy there, Mr. Umar.
Umar. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
he's a gift. He is a gift.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he's something else. But the thing is, I watched most of your video, and I was just taken aback because I just don't understand how it doesn't matter whether you like Don Lemon or don't like Don Lemon. It's the whole situation. It's about our constant freedoms being taken. And I'm like, and it's going to come a day on here, like I said, I was following you because of Umar, this and that. But one day it's like, you can't say anything anymore. You can't say anything anymore. People are being targeted. People are being locked up. I understand that he's high profile or this and that. I mean, we just saw Jimmy Kimmel, Stephen Colbert. We saw James Comey, Letitia James, same thing, and like a couple of comments was like, you're a racist. Oh, not at all, baby. I'm from Detroit in the country. Okay. I tell most people they don't care that my best friend is white. They're like, you've been friends since kindergarten? Since kindergarten? Yes, right. Because I'm from the country. We build relationships and we stay with each other. That's how we get down. So that is just ludicrous. And like I pointed out in one of my comments, I said, it's going to affect everyone. It doesn't matter your color. Like people I just named, James Comey, he's not black. You see what I'm saying? If you say anything against this administration, you speak out about your rights, this and that. If they don't like it, they're telling you, we're going to lock you up. We're going to take away your rights. We're going to do this. It's like a civil war is happening in the streets. And I don't know if you saw the recent case. I was leaving Detroit yesterday, and my coworker was like, did you see the news? Did you see what happened at the school? All my kids are grown, but they went kindergarten all the way up. I don't believe it's made it your way because it's national news, where the parents dropped their kids off at school, pulled out. I've dropped my kids off there all the time. It was just crazy to look at it on the news this morning. ICE detained them. I didn't even know ICE was out here. I didn't even know they were out there. Them poor kids went to school, and then their parents swooped up. It's insanity. It's like, where does this stop?
Okay.
When is enough enough?
No, and you make a great point. And I'm gonna since we were talking about the Don Lemon, I'm gonna like centralize it there. Yeah. So that because I literally just read the charging documents. We've watched several videos about it. So then I think that I'll stay right there. But
yeah, I read them too.
Okay. So before I go there though, because you listed off a couple of names, and I thought that was very key. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna list off Laken Riley and Rachel Morin and Jocelyn Lascelle Nigeri and Megan Boss. And you might be saying, well, okay, who are these names, Jason? These are women that have been deleted by persons who are in the country illegally, that had a warrant for their deportation, and they weren't deported, but they were able to do something. Like Laken Riley was here in Georgia, at the University of Georgia, where my daughter would have been going to school this fall. So I do understand that we can pontificate till the cows come home. They're taking our rights away, this, that, and the third. But I don't understand, and feel free to chime in. If I came into your home without permission and you did not invite me in your home, why would I be able to stay?
Are you making this comparison to the
Right. So no, somebody coming into the United States illegally.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna come back to the church in a moment too, but I'm just like just to keep it real simple, like if I come into the United States illegally or I come into your home illegally, why do you not have the right to get me out of the house?
Why do I not have the right? Well, it depends.
Right. I kicked the door in. I kicked the door in or I snuck through the window, but I'm in your house. You did not invite me in. I am an unwanted visitor.
So you
in your home.
Undocumented. You never, you snuck
Never,
in
no.
like a lot of people did. And then
And I'm in your crib. I'm sitting right next to you on your crib. I'm sitting right next to you. Do you have the right to kick me out of your house?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Under what grounds?
But how long are you staying?
I've been here for 20 years. I've been here for 20 years. I've been eating out your refrigerator. I wash my clothes. I leave a ring around the bathtub. I do all that kind of stuff. Leave my socks by the couch. I do everything.
Right.
I've been there for years.
Right.
When you gonna get me out of there?
What are you doing to contribute?
Not a dang thing. Nothing. I said nope. Eating your food up. I play with your lights. I mess with your thermostat. I do all that kind of stuff that you don't like. I mess with your radio on your car. Matter of fact, I drive your car and I don't even put any gas in it. When do you get to take me out? When do you get to push me out of your house?
If I feel you're not, are you committing crimes?
Yeah. Yep. The first, no, you know what? I only committed one crime. I'm a perfect person. The only crime I committed was that I got in your house without your permission. That's the only crime I committed. Everything else, matter of fact, every now and then I even do clean the bathtub. I even put the seat down on the toilet.
Okay.
So I don't commit no crimes. I only committed the crime of coming into your house without your permission.
If you're not bothering me, I'm not concerned.
Now, baby, let's be honest. I'm in your crib with my feet up on your couch, and you okay with? Say again.
Eat themselves.
I'm eating out your refrigerator. Whatever you put in there, I'm eating it. Whatever you put in the pantry is mine. Whatever you put in the cupboard I'm eating it.
So how are you eating my food?
Because you go buy it.
How am I supporting you through my taxes? How am I doing that? If you can't get welfare or assistance through the government.
I'm getting it in your house. We're staying in your crib. I'm in your house.
I'm just
you go to work. You go to work. You go to Jewel and Cub and all that and buy groceries. And I'm like, oh, it's great. Okay. I drink your orange juice. I fry me some eggs. I do all that stuff with your, and I don't contribute anything. Do you think that that's fair that you continue to take care of me?
Am I really taking care of you?
What do you mean?
If I want to take care of you, I'll take care of you. It's not a problem. If you're not bothering me, if I want you there,
you don't want. So you just, I told you I broke in. You didn't invite me. You don't know me from a can of paint. I just popped up in your couch. You came downstairs one day and I'm sitting on your couch.
Of course, a stranger comes into my house. Yes, I will have issue with that. Yes.
Okay, so at what point do you? When does the issue kick in?
The issue's gonna kick in as soon as I see you. I got 2 pit bulls.
Okay. Well, okay. So for whatever reason, you feel like it's okay if somebody's in your house that you jettison them out. Why do we not jettison people out of the United States the same way?
No one came here. Who are we?
No, we're talking about we are talking about right now today. We can go theorizing. We can go back into history. But I'm saying like somebody who comes across the border and 4 years ago came across the border with the invitation from the former administration. Just come on up in here. And it's okay for them to be here?
Yeah. Did they apply for their paperwork?
Nope, they just roll up in here.
Okay. I don't understand how they're going to get around and stuff with no documentation.
But they've been doing it. That's the thing. You live in Detroit. You're not too far. I mean, you see them. Yeah. You see what's going on in Dearborn. You see what's going on in Minneapolis. You see, so you know that they're there, and you know they're doing it. So they're clearly doing it.
They ain't bothering me. I'm 50 years
So
old.
so
They ain't bothering
oh,
me.
so let me make so because they're not bothering you, you're okay with them being in the United States illegally.
I think that they should, like, what do you apply for? What do you call that?
They haven't applied for
I-9
anything. They
or
haven't applied
this
for
and that?
anything. They're just there eating up your food,
Well,
taking
people
up your
should take,
water.
we got a lot of people that don't handle their business, that's deadbeats and this and that. Well, they should take care of their, get your paperwork in order.
They should, but
Why?
they don't. But they're not.
Okay, they
But they're
should.
not.
There's a
And
lot
it,
of people.
so
There's people that should be in rehab. There's crackheads walking around the place.
So-
You should go get help. They don't.
so you're okay with them, and you have no problem with them being in the United States using your resources because they're using your tax money to take care of them.
How can they use my tax money if they're undocumented? They can't go to the welfare office and get food stamps.
Yes, they do all the time.
How can they?
They can
don't
get.
exist.
Wait, so am I to believe? Wait, are you? Wait. You're not telling me.
Always this big cost account. No,
You're not telling me that
you got to put down a social security number.
Okay, so every person that gets Social Security, every person that gets welfare is a documented American citizen or naturalized citizen. Is that what
Those questions are on the welfare application? So is it the people at the welfare office is not doing their job, they due diligence? Because I
But that's
filled them
not
out
true,
before
though.
A long time ago.
I mean, there are people. Joe
I don't know
Biden
how
was
it
giving
works now.
Joe Biden was giving people cell phones, Social Security cards, and all those amenities once they walked across the border. They hadn't.
Well, that's how they got it. That's how they can get food.
But they don't.
stamps.
But
Okay.
again, that's so. I think we can agree, or maybe we can't. Can we agree that that's fraudulent? They've given me permission to be in.
You're saying you just said Joe Biden, they walked across and Joe Biden gave it to him, correct?
Right, but they didn't go
That's
through
what you
the
said,
proper
right?
process. That is correct.
He just gave it to him. So
And
the
you're
proper,
okay.
So the proper process is
Was circumvented. The proper process was circumvented.
Okay. Okay. So the proper process for people that lost their lives when January 6th, when the Capitol was stormed, to be, what do you call it, pardoned? That's the proper process. You commit.
How do we get to J6? How do we get to J6?
Because you're talking about different. You're saying this set of people got this thing circumvented for them, and then I'm telling you another group of people got something circumvented for that, but that's okay.
Okay, so all right, all right. You know what? I think that's great that you brought that up. So now that you did bring that up, so I think it's fair to say that the J6 people should be locked away, and not because they did violate a sacred location, the Capitol. They should be locked away. You agree with that?
I agree with you.
Okay, so now we're going to go ahead. So now we'll just go ahead to the Minneapolis church. Don Lemon should be locked away.
I don't agree.
Why do you not agree? Why do you not agree?
Is there a sign on the church that says no trespassing?
Now, let me just make sure. Let me just assume something. Well, let me ask you something. Can you please tell me what is your biblical or faith understanding? I don't want to assume something about you. So can you tell me what your faith understanding is? Are you a Christian? What is your understanding of faith? Go ahead.
My mom raised us Orthodox Hebrew.
Okay. So you go to a temple? I'm sorry?
I'm Ghanaian.
Okay. You attend a temple or what do you do some kind of community worship time?
No, I do not.
Okay.
At all.
All right.
Because of all of the stuff you see around. I can have Sabbath and everything right here. I don't need to go into anybody's temple or anything. Okay. There's too much corruption in any form of. I've been to plenty of Baptist church. My kids were raised Baptist because of their grandparents. But no, it is too much in the church.
Okay, not a problem. Not a problem. I'll let you have that. So so now we're back at City's Church of Minnesota. Mm-hmm. So you're saying that they had to have a sign that said no trespass in order to make what Don Lemon did not right? Am I understanding that correctly?
No, you're saying that he wasn't supposed to be in a church.
He wasn't supposed to be there.
He's
no,
a human being.
What they were doing, no. So but what he was doing was not there. He wasn't there to do what they were supposed to be doing at church. That would be very much akin.
Supposed to do. You know, you were
Well,
just talking about homeless. You were just talking about people living off of people. You know, some people going to church just to stay warm.
yeah, but that
Or
wasn't
just
what they were
get
there for.
a
Was
plate
that
of
what they
food,
were there to do, though, love?
No.
Was that what they were there to do?
No.
Okay, so therefore, what they came to do was not there to be warm. What they came to do, as we saw and we read in the document, was a
Come for
pull
different
up.
reasons is what I'm saying.
But their reasons were not the reason that they were there at church. So you know that that's not right. You know that's not right.
No, I don't. I disagree.
You do.
I don't
You
think,
do.
I don't know that
You,
that's
so
not right.
you would go to a church and
problem
start
with it
a.
at all.
Would you go to a church and start a UFC match in the middle of the church?
Who said that he started the
Would
UFC?
you? Would you do that?
No, but who said?
Okay,
he
why
started-
would you not do that? Is my question.
Did you? Can I ask you a question? Did you watch the video?
Baby, I've watched 9 of them. I've
You
ad
watched the
nauseum.
video.
I've done more videos on this than probably most people. I know I've watched more than
I'm
you
saying
did.
Watch the video of, you know.
I watched Don Lemon's whole live stream.
Okay. Okay.
So
What did he
back to
say?
my question. Back to my question. Would you go to a church and start a UFC match?
No.
Why not?
I'm not going to church.
Let's play
Let's
along
say
with
that
me.
I
Just
am-
play along with me. Would you go to church and start a UFC match?
No.
Why not?
I don't like to fight. I don't like drama.
Would you go to church? Would you go to a church and expect? Would you go to a church and expect monster truck race at the church?
No.
Why not?
Because it's normally a peaceful place.
Okay, so when you bring people, and it's adorable that you said peaceful, because we're reading right here, these people meant it not to be peaceful. But you said they were there to do whatever that they were to do at the church. But the church you just said was peaceful. But what they're doing is not peaceful, akin to Monster Jam or UFC. So why is it okay that they did that? I would like to hear.
So you're reading that, correct?
I read through the whole thing. I read through the whole document.
You're reading what came out of Pam Bondi's office. And
We're not going to do that. We watched the video, though. We watched the video, though, love.
They wrote that up about them, too. Where is they?
I watched the video.
You believe what came out of that office is what you're telling me. You believe what's on that paper.
No, I believe what I believe what I watched Don Lemon
what
report.
you watched is on that paper. Is what
Hold on. Time out for a second.
Okay.
So are you trying to tell me that this is a lie? Okay, but you watched the video. Am I correct?
Yes, I did.
Tell me what is on here that's not true.
I think we have to go back up to 3. I don't know how to split screen.
Okay, no, 3. Tell me where. After service commenced, a group of approximately 20 to 40 agitators, including all the defendants named in the indictment, entered the church in a coordinated takeover style attack and engaged in the act of oppression, intimidation, threats, interference, and physical obstruction alleged therein. What in there is not true?
Okay, what is missing from them going in there?
I need you to hear what I'm saying.
It doesn't matter why they went in.
No,
is what you're saying.
But no, I'm saying what I just read, because you just told me. Hold on, hold tight, love. Hold tight. What you said was that everything on here was not true. And you said go to part 3. I read part 3. Listen to what I'm asking you.
Yeah, I'm trying to see is part 3, the part I was talking about with the kids, and the
blocking the stairway to the children's church.
No, it was about the kids. Thought their parents were gonna.
Right, it's right here. It's part 4. As a result, the defendant's conduct, the pastor and the congregation were forced to terminate church worship service. Let me stop right there. Did they terminate church service? Yeah. They did. Okay, just want to make sure, because you said that the whole thing was a lie, but you have now just shown me that something is true. So maybe we need to just go by and let's go. Congregants fled.
Okay, I'll stand corrected. So if my house catches on fire, am I just going to sit here?
So congregants fled the church building out of fear and for their safety. Is there anything not true there?
They fled.
They left the building. Just like you were about to say with your example of your house being on fire. Yeah, they left the building. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm going to flee.
Oh. Okay, so far we're 2 for 2. I've read 2 sentences of this part 4, and they both have been true. But you told me that all of them.
So you're saying that he went in there, attacked the people.
No, because that's not what it. If the document didn't say he attacked the people, I'm not saying he attacked people. Did I say that? Then why are you putting that in my mouth? I did not say that.
So
I
that's
never said.
put someone in jail because they come in.
Listen, no, but he violated their rights. That's all the FACE Act and the KKK Act requires. I apologize.
That way. Why is the 40 protesters not being arrested?
There are more that are being arrested.
40?
There are more being arrested. Why are we acting like they're not? Why are you acting? Why are you acting like they're not arresting?
Protests, and no one should be arrested.
Not in somebody's church. You don't. That is a private location.
A church is
a private location. You don't have the right to just go to a church and protest. You don't.
Yes, you can.
I bet. Well, guess what? Go ahead and try it on Sunday and let us know how that works out. You don't.
I've seen a lot go down in church.
No, it's a private location. You don't have the right to do that.
It's not a private location.
That is not true.
Open to everyone.
It does, but you don't have the right to come in there and do that. Hence why we have this problem to start with.
You want on this earth, okay?
That is not okay. Well, then I guess then we don't have anything else to talk about. We can just do whatever we want to do on this earth. Like, listen to that sentence that you said.
Right to peaceful protest.
You don't have the right to protest in everybody's space. You don't have to do that.
Yes, you can.
No, you really can't. You can say it to no, you can't do it. It's private property. You can't just go on somebody's property and protest something. You don't have the right to do that. Hence why you have the right to defend your house if I broke into your house.
Why do people don't have a right to protest wherever it happens? They don't have a right to protest.
One, it ain't got nothing to do. Why go to somebody? First of all, here we go. Let me finish this up because I do want to just make sure I end this up because you did say that everything on here was a lie. Other congregants took steps to implement the emergency plan.
I told you I stand corrected.
Okay, so I don't need to read this. I can go ahead and say that what you said was not right.
Yeah,
is that fair? That's fine.
I stand corrected, and I used
That's fine.
The section wrong. I only read it over twice before.
Okay, not a problem. As long as we know that, in fact, so my point here again, they violated the FACE Act. They violated the Conspiracy Act. So why should they not be in jail?
Because people came running out of a church, is what you're saying?
No, it's what the people did. No, it's what the people did. You can't be serious about this.
No,
it's what the people did.
Question. I'm trying to make sure I understand you. Because people came running out of a church, people should go to jail.
Let me, if you don't mind, tell me when I said because people ran out of a church, they should go to jail. Because if I'm not mistaken, the Jason
that you just read,
I didn't say that. Listen to what I said. I'll do it again.
Okay.
By the protesters entering the church and disrupting the worship service, they violated the FACE Act. They violated the conspiracy clause. Therefore, they need to go to jail. And we know that they hold tight to this because I said earlier, even as I said today, there are grandmothers who are in jail because they stood outside of murder mills praying and they got hit with the FACE Act. Don Lemon cannot get past the FACE Act and the conspiracy clause. So now tell me why why he doesn't go to jail. I'm listening.
He's not. A magistrate already ruled it was insufficient evidence. The Nexa court agreed with him. And now, like I said, what's that typed up in your hand from Pam Bondi's Trump's office? This is federal now. The state has already the state of I'm saying it right, Minnesota has already dealt with this. Okay. No. But Trump, using his office, uses the office to attack people that he doesn't like, and it's not just brown people. So for the comments earlier, it's all about black people. No, I said all people. We've already named Jimmy Kimmel. We've named Stephen Colbert. We've named James Comey. Last I checked, they ain't black. Okay? They're not. You use the presidential office to take aim at who you want to. And that circles back to the January 6th people. All those people came running out of there. People were unalived in that.
How many were unalived? How many?
The number varies. Some got unalived, the officers, but then remember there was
how many?
One or two more. You may remember. Is it one or two more? They were so traumatized they committed suicide. Do you remember that? The January 6th officers. Look it up. Yeah, there was one or two that committed that unalived themselves.
So I'm not trying to be coy about it. I'm not trying to be like flipping about it. But you said 2 to 3, if I understood your number correct, about 3. I listed 5 women that have been assaulted and unalived by illegal immigrants here in the United States, and you didn't bat an eye. You didn't even shed it. You didn't. But you didn't care. You didn't care enough. You've told me about Jimmy Kimmel and Comey and such of that nature. You gave me the number, but you didn't even bat an eye. But that's okay. If that's the way you get down, that's the way you get down.
I watch it all day.
But watching it and being concerned about it are two different things.
Myself, yeah.
Okay,
so all the time, and that's sad.
Okay, but it didn't seem like it bothered you as much as allegedly going ham on Pam Bondi and Trump and his goon squad, I think is what you said in the comment section. And I'm finding it adorable that when I say that you still have moved off the pivot, why Don Lemon should not go to jail. And it's just because he shouldn't. And I don't know why he should not. I believe Don Lemon should be in prison for what he did. And you're going to say no, but I don't understand.
He's a journalist.
Why.
He has a right. He has a right.
But he wasn't
a part of the protest. He went in to video what was going on or interview. He's asking the pastor, why are these people angry, saying that you're serving up?
So here the defendants, and I'm going to read right here. All defendants met at a shopping center for a pre-operation briefing, during which Armstrong, Allen, and the co-conspirators, including Lemon and whoever, about the target of their operation, city's church, and provided instruction on how the operation would be conducted once they arrived at the church. Once at the church, all the defendants entered the church and conducted a takeover style attack, engaged in various acts in furtherance of their conspiracy. And we can go back through this again if I need to, but Don Lemon was just as complicit as anybody else that was arrested. So this is not he wasn't just a journalist. He was a participant. He literally says, we are ready to, wait right here. In the beginning, during the takeover preamble, he's literally saying on the morning of January 18th, Lemon began live streaming his internet-based show, Don Lemon Show, where he explained to his audience that he was in Minnesota with the organization that was gearing up to do resistance operation against the federal government's immigration policies. Nothing about I'm here to journalize it. Nothing here about I'm just here to memorialize it. No, he was an active participant. He was an active participant.
He didn't say that.
Okay, he did say it. He did say it because
he didn't say that I am here to
watch. Well, watch this. Well, you said he was a journalist. So if he doesn't say he's a journalist, he doesn't say he's a journalist. You said it. You just said he did not say he was a journalist. So therefore, watch what I said in Act 6. During the discussion, the defendant Armstrong in the pre-op briefing, the defendant Lemon thanked the defendant Armstrong for what she was doing and assured her that he was not saying what's going on, i.e. was not disclosing the target of the operation. Defendant Armstrong explained Operation Pull-Up was a clandestine operation, and we see it right there. Don Lemon was just as complicit as the woman.
Right.
So what's the purpose of the law?
So he did not. Okay, go ahead.
What's the purpose of the law if we're not going to hold to it?
I don't know what you saw in the video. I saw him clearly say he is recording this protest. He is there to investigate this protest. He's trying to ask the pastor, who is mad, why these people think that he is serving up attendees to a church. Oh yeah, and I meant to tell you that too. I would be happy if let's say I was in a church. Remember you asked me that earlier? Mm-hmm. I would be happy if I was sitting there attending that church and have those people storm in there and realize that the reason they are so upset and yelling is because the pastor of this church is serving up the attendees to ICE. I'd be like, oh, well, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be in this church. I would be happy if it happened to me.
Let me ask a question. What's the purpose of church?
For peace. Like I
What's
told
the purpose? What is the purpose
peace and
of
prayer? Or like I
peace
said,
and
it
prayer?
can have different purposes.
I would like to hear. I'm just interested in hearing your theory. What is the purpose of church? What is the purpose of it?
I don't want to mistalk. I did say earlier, not everybody goes to church to worship. Some people go for a hot meal and some food. Okay, I mean, a warm place to be and food, or shelter, or it could be as simple as that. I mean, people.
What were the people there? What were the people there that Sunday
people
for?
go there to find a husband.
What were the people there that Sunday for?
Some go to find. People have all different type of reasons they go to church, dear.
I got you.
You say,
Okay.
I mean, I'm not being coy.
I mean, I think you're being deliberately obtuse. I think you're being deliberately obtuse. I don't think you're being deliberately. I'm sorry, you're not being honest. Respect. Wait, hold on. Let me say it again here. I'll big screen it. I'll big screen it so I can say it. I'll big screen it so I can say it to your face. You're not being honest. I believe that you're lying. You know that the purpose of church is to gather to worship God. Whether you participate in it is not the argument that I'm making. You know good and well, because you already said that your children were raised Baptist by their grandparents. So you know more about church than you're letting on. And I do believe that you're being dishonest about it. And it's okay if you want to go ahead and move in that direction, then you're doing that. You're not being genuine.
There's I know a lot about church, and I told it to you, and you was like, I agree with you.
You giving me this social contract. Oh, they're there for a hot meal and a warm biscuit, and they're there to find a love interest. You know good and well that's not, because my question was, what is the purpose of church? Not what are people using church for? Because you can say the same thing about LA Fitness, what you just said. You can say the exact same thing about Cub Foods. So stop it.
Yeah, some people go to the gym to find them a man.
And that's my point, but that's not the purpose of the gym. And you know that. I'm sorry. Respectfully, you know that that's not true. You know that.
But people don't do it. You just said they
do. You hear what I am saying?
So you want to know the definition?
No, I just want you to be honest and say, yeah, people go to, all you got to do is say, people go to church to hear it. People go to church to pray and to hear God's word preached. That was been fair.
Answer the Webster's definition. What is the church?
Okay, go ahead, do that then. But I know the foolishness that came out your mouth wasn't necessary.
Dear,
no, what you said was silly. You know that was silly.
You just said your kids went to the Baptist church with their grandparents. You know,
but you know more than what you said. Did your kids? Well, watch this. Let me ask you this question: did your kids go to church?
I seen.
Did your kids go to church for a warm meal and to find their husbands? No. Then stop acting ridiculous. Because the fact that you are okay with Don Lemon and that cadre of fools to bust up in somebody's church, and you gonna sit there and tell me something about Pam Bondi and Trump and all this other foolishness, you're smarter than that. I don't know you from a can of paint, but I know you're smarter than that. And you're just being silly. You're being silly. And you're too grown to be acting like this. I'm sorry. There's no other way I'm going to say it. I apologize if that hurts somebody's feelings, but you a whole grown woman. You grown. And you're acting like this. Sit there and say, oh, it's fine. And they came up in the church and blah, 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 blah. I'd be happy if they did that. You would not. You're a liar and the truth is not in you. You're lying. And you need to stop. Just stop it. Say that Don Lemon is wrong. The other co-conspirators are wrong. And we good to go. You don't have to come up in here saying all that dumb stuff about, I don't even know what the dumb stuff you were saying because it was so doggone stupid. I'm very disappointed that you came in here saying that stuff. You could do better than that. You are better than that. I am so sorry. And if you don't think you're better than that, then I think more highly of you than you do. Sit there and tell me what the Webster definition of the Bible of church is. And you sitting here living in Detroit. Y'all got a church on every corner. Y'all got 4 churches stacked on top of each other. And you know what a church is. I ought to be ashamed of yourself coming here telling me that foolishness. That's a sin and a shame that you would even say that stuff. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. But you know what? I still believe better for you. I still believe better for you. You just don't want to be honest. You don't want to be honest. And I'm sorry. Just go on somewhere and kick rocks. I'm sorry. And if you want to stay in the green room, I'm gonna finish ranting and then I'll bring you back. If you don't want to stay, I am not mad at you. You got my email. Hit me up on the email. I'll give you all the details. I'm sitting there waste my time telling me that stupid stuff. You sat there and watched them desecrate somebody's church and you're like, oh, it's okay because they did nothing nice. But if they had done it to a black church, you'd be out there rioting and acting a fool. It don't make no sense.
Can I speak?
No. I'm sorry, y'all. That don't make no sense. Go ahead.
So, because I expressed to you what I've seen around the church, some people go in there to pray. Some people do. Some people catch the Holy Ghost. All of that. You're right. I've seen it all. I've seen people go. I've seen them go to the club, come out. I'm telling you what I've seen, and you even know it's to be true. So why are you attacking me? Because what I know, people do different stuff at the church.
Can I answer that? Because you're a whole liar. You know good and well the primary purpose of church is not for people to go up in there because they went to the club yesterday. You know that.
I know that.
You could. Then why didn't you say it then? You didn't say it. That's the part. No, because I know people that don't drive safely. That's not the purpose of a car. I know people that put sugar on grits. That is not the purpose of grits. Okay? So stop acting like that. It's infuriating to watch a whole grown, beautiful black woman act like a total retard. You know good and well that man was wrong. And if you got a problem with him, my name is Jason. You know he's wrong. And you got the audacity to sit here. I don't care if you don't go to church. If you're not a Christian, that's okay. As Paul said, I want you to be like me. But what I don't want is you to sit here and lie and pretend like, I don't know what the purpose of church is. I don't know what this cup is. Do I hit it on my head? I don't know what to do. You're smarter than that.
I know people go to church for different reasons.
I don't give a doggone. You know that's not what the purpose of church is. I know people that drive their car too fast. I know people that wreck their cars. I know people that don't do things right with their cars. You know, just like I know that's not the purpose of the car, which was my question to you. What is the purpose of church? That's all I ask. And I don't care. In Detroit, in Atlanta, I'm sorry. Church is church. People gather to worship and hear God's word. And you know that. That's the part that is infuriating. Because you know that part. And so you would rather shook and jive and dance around and make up all these other narratives instead of saying, yeah, they were wrong because the people were gathering in church to pray and to hear God's word and sing. Mm-hmm. That's all you had to say. But you came up in here with this story that's infuriating.
Okay. Excuse me. How do you feel about while we're on Detroit in churches, Pastor Winan?
He's a fool. Marvin Wine is a fool.
The lady came up there. What did she come up there?
She was a dummy for participating in that dumb stuff. I know about perfecting church. I know about perfecting. And she was a dummy for participating, giving him $1,200 and him saying, I needed $2,000. That's her fault. But that's her fault, though.
Thank you.
But that ain't got nothing to do.
Only one.
But okay, and so
she was in the wrong line, remember?
But hear what I'm saying. That was her fault. But you know what? She was not in the wrong line. She was in the wrong church. She was in the wrong church.
I agree.
So so now we can see.
But there was a line of people. She wasn't.
But that's dumb. That's inappropriate already. That's wrong to start with. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna say already that's wrong.
That different stuff is going on in the church. That it's not church for that. No.
Hear what I'm saying? But watch this. Would y'all go protest? Would y'all go protest in Marvin Winans' church? Because y'all know that even what he's doing is not appropriate. That's all we're saying.
I gotta check on that because didn't it turn? Maybe you looked at it more than I did. Wasn't like the next week it was like crickets. People didn't go back. I don't know.
I don't tend to spend a lot of time.
Yeah,
I attend a faithful church with a faithful pastor. I am a deacon there. I have a lot of responsibilities to concern myself with the congregation that God has saw fit for me to serve. So though I do pick with other churches and such of that nature, I don't have a lot of time to do this. I didn't go follow up with what happened the following week at Perfecting Church. I don't follow up with Marvin Sapp saying this dumb stuff or whatever like that. Even Jamal Bryant here in Atlanta, he's a pure fool. But my point is, because they do church wrong, that doesn't mean that what city's churches was doing wrong. And matter of fact, I don't really want people protesting at the churches that are wrong. I don't think it's appropriate if they did that at Marvin Winans church, which I just said Marvin Winan is wrong. I would not support them rolling up on Marvin Winans church, disrupting his service. That's inappropriate. They can stand outside. Now watch this. If they want to stand outside and hold signs, I think they should. There was a white pastor here in Atlanta who went to Jamal Bryant's church, Stillbirth, and he went into the lobby and he preached hellfire and brimstone. He preached extreme. He was very clear, very articulate that Jamal Bryant is out of order. I don't think he should have done that. As much as I thought he was on the nose, he was right. He was hitting it. He was hitting it. I don't think he should have done that. Even though because he usually stands outside their church and protests, holds up signs and a megaphone. He should have done that. I think going into their church was inappropriate and it was trespassing. You don't have to have a sign that says, don't come up in here raising Cain. You don't have to say that because, I mean, it's private property. If they don't want you coming up in here doing a rock concert in their foyer, you can't do it. You can't just say it's private. I got freedom of expression. You can't do that. So back to my point.
He's not welcome at the church. He's not allowed to walk through the church doors.
And do what? Nope, that's not it. Nope. If he wants to come in and if he wants to come in and be a participant, I'm sure they probably wouldn't have a problem with him. But he was not. He wasn't.
Okay, go ahead.
But he wasn't coming in to be a participant. He was coming in to, and again, I don't think that what he was doing was wrong.
It depends on what his definition of participating is. If you feel this person is scamming these members or you just out of order and you want to get up on stage and tell it to everybody, because like I said, I stand by what I said. If I was a member of that church and I did not know, like you just said, you have a great relationship with your pastor. I mean, you know what type of ethical person he is and this and that. Didn't you just say that?
Mm-hmm. I do.
I was going to this church, and this is what I'm getting here. Correct me if I'm wrong. They find out that this pastor is serving up members to the church, and I stand by what I said. I'm like, oh my God, I didn't know that. I mean, you're more closer with your pastor. You know better. You're like, oh, this is a great guy. This is this and that. You're going to this church and you're saying, what? You're giving these attendees to ICE? People that don't even not even supposed to be with ICE or not a target of ICE are coming up unalived. There's two. Who's coming? I'm going to be honest with you, in case you ask.
Who's coming up?
I have not watched the second shooting. I have PTSD from the first shooting of Renee Good. I have not watched the second. I can't bring myself to do it. I have PTSD. It is
okay. And I don't think we should normalize death. I don't believe we should normalize death at all. I don't think we should make it something that we just go watch. Oh yeah, let me go watch it. No, I watched it only because I did commentary on it. But let me talk about the thing that you're discussing. Why is like because a pastor in the church was a director at ICE, he can't worship God freely with his congregation. I don't know where you're getting the idea that they're serving up members to ICE, but I don't know that story. And maybe somebody in the chat or somebody can help me out later on. I don't know, like he's like, you know, I know Jim Bob is illegal, so I'm calling, hey guys, come pick up Jim Bob. I know where he is. Like, I don't think that happened, but if it did, then that's kind of grimy, but it is what it is. But why can't somebody not have a job? Because it don't look like the congregation was that big. So they're probably not paying them that much. When I looked at it, I think they have 3 pastors and 4 elders. They're not making a whole lot. I'm pretty sure of it if I'm looking at the size of their congregation. So the man does have to have another job. He has to be bivocational. So he has a job.
At ICE?
Yeah, is that bad to work for ICE? You said you work in accounting for the city of Detroit. If I think the city of Detroit is bad, does that mean that I can ransack and harass you because you work for the city of Detroit?
No, I work as a developer, dear. I don't work for the city of Detroit. I put up buildings. I'm on that team.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say it again, then I apologize. Say it again.
I'm a cost accountant in development. I work for the biggest developer in Detroit.
Got it. Okay. All right. So if I think that the biggest developer in Detroit is bad, they're low down, they're taking people's houses, they're doing eminent domain and all this kind of stuff like that, is it okay for me to harass you because you work for them?
You couldn't, because not mine.
Well, no. I mean, like target
Maybe
you.
should look up whoever the billionaire.
But no. But hey, a director of ICE. I mean, he's not the highest man on the totem pole. So I'm gonna just say, like, would that be okay? This is like a yes or no.
Of an organization.
Because I don't. The organization is bad.
These people have been unalived by this organization. Do you want to be a part? Ain't that what you're asking me? I'm not saying that anybody. I'll entertain you. Let's say I work for a slumlord. Which I don't. It's just hypothetical.
I'm sure they're probably good people. That's fine. I'm just doing it as an example. I just want to make sure I understand it.
But that's what I'm saying. These people, ICE, we have seen what has occurred over all of these months. We have seen the terror, the dismay, the kids, the one. Oh God, I think one of the worst ones is the
5-year-old. You can do the 5-year-old. You can do the 5-year-old.
The woman that was disabled and was trying, they told her to move her car. She tried to get into her doctor's appointment. I forgot what that woman had. I don't know. I don't know why that would tear me up so bad. She was like, I think it was something bad. And she had to get into the doctor's office. And they dragged that woman. That woman is disabled. And would I be a part of something that's doing that to these people? Hell no. I will go out and sell, you know what, on the streets before I work for somebody like that.
Got you.
No way.
Got you.
And then you're going to stand in front of the church. No.
Okay. No, that's I appreciate the passion. And my mother is a polio survivor, and she still drives. So every day, my cortisol levels are high because I know my mom is out. Like right now, I know my mom is out with my wife and my daughter, and I know that they're going to leave wherever they're eating right now, and she's going to go home. And my stress level is always high, and it's supposed to snow here in Atlanta tomorrow. I went and got my mom food, and I'm like, stay yourself in the house. Once you get in the house, stay in the house. So, so this is my point. So I totally understand that. So I'm not saying that there have not been ups and downs as it relates to ICE, but I would, just like you just did right there, you impugned everybody that works for ICE and the pastor at City's Church. Then I would not do the same thing to you because I know you work for a slumlord. I would look at the slumlord and say, that dude right there is good for nothing, lowdown. I'm not going to go to you and harass you and harangue you because you work for him. But you keep lumping everything. If you feel,
you'd be like, Senior, how could you work for somebody that displaces people, that does this, that does that?
Then you know what? We can have that conversation. But we can have that conversation, sure, right here. So now, why you work for that man? But you know what I'm not going to do when you go to church? That ain't got nothing to do with you. You like, look, I'm just going to church. Going to church. But no,
you just told me you're a church guy. You are a church person. You have a good pastor, this and that. You have a certain viewpoint of this where you was like, oh, I'm not going to cross that line. I'm not going to cross that line. I'm going to let I'm gonna no, that's off limits. This and that. These people, you have the director. Again, I'm glad you clarified because I couldn't remember his title. He's a director of ICE, right? And then what you said,
Yep.
a director of ICE. And no, it didn't look like it was a lot of people.
But
There, I agree with you there too. It doesn't look like it was a lot of people. And so the few people he had, like I said, I stand by what I said. I'm like, I wouldn't have cared. Those people, were they attacking the church members? Did anybody physically attack the pastor?
Do they have to physically attack him, or is it? I'm just wondering. I just want to make sure I got it right. Do they have to physically attack him, or them yelling in the faces of children that your parents are Yahtzees? Which one is that? Is that bad enough to yell in the faces of children? No, I watched that white man that look all scraggly, look like the Lorax. He's yelling in the faces of children, your parents are Yahtzees. How does it feel to have your parents are Yahtzees? I don't think you need to put your hands on a child to hurt a child like that. I'm saying Yahtzee because you're not supposed to say Nazi on YouTube.
Okay. Okay. I'm just.
So now you got me. Thank you. Now you're going to have to send me a cash app because you just got me. You didn't tank my whole channel. You didn't tank my whole channel because of it. Thanks, friend.
Not. I just didn't understand. I don't want to.
No. I'm gonna read it here.
I don't know. Okay, I got you.
So, but he's yelling. Okay, here it is. So again, you said that it's okay to do this. This is not. This ain't God's house. This is the house of the devil. Here it is right here. This is the guy, the Kelly guy. He disrupted the service by chanting, "This ain't God's house. This is the devil. This is the house of the devil." Approached one female congregant who was with 2 young children and demanded to know in a hostile manner why she was not involved in the supportive of the takeover operation, and screamed Yahtzee in the congregant's face and asked the child, "Congregants, do you know that your parents are Yahtzees? They are going to burn in hell."
So this is stating what protesters said.
This is Kelly. This is that wild white guy. If I need to, I'll go.
He was the one with the.
Yep. No, he was that wild one. He was. I can find a video of it if we need to watch the video. But I mean, I think you know what I'm talking about.
His hair was kind of long.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only white guy that got arrested.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. So my question then again is that appropriate? Again, why can't the people not go to church, worship God, and then we'll go back outside on the street and we'll duke it out on the street? Like, why is the church not okay for them to say, you know what, this is the time for them to gather? Maybe they'll hear God's word and feel convicted. Maybe the people that are immigrants, that are illegal immigrants, will feel convicted and say, you know what, I need to leave. Whatever. But why is it not okay for them to just go to church? I just want to know that.
It is okay for them to go to church. And so you're saying Don Lemon and all the rest of the people at the top of the page there. And I forgot. Oh my God, what is the other journalist name? The black lady.
She's not a journalist. She's a lawyer.
Lawyer.
Armstrong.
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes. Yes.
Her last name's Armstrong.
She's a lawyer. Yeah. So it's yours. So this context that's being said is that they assembled this mob, Lennon, the people at the top of the page there, everyone listed. They assembled the mob, stormed the church, is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And they made these people gathered up these people to go yell these things at these kids and parents or whatnot.
Yeah. Let me so it's not just me saying it. Let me just go ahead. Let's let them say it. And then we can see if you feel like this is the right behavior if somebody disagrees with where you work, the ideology and the philosophy of your employer. Okay.
That's what we came to do. Get your house in order. That part. Don't pretend to be a church while harboring evil. Unacceptable. And it. This is what community looks like. Tell me what community looks like.
And that's the guy, he's holding the camera. So we're hearing him say these things.
I understand that what is happening is wrong, and I agree with that, but this can't happen. This is the house of the Lord. To do this is unjust.
Okay, so am I missing something?
No, I don't think I'm missing anything in it because as you saw my comment, it's directed at the pastor. Yeah.
Okay.
Ice out. 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 David Eastwood out now. David Eastwood out now. David Eastwood out now. David Eastwood out now. David Eastwood out.
Your pastor is the ice director. Your pastor is the ice director. And you're literally East African.
They keep
How do you
their
feel about that?
identity secret. That's why they're mad.
Find a better church, bro.
Join the black church, bro.
Jesus did not wear a tie.
The black church was part of the civil rights movement.
Black
brother.
church is crazy.
Your pastor's an ICE agent. Come join the black church, man. It's good. That's where you belong.
Justice for! Justice for!
And this one cut it.
You can join whatever nationality church you want,
But
just because the pastor is an ICE agent, I don't agree. And let's be clear about that. I don't know. You can go join whatever you want.
Got you. So where are we?
Crazy.
So we're landing that this behavior was right or wrong, or where are we landing on this?
You know, actually, I must have watched a different video than you because that's looked more peaceful than what I saw. Maybe I don't. You know how they get different angles, different videos.
I'm trying to find. Yeah,
because that one looked pretty. That one looked pretty peaceful to me. And it's not a big deal to me. Yeah, I seen a worse one. I don't know. Maybe it's the angle or whatever. You know how you see different videos. Well, we've seen the ICE shootings, of course. Well, no, I haven't seen the second one. I take that back. The first one, and you know how we saw how many different angles of it, and it looked worse and worse every time. So, but the one you just paid, I don't have issue with it at all. And a judge, the magistrate, evidently agrees with me, and then the two judges ahead of that agreed. So basically, the state of Minnesota agrees.
Got it.
So this is the federal that disagrees.
Got it.
That disagrees. My thing is our freedom of speech and liberties and stuff being taken away when you don't like what someone says.
I hear you. I'm not going to pretend like
you don't think that has anything to do with it. So when I was talking about that earlier, you don't think that has nothing to do. You don't think our liberties, our First Amendment rights, and everything being taken away has nothing to do with this. You don't think there's censorship, and especially you being a podcaster, because like I said, you caught my attention with oh boy, I ain't even say his name no more. Oh, it makes me you say one wrong thing, you get enough attention. Now it's lights out on you.
Gotcha. I mean,
I'm just asking you. You're saying we're talking about Don Lemon and the arrest, but I'm talking about our freedoms, our freedom of speech, press, and assembly being taken away if somebody don't like you. Can I tell you just one thing? One thing, because I did take a note. And I was getting ready to go to Detroit. I was getting ready for work. And I listen to the news every morning because, you know, we're Michigan, Detroit. You got to know what's going on before you head in. So I'm listening to the news. I'm listening to, is it the president of Greenland who got the Nobel Peace Prize and gave it to Trump? And I was, you know what I had, because you got a little gray in your beard, so you probably get a little laugh at that. I'm getting dressed. You know what it made me think of? Remember the movie The Bad Seed? Remember when the girl did that to the little boy because she wanted the penmanship medal? I don't know why that. Like, are we a little kid here? Like, you're collecting these medals. Oh, I don't like you. I'm gonna get you off the air. I'm gonna do this to you. It's just insanity. You have the right to free speech.
Mhm.
I be saying that even in my own house, in my own neighborhood, I can say what I want,
You can.
where I
You
want.
can.
I have the freedom of speech.
You do.
Now,
You
opening
do.
your mouth in the wrong place can't get you, and that's what it's like. It's a dictatorship now.
Okay.
We're looking at civil war. Look
I
what's
think
happening in the streets.
that's hyperbolic. But let's talk
You
about
don't
that for a
think this
second.
is escalating very fast?
No, I'll explain why. I'll explain why. But let me just real quick. Here where we are right now is YouTube. YouTube is owned by Google, and the parent company is called Alphabet Company, and they own this. This is their sandbox. As much as I like to feel like I'm running the show, as much as I like to feel like I'm doing something, I have to play along in their sandbox, because if I do certain things, I will not be on this platform tomorrow. I might not be on the platform before I finish this sentence. I've had that happen. So I recognize that, yeah, I do have the freedom of speech. And this is how I exercise my freedom of speech. See how I did that? That's how I exercise my freedom of speech. And there you go.
I wanted to
Because you know why? Because there are consequences that can come along. Like I could throw it like a boomerang. I could throw something out there, but that thing will come back and hit me in the back of my head, AKA the consequences. And so therefore, we do have freedom of speech. You can say whatever. You don't have the freedom from the consequences. And so, and I know you know the example. You can't yell fire in a crowded movie theater. Sure, you have the right to do it. The problem is if you do, you're going to find some negative consequences. And that's all it is. I don't believe that we're eking toward some kind of civil war or anything like that. I do believe that it's cachet. It's very, we're going to go to a civil war. No, we're not. We're not.
I will hope not. And you do see that there are several Republican senators. People are starting to switch. A shift is coming. We're shedding. I saw. We're heading for another government shutdown. Whatchamacallit? Oh God, what is her name? The senator. She's gonna be so mad at me. She said there is a resolution on the floor for, what did she say? Hillary and Bill Clinton's arrest next. Yeah, for criminal charges. A resolution to criminally charge Hillary and Bill Clinton. I wrote it down.
Okay. Well, I mean, okay. I don't know what the resolution is. I'm not here to argue that.
Well, the resolution is it's on the floor to criminally charge Hillary and Bill. Oh, you're talking about what is they going to charge them for? Like,
no, I'm not really. I hate to say it. I'm not. Sure, they might be. I don't know. It might be, but
I want your medal. I don't like you. I don't like you. I want your country. I want your natural resources. It's me. I'm just like, my kids is grown, right? Yeah, I think my youngest is 20. Yeah, it sounds like a freaking 3-year-old. Oh, I want your toy. You know what, Jay Witt? I like that hat. I want your hat.
You can have it if you can go to fourthwall.com/Jay Witt.
No, I want the hat
order
you
it.
got.
Oh,
No,
this one. I mean, you know what? Hey, that's fine. This was the sample one. This is the sample one. I'll pass it on to you. No doubt.
No,
it's a sample. I got.
What's happening here? I want this. I want that. I don't like you. You can't be.
Hey, there's some days I don't like me. At this moment, I don't think I like me. So I'm okay with the fact that I'm in good company. I'm in good company because I don't like me either.
What he's doing. I mean, how does the office of the president get used like this? This is insanity. I always say, I remember when I was getting my house here, I was working on my house, and I was in a trailer, and I took the kids to ice cream, and I forget what it was. And I sat at the end of that table, and I said, I didn't seen it all yet. And it was this old black couple at the table. They said, baby, how old are you? I said, I'm like 30, 38. She just said, you ain't seen nothing yet, baby. And they ain't never lied, because I've seen stuff that I never thought I would see in my life. And I'm ashamed and I'm hurt. You just see me nearly going to tears about this woman. I mean, and I can't even watch the. I don't want. I don't want to see it. My prayers to their families. This woman disabled trying to get to the doctor. It's just too much. These kids and now the school. I didn't even know ICE was out here. My kids went to that school that's all splattered all over the news right now. The national news is my kids' school. My kids went from kindergarten all the way to graduating from there.
I got you.
And I didn't even know ICE was lurking around here.
This is my thing, though. This is, and I'm gonna put this, and I'm gonna kind of get ready to land this plane. One of the problems is that a lot of people, everybody, the boogeyman right now is ICE. ICE, baby. Okay, everybody's got a problem with ICE, and even in the most crime-ridden places in the United States, their big problem is ICE. And I'm like, but I'm not trying to be funny, but do you shed tears about the crime rate going on in Detroit or the other things that are more pressing? There are far greater and more pressing issues in Detroit, in Chicago, in LA, in these other places than ICE. Sure, getting rid of illegal immigrants is a thing, but you do realize if the government actually worked with them and helped with them, and once they were arrested, they would help deport them from there, ICE wouldn't be in the streets. The only reason ICE is in the streets is because these sanctuary cities refuse to participate and help with something as simple as getting rid of criminals. As we started this discussion off, if I broke into your house, it doesn't matter how much I participate, I'm still a criminal, unwanted in your house.
So and do you think they're helping more than with everything that we see in Chicago? Because didn't they start like at Chicago? When you brought up Chicago,
they started in Chicago. They've started they've been all over the place. I really have not been keeping track on all the places. But my point is,
started in Chicago, right?
I think so. Don't quote me on that.
Okay,
I'll let you have it. Yeah, I'll let you have it. But I mean, Chicago's got Chicago has a lot of problems. A lot of problems.
And I follow those cases. Did you see the one where I think they were the Obamas live like right next to it, the gang shooting right there by the
Chicago.
You know what case?
Chicago stay brassed up. And I'm like, but you want me to lose sleep over ICE, which is basically law enforcement. But you want me to lose sleep over that, but you don't lose sleep.
You're doing a good job. You have people unmasked. They said, did you see the application to apply for these people are untrained, anything. They said the application is like, probably me and you could write it up.
Hey, you know what? No, because I'm not I'm retired. I'm not looking for another job. I'm not out here to be fighting with crazy people. I'm not out here to be fighting with crazy people at the Quickie Mart. But okay, I mean, okay, and so okay, if they don't, then maybe we should seek to train them properly. But fighting with them in the streets, if you're saying that they're untrained and you go fight with them in the streets or move your car toward them in the streets and then something goes left, you already told me you thought they were undertrained. Then why in the devil would you go out there blowing whistles, banging on pipes?
People, you're trying to get it. You're trying.
All they're trying to do is all they're doing is
now crazy people to counter it. What they say?
Why are you okay with them? You do realize if Renee Good was at the house or Preddy was at the crib, both of them would be alive right now. They didn't have to. They were not under.
You ain't even got the. You just.
No, I'm just saying, like they're not under mandate that they have to be outside fighting with the police.
Right to go nowhere. Stay and go hide and cover in your house.
Did you hear me say that? Is that what I said? Is that what I said? What did I say? What did I say? I said you're not under mandate because you started talking. I said you're not under mandate to go out there and fight with the police. Go to your job. Let the police do what they're doing. Like, go to your job. Go mind your business and let the police mind theirs. I don't understand why that's a quantum leap of logic to say, you know what? If the Preddy guy was not out there, whether he spit on the cop, whether he shoved the cop, whether he had the gun in his hand, whether it misfired, all that stuff would not have happened if he wasn't out there fighting with the police. Don't do it. I hate to say it, but it really is that simple.
I disagree. So just like you said, when you said the church is for prayer and worship, you said that correct?
I did say that.
And worship. Okay. So these people, cannot go and live their life. I'm supposed to walk by. I'm supposed to go out my door because I seen some sirens. I don't know what that, because this is a very quiet neighborhood. So I'm supposed to walk by and see some woman hollering, she's disabled, help me, help me, help me, and just turn my head and keep on going to my office and sit down and do my cost account and type my numbers. 1 plus, and I'm a cost accountant. So I'm good at following. 1 plus 1 is 2. Oh well. Yep.
Yeah.
On
Yes.
your head. So while you're talking about Detroit, taking care of Detroit, all the cases and all the platforms that I'm in for the little girls being touched and unalived and this and that, London Thomas, Naziah Harris.
Because you know what you can do?
All these cases.
You know what you can do?
I reach out and I talk to people because I'm I am policing my own neighborhood.
Yep. You know what you do? You know what you do? If you feel that that was wrong, then you can go ahead and support that lady and help her out. You know, they arrested Miss Bertha, and Miss Bertha don't need to be in jail. Hey, y'all, let's get our pennies together and get Miss Bertha out of jail. You can do that. Why interject yourself into a situation where now you are potentially going to lose your livelihood, your freedom, your life? Freddie didn't have to be there. There was no mandate that he had to be there. I did not say that he didn't have to go to work. I did not say he couldn't walk his dog or go to the Starbucks. I'm saying, why are you out there fighting with police officers, man? Like, that don't make no sense. And it clearly don't
turn their head on everybody.
Nope. You did. If you heard me say that, then let me know. And nobody heard me say that because I didn't say that. But I did say you don't need to be out here fighting with police officers, and that's where we that's how they got here. But it is what it is.
In my soul to sit there. I'm walking down Woodward. And I see something like that. I'm not gonna just say, "Oh, not my problem." Maybe I'll find out.
So you're going to okay. Then let us know if you don't mind. Just dial my number real quick and say, Jason, I'm about to jump in here and fight with the police real quick, and I'll make sure I can check check the various news outlets afterward. Like, oh, there she is. She fisticuffed with the police. Okay.
So
I mean, that's what
Renee Good stuck her hand out the window and punched the ICE officer. She was punching and she was attacking the guy.
What who's Renee Good? Who's Renee Good?
The one that was in the Honda. It was that was trying to get away.
She was trying to get away. The one that didn't she hit the police officer with the car? Oh man. So she didn't need to punch him. She hit him with the car. Come on. You knew better than that. You knew where I was going with that. Okay, but guess what? She did that. Nobody told her she had to be there. That was the problem.
Told him to jump in front of a car. Hey,
I guess. Well, then there we go. Then that'll be the culmination of it. Then. Thank you so much.
Are you gonna jump in front of a car?
No, because I'm not a dang fool. I don't. My support of the criminal justice system is to stay out of it. That's how I support criminal justice. I want my tax dollars to be used properly. So I don't bother with my police officers here.
I'm glad you said that.
And I want my tax dollars to be used properly so that they get time to do those things like get rid of people that don't need to be here. They don't need to be worried about me. I'm driving at 44 miles per hour down my main drag. I ain't bothering y'all. And guess what? And guess what?
94. I'm so glad you said that. So you feel your tax dollars with the current administration, and that's up too for the I'm glad you said that. I'm just spinning a little bit. ICE is on there for the the shutdown. That's on the table too, along with Hillary.
I don't at this point in the game.
Your tax dollars are being spent the way you feel they're being put to their best use.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like they're being used. Yeah, I do. But there we go. I appreciate you, friend. Thank you so much for coming through.
All right. It was nice meeting you.
It was nice meeting you as well. Take care now.
Bye-bye.
Before the show today, I had talked to a couple of content creators, and I was like, man, I really like this, having a guest on and really getting into the weeds. Actually, I saw one of them was in the chat earlier. I don't know if Corey's still in the chat. I don't know. Yeah, I might need to spend more time in prayer. I might need to pray more. I don't pray enough. I don't pray enough. I just don't. I'm not praying enough, y'all. I don't think I pray enough. Mike, thank you so much, man. Now, Mike done went around here and blessed 5 people with memberships. Y'all make sure, please, if you got a membership, a gift membership from Mike, can you please tell him thank you? On behalf of me, say thank you, Mike, please. And my goodness, in the morning, Dom C303 with the 50. Man, thank you so much, man. I need a sound effect to help change my life. I need a sound effect. We got to go DJ. Wow. So was your guest today with Steve Baker, a true journalist from The Blaze, getting arrested and charged during J6? Justice for me and not for thee. This position is hypocritical. Lemon was aiding and abetting. He harassed the pastor and wanted fear. Man, you're right on the money. I got to give you love for that. I got to give you love. I got to. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for supporting and being the stream sponsor. Wow. Joel, thank you so much for the $5. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. Probably because you like feeling sorry for me. SD Doll with the 5. Typical Northern Democrat. I'm losing brain cells listening to her. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And I was hearing you. I saw y'all comments. I should have went with my first mind. Illegals use forged documents to get benefits. Yes, Joel. Thank you with the 2. I mean, I don't know why we have to say that. You have more right to be at the Capitol than you have in a private church. That's a great point as well. That's a great point. Wait, what is this? What I see right here? All right. Oh no, y'all don't do that to me. Oh man, don't do that to me, y'all. I'm sorry. I was not behaving properly. I'm sorry. Is April here? Shout out to April. Is Corey and April are here? I'll drop the link for them. They can come through. If Corey and April are here, I probably need, or Rick. I might need don't call my pastor. I might need to get rebuked for that. I don't know. Only if Corey or April. That link is for Corey or April. What do we have here? Thank you so much, SD Dog with the 5. I'm just going to say it. Her mindset is the people in the church rights don't matter because they are perceived Republicans. I mean, yeah, I think I said that. I wanted to. If I didn't, I don't know, man. Thank you so much, Christelle Jean, $5. Protesters think skin color is power. That's why they storm churches. ICE goes for illegals who won't apply properly. Protesting won't change the law. I mean, gosh, like, why does that need to be said? That just seems like I don't see what the problem with that is. I feel like I'm not understanding it. JWIT 2.0 has been released. New skill unlocked. You are the effective debater. Run with it. Don't wait to see. Can't wait to see more. Thank you, Fairchild Alexander. I thank you for the 5, man. I like talking about these things, man. I do. Lord, if I was near this woman, I'm afraid that Peter's side of me would show. Thank you, SD Dog. Thank you so much. Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. Cindy says this with the 2. Don's rights end at someone's rights to worship. You know, I used to be, thank you so much for this, by the way. I used to be a libertarian. I think most of the audience knows that I was a libertarian. You know what? Let me get Corey in here because I might need some prayer.
Well, I got to finish accepting all these cookies just to come on your show. This is crazy. Hey, listen, I was bothered. I was so upset. By the way, how you doing, brother? Are you okay?
I don't know, man. I really don't. Because, by the way, y'all, this is Corey Minor from Smart Christian Channel. Look, let me tell you right now. If Corey Minor has your phone number and he calls you throughout the week or once a month, let me tell you right now, you are blessed. This guy is a fantastic resource. He's a lot of fun to talk to on the phone. You're gonna laugh for about 20 minutes. So just prepare for an hour-long phone call. But let me tell you right now, Corey is he's a good dude. I mean, we've had some back and forth, but you know what? It's as close as you can get to somebody that you feel like, man, I really feel like I know what's going on with somebody. This is Corey Minor right here. So I'm just want to give him a little bit of flowers because I'm gonna say some bad stuff about you in a minute. So
listen, I'm used to it. There's gonna be 5 more people that are gonna jump on me this evening before the night's over anyway. So.
Before it's over?
Listen, this particular lady, what she is, bless her heart, and I mean bless her heart. You know how we say it down here in the South, bless her heart.
We do.
Because she has no facts. She's just parroting things that she heard. The ICE agents are untrained. All these different ridiculous. They're going out. They're kidnapping, unaliving people. First of all, you don't care about people being kidnapped. You don't care about people being the word unalive, because if you did, you would have been stood up a long time ago when it was happening in your community.
That's where I was going, but I left it alone.
Yeah,
but
listen,
you know where I was going.
When you see roaming bands of criminals with guns, since you want to attribute ICE to being criminals, do you step out to them? No. The reason why you feel comfortable going out there with whistles in their face and bullhorns is because you know they're not dangerous. The mere fact that you do that is because they're not dangerous. You haven't shown to your local trap house or your local prostitution place and protested them because you know it's safe. These people are not quick. Who are they unaliving? Who's the person that was minding their own business and wound up dead? Name those people. Now, I know a thing or two about folks from ICE, from the folks that work for ICE, and some that were kind of influential in ICE, because a family member of mine, close family member of mine, has worked for ICE, higher up than that director of ICE, higher up than he was.
Oh, I'm coming to you. I'm coming to your church, Corey, and I'm gonna harass you
for
on Sunday.
Years. Now,
I'm coming to your church Sunday.
And I know of people who were captured by ICE, who were imprisoned by ICE.
Was it you,
cellmate was captured by ICE.
Oh my gosh!
Now, at the time they were captured by ICE, let me see. Was he? Yeah, no. The first time he was captured by ICE, they weren't called ICE. They don't realize when ICE came. So I always ask people this question: since they had this hatred of ICE, do they even know? I promise you, she doesn't even know where ICE came from. Why we even have Homeland Security. I promise you she doesn't know. And it's sad because we've decided that, and I'm not the person that's always carrying the banner, hey, we're for law and order. But if you're going to abolish ICE, if you don't like ICE, then what's the alternative? That she has none. She has none. She's just making up stuff, and she's not listening. You were literally reading the indictment. And she could care less. She could care less. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna just clip that part where you just went off. Man,
don't do it to me. Don't do that to me, Corey. Corey, don't do it.
Jason,
don't do that to me. I'm embarrassed, man. Don't do that.
I never seen it like that.
Don't do that to me.
Gold right there. Is that what she made you
in 2017?
She made you sign.
In 2017. God saved me. I was a sinner, and I was under the false belief that I was saved beforehand. And when I think about the reality that some of the dumb stuff that I was doing before God saved me, that at any moment he could have said, enough. And I would have opened my eyes in hell. And I told y'all this story. So y'all sitting there looking at me. I told y'all this story of, like, I despised the pastor of the church that I used to go to because he never told me that I was a sinner. He never told me that I was going to go to hell and that I was lost in my sins. So hearing people treat church like it's a game, or treat church like, oh, we can just go storm up in the church and treat it like the Starbucks, or storming the church like we treat it like the industrial Amazon. It infuriates me because I'm like, what if one of those people there, they don't know that they're in their sins?
Yep.
and they left from that church, and that dummy talking about come to the black church or whatever. And what if they don't make it? It's snowy out there and it's icy, and he's driving and he dies and he goes to hell because these people treat church like you would treat anything else. So yeah, that was just inappropriate, man. And I don't care. And for her to sit there and say she doesn't know what church means, you can find somebody on the dark side of Pluto who can tell you what church is supposed to be about. They can tell you that Marvin Sapp is wrong. They can tell you that Jamal Harrison Bryant is wrong. For her to sit there and tell me, I don't know what church is about. Some people go there to find a mate. It just infuriated me. And because I realized that, I could have been in that church had he not graciously saved me. And maybe I would have ran out of there and never wanted to come back. Like, oh man, I want to be a part of this. And this woman is okay with that.
Yeah.
So I wasn't.
So that tells you really who was behind what they're doing. That gives you that idea, because again, like you said, I think you said this to her. They came in when they were reading the scriptures. They didn't come in during the offering. They didn't come at the end. They planned this.
Yeah. He was starting a sermon. He was starting a sermon allegedly.
So I say this, and I said this earlier. I'm not rooting for anyone to go to prison, especially federal prison, because I know what it's like. I'm not rooting for them to not go. What I am rooting for is for any and everything to be done to bring them to their knees and to bring them to repentance. And if that means prison, that means a jail cell, then amen. And if it also conveys a healthy respect for our houses of worship, then amen. Don Lemon and these people knew exactly what they were doing. They have no respect for the church, and more importantly, they have no respect for the people of God, because they have no respect for God. So if they have no respect for God, the people of God, and for the houses of God, then clearly then it's also evident they have no respect for this particular country or for laws. They have respect only for what appeases them. That's how they live. That's how they think. This is how this woman is speaking about. She's only talking about what interests her, or what she's been told, because she's only listening to what she likes to hear. She listens to one narrative, and that's it. She has no clue about how the government works. And again, the sad part is, here's the sad part: she's going to vote, and people like her. And you know what's also crazy, Jason? She might represent. Here's a scary thought: the more educated side of the people that vote like her.
Yeah.
I can promise you that you'll run into for every one of her, you'll run into 10 more people who believe the same thing that she believes,
right?
But has
less
information than she has,
right.
And all of her information was twisted and deformed. And someone's going to make it out to be about race, or make it out to be about politics. This isn't about politics. It's about interrupting our worship, because that's our church. If these people are believers, those are brothers and sisters, and so we care about them. Secondly, I don't want people who are here in this country who are doing things illegally, who are committing crime. Well, Americans commit crimes, yeah, but they're supposed to be. It's almost like, listen, if my child doesn't clean a room up, I don't want a guest coming over and dirtying up the house too. That's ridiculous.
Right.
But as we have people who do not care about this country. The one thing about this country that cannot, the one thing that would destroy this country, and we see it happening right before our eyes, are the things that cause us to implode from the inside.
Mm-hmm.
You never would have thought in a million years, Jason. You almost, you getting up there. You're not quite as old. You look older than I am, but you're not as old. But you still remember how we used to have pride in this country, not an ungodly pride, but we, USA, we are a wonderful country, and we still are. We still are compared to other countries. But you never would have thought that you would see people in America tearing down this country, hating this country, and inviting people over into this country who also actively hate this country. Though that there are planes, trains, boats, automobiles leaving daily from this country, they won't find themselves on one. But they're quick to come here, condemn this country, denigrate this country, take from this country, steal from this country, steal from people that support this country, and then say we're the bad guys because we want some rules. No, we're wrong. because you can always go find a blethering idiot to get up and say what this woman said earlier. Like you told her, you know good and well what church is for, and you wanted to play the fool here. You are intentionally lying because you know you have no leg to stand on. Our country is literally falling apart right before our eyes, and no foreign power is doing it. China's not doing it. Russia's not doing it. No, people who were born and raised in this country are doing it. It is so sad. And I the one thing I fear is what this country is going to look like in 20 years, in 30 years, in 40 or 50 years. That I fear, because I used to think about us going outside and playing as kids, but now we can't because it's unsafe for our kids to go outside. I thought that would be the worst we'd have to worry about, how unsafe it would be for our kids. It's becoming unsafe for adults. This is a country that we no longer recognize. More and more, we are just like what the children of Israel wanted when Samuel was the prophet and leading them, and they said we don't want to be led by God. We want to be like the other nations. We want a king like the other nations. We want people come to this country, and people who are in this country want to be like other nations. We want to be Venezuela. We want to be the UK or France. No offense to folks from UK or France that's watching, but yeah, you ain't America. But pretty soon we'll be you. Pretty soon, and go to Denmark, go to Sweden, go to the UK. They hate the fact they rule the day that they allowed so many people in that country unvetted, and they are no longer what they used to be. This ain't your father's or your grandfather's America, and you got people like this woman that came on, who just wanted to yap and I don't know what she was. I don't know what she's on. You got people like her who are going to willingly, gleefully, cheerfully tear this country down. And did she say that she was a Christian?
No, she's a Hebrew, a black Hebrew. She didn't say Hebrew Israelite, but she's a Hebrew Israel, something of that nature.
I didn't
Hebrew
get that
adjacent.
part. Okay, so
Hebrew adjacent.
Even worse, because you're going to have a bunch of Christians also that are going to stand up for them. You're going to have that's the sad part. Have you met some Christians yet who have agreed with her?
I have met some. Yes.
Yeah, it's like but here's the funny part though, and we were talking about this earlier, that Don Lemon's in trouble. Don Lemon is as much in trouble as I was, and that's and listen, it didn't work out well for me. It did not work out well I became thoroughly familiar with the federal justice system. Don Lemon is dead to rights. They had him dead to rights on this indictment. It's pretty clear. The lady said that, I mean, you're going to hear this narrative, that the magistrate denied to offer to issue an arrest warrant, and so too did the district court judge, and so too did the appellate court. That's not what happened. The district court judge said, "Listen, I'm not going to overrule him, so you guys need to come back and just fix your argument." He didn't deny it. He just said, I'm not," which happens a lot. Happens a lot. So now what they do is you appeal to the circuit court. The circuit court said, we're not going to touch it. They didn't agree or disagree. We're just not going to touch it. So they said, go and do what you're supposed to do, which is normally just convene a grand jury. Correct. And the grand jury, you lay out the facts of the case in a preliminary fashion, and the grand jury says yes, and which is what happened. And so now when they go before an actual judge, not a magistrate, because the magistrate was not federally appointed. When you go before a federal judge who is going to have to go by the rule of the law, or risk having his rule or his judgment questioned and overturned by the Eighth Circuit, which is not really a left leaning circuit. So there's a good chance if he rules incorrectly that it will be overturned. So you're going to have the merits put before him, and as you read it, just looking at it, he's in trouble, because conspiracy is the one thing no one in prison wants to have attached to them. And that's what he's looking at. He's looking at, I was wondering earlier what the charges are going to be. And then I thought, it's probably going to be conspiracy. And then when I saw it, yep, it's conspiracy. So, and people don't understand, when you conspire, here's the way conspiracy works, ladies and gentlemen. When you conspire to do something, you don't even have to be involved. If Jason and I, let's say Jason and I and 5 of you guys got together and we were talking about doing something, what we were talking about doing and planning to do something, we don't even have to know it's illegal. That's number one. Wow. As long as it is illegal. We plan to do something Whether you knew it was illegal or not is not the point. But then I decide I'm not going to take part in it. I let Jason and the other 5 of you guys go and do whatever we planned to do, what we talked about doing. I let them do it. Guess what? I'm still guilty. That's why conspiracy, that's why people in prison, that's why there are a lot of guys in prison because of conspiracy. I wasn't in on it.
Wow.
Yeah, but you were on that phone call. Yeah, but you told them where to go. I know a guy writing it, well, he's out now, who was in prison. He had a 12-year drug conviction because somebody asked him to hook him up with somebody else. He says, I'm out of the game. I don't do this anymore. Call Charlie.
Oh,
he called Charlie, and the feds were listening. So guess who gets picked up? Charlie, the guy, and the guy who told him to call Charlie. That's how this works, ladies and gentlemen. And it has never failed in the courts. This conspiracy issue is ironclad. I shouldn't say ironclad, but it's pretty tight. Don Lemon is in trouble. When I saw, and then they confirmed that it's going to be conspiracy. Yeah, Don is in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And then of course I still don't understand how somebody can look at and they just kind of like shoehorn the last one in there, the count 2, the FACE Act. Which one is worse? Do you? Which one is worse, the FACE Act or conspiracy?
Well, you throw these in there because it's a little bit different than a state court. So sometimes the overcharging can get you in trouble, but not so much at the federal court because this is not going to be a jury trial. 9 times out of 10, it's not going to be a jury trial. It could be, but it's not, more likely. But they could be using these in some sort of way to they might take it out. They may even bring up what's called a superseding indictment and bring in more charges. Because all of these are there, these are conspiracies. So this right here,
which one? What page?
What we're looking at right now, this 248 A2B subsection 2A. I think the subsection 2. I think this is the one where this is the.
I thought this was the FACE Act.
Which one is this?
I thought this was the FACE Act.
Because
it was conspiracy and FACE Act, and we just read through conspiracy, and then they just kind of like shoved it at the end.
Okay, so they're charging him with both. They're charging with conspiracy of the first, and they're also charging him with this. So he can be charged with these 2 particular counts. And here's the problem with this for him: both counts he can be found guilty on both of these counts. And now it would suck for him if they run him if he is convicted, that they can then turn around and run those 2 consecutively. They'll run them concurrently if he's convicted on both of them. That's why they put them in there. They put you. So let's say they can, if they see that you've got a wire fraud charge, and let's put that on there too. The standard to meet the first count is also the same standard to meet the second count.
Second.
So it's not an add-on. That's why it says the allegations set forth above paragraph 1 through 8 of this indictment are real, alleged and incorporated herein. So all they're saying is what you saw in the first count,
we're applying to the second count.
Exactly. So we're not going to waste the ink in the paper. This is all part of the same thing. So all those different numbers that you saw, the first part, A, B, and C, that also applies there. It's weird because both of those acts are really kind of the same thing. It's like charging someone with wire fraud and bank fraud, or wire fraud and mail fraud.
Correct.
They're really the same thing. But here's why you charge them that way. Because if we don't really meet the definition of the first, we might meet the definition of the second.
Got it.
So it's not an add-on. It's not like, and by the way, let's throw this at them too. No, both of these are just as serious. And so if one doesn't apply, the other might.
Man. All right.
Will it be wrong? I feel like a lawyer. I should start a lawyer channel.
A lawyer channel is crazy.
Yeah.
Would it be wrong if I get Don Lemon's mugshot and make it like a thumbnail or something? Is that bad?
I'm pretty sure. Wait a second. Is his mugshot out? Is his mugshot
I haven't seen his mugshot yet. Trust me.
I know a guy that found my mugshot. Go find that guy and see if he can get Don Lemon's mugshot. I think he's studying to be some sort of investigator or something now.
Bless his heart. Bless his heart.
I know who we're talking about.
Kindergarten.
So,
oh my gosh. Y'all, this is Corey Miner from Smart Christian Channel. Please, moderators, please make sure that we dropped his link in the chat. Corey, real quick, what are they going to hear when they stop by your channel, just so people know what your channel's about?
Straight foolishness. Nothing good, nothing godly. Just no, I'm kidding. No, all we talk about things pertaining to the church. And so how you read and dissect the Bible, how you understand it, how to better read the Bible. That's the whole point.
I like it.
And along the lines, we'll point out what's also not healthy.
I got you. I love it.
All right. I enjoyed this. I was not planning on listening to you. I honestly wasn't, but I no, seriously, because I was like, you know what, this is gonna be nuts. This is gonna be nuts. And I clicked on it, and I was hooked. I was hooked, and I was angered at this lady's sheer intentional ignorance.
And so I wasn't being too much by saying that you weren't she wasn't being genuine.
You weren't, because when you said it, what did she do? She quieted down and like, yeah, all right, yeah, you got me.
Like, come on, man.
You know, you've been spanked, but well, were you? I don't know, maybe you weren't. I was spanked before, and when I've gotten a good whooping, I shut up. But yes,
you just gotta be quiet, man. Just be quiet.
Shut up before I give you something to cry about. That's what you gave her. That's literally what you gave her. And notice, ask the audience, her tone, she changed. Some folks will say, "Yeah, I'm out of here. I'm quitting. I'm gone." No, she stuck around and took it some more. So
okay,
you were right.
I'm gonna go back and watch
it. Right in everything you said, and she took it. And hopefully it'll cause her to go and look and learn some more before she opens her mouth. I doubt it, but
yeah. And I appreciate it, Corey. Thank you, man. But I don't know, man. She was going hard in the paint in my comment section, calling me, saying I'm running after massa, talking about all this other malarkey and stuff like that. And I think I told you about that. And we didn't even go there. But I was just like, why can't an ICE agent go to church? Like she sounded like she's okay with a prostitute going to church, but you didn't have a problem. But an ICE agent can't go to church.
So if we employ an ICE agent, and it's literally their job, they are hired to go and bring in the people who have deportation orders, who've overstayed their visa or what have you. That's their job. The government made their job as cognizable, is codified, is cuddled, it's hugged under Homeland Security, which was put together after 9/11.
Correct.
Don't go do that, because again, I asked. Here's a scary question, Jason. And I asked. Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you, because I want to see how you answer this question.
Sure.
Ready?
Okay, here I come.
How many people over the last 5 years, the last 4 years, how many terrorists have come into our country across the border?
The Democrat Party would tell us none.
What's the actual answer? There's one actual answer, and it's scary.
Oh, we don't know.
That's it. We don't know.
Oh, woo!
I don't know.
We don't know. We don't
know how many terrorists, because we know we've caught people. We have literally caught hundreds of people who are on the terrorist watch list, who've come through the southern border, who've come through our ports, through even the northern border.
Yeah.
What about the ones we didn't catch? They're here. So the very reason why we even have ICE, why we have Homeland Security, is because of what happened on 9/11, because these people were in the country illegally, and people were asleep at the wheel. Yeah. So how many more? So if another 9/11 happens, we're going to look back and say, well, whose fault is it? Well, you're letting people just come through, and you think that ICE should not go after these people. And so if they blow up a mall, if they do something, who knows what they're going to do. If it were to happen, we're going to go back and want to blame someone. Well, this is how we stop it. But we're saying that these people shouldn't do their job. But you also will not. Two things you'll do. You'll go and blow a whistle in their face, bullhorns, set up roadblocks to impede.
That's crazy work, man. That's crazy work.
And
that's nasty work
for these people, so they cannot do their job. But the cities, the states, the locales, when they have them in possession, and an ICE detainer is found out either by a traffic stop or they're in court, or they're getting out of prison, you
Right,
won't
right.
call ICE. You won't turn them over. And so they told you, if you don't, we're going to have to go in the neighborhoods. We're going to have to go to their homes. We're going to have to go to their businesses. We're going to have to go to the bus stops and catch them. We're going to have to go to Home Depot, what have you. And they told, I mean, he literally said that. Tom Homan literally said that before they took office. And what do? Said, all right, we're coming. You can make it easier on yourself. And so what do you have the mayor of Minnesota saying he's not going to do? I'm not going to comply. I'm not going to cooperate. Okay, well, guess what? We're coming. We're coming because this is our country. We have jurisdiction. And then you complain that it's happening. Remember, ICE is not only, as a matter of fact, there's more ICE agents in places outside of Minnesota.
Correct.
Do you know how many ICE agents are here in Texas? The number dwarfs what's in Minnesota, but you don't see it. You don't see any what you're seeing on TV now.
Wait, the number dwarfs or it dwarf? Okay, yeah, I think you're right. You
The
said
number
it
of ICE
correctly.
agents active here in Texas is far larger than what you see in Minnesota.
Yes,
there's a bunch
I'm
of ICE
sorry.
agents out there. Same thing probably in California, New York, Florida, and the other larger states. But you don't see this other stuff. Why? Because you have a government, a local government that is complicit in undermining what what the federal government is trying to do. They would not do that if the leader of this country was a Democrat. So you're playing politics and people are dying. They'll tell you to go out there and you to go protest and you to go stand up against these people, these tyrants, these officers, these people with guns whose face are masked. But I recall the last time you told your officers to go out there, their face were masked up. You told people stay at home.
Right.
During COVID. You didn't have a problem then. The irony of it now is these other folks under another administration, they're masked up because you're doxing them and you're telling people to go out there and protest. You're a horrible governor and a horrible, now, even though this mayor wasn't the mayor at the time, so you're a horrible mayor and you're taking advantage of ignorant people like the woman that came on today. So maybe this Don Lemon stuff will help. I doubt it, but we'll see. I'm pretty sure there'll be a bigger story next week or the week after that. So anyway, I'm getting ready to go eat my dinner, which is a smoothie from Smoothie King. So,
well, cool. Smoothie on, my brother. Smoothie on.
Yeah. And listen, if you ever want to learn how to look smooth without a beard, let me know.
Hey, let me show you exactly how to look smooth without a beard. There you go. That's how you do it. You don't even see. Corey is ashamed that he doesn't have a beard. That's why he don't have a lights on. See, he's ashamed. He's ashamed. Bruh, let the beard go. Let it go.
Ask your chat.
Let it grow.
You know what? I'll ask your chat for you. Ladies and gentlemen, ask Jason, please. What is he hiding? What's he hiding? You just let your hair just grow willy-nilly. You let your hair take over like Minnesota let Minnesota let the illegals take over.
That's well done.
Those hairs,
okay.
You let them grow too. Just shave it. Be clear.
Okay. Not a problem. Not a problem. Chat, ask Corey why he's not hiding what he needs to be hiding.
Man,
just I'm going to let right. You go. You see how I did that? You see how I did that?
I caught that. I'm slow. I ain't that slow though. I caught it though. Listen. I love you, brother. At least you bald.
Love you too, man.
You don't show it. At least you bald though. So.
Well, the only way I'm gonna market my stuff, man, my merch, because I know you have. I'm gonna send you the link so you can go buy you a hoodie or something like that. I gotta keep it in your mind.
Send me a link. I will buy a hoodie. I'm not gonna wear a hat. I don't wear hats. I don't need to.
Send you the link right now.
Why would I carry? Why would I?
A
man, according to the Bible, should not have his head.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, Corey. Hey. You gotta control, Corey.
Let me
get out of here. Go eat your smoothie, Corey. Go eat your smoothie.
Drink my smoothie. They eat their smoothie in Atlanta. We drink our smoothies in Texas.
Yeah, that I did mess that up. You're right.
Yeah. All right, y'all. God bless y'all. Y'all take care.
Bless you, man. Stay out of trouble, Corey. Ask Corey, why is he hiding it? Why is he not hiding it? I guess that should be a better question. Why is he not hiding it? Y'all, thank y'all so much for hanging out with us. Rick, I dropped the link if you want to hop in real quick. I sent it in the group chat if you want to. I know we have to wait. We got to wait for April. We can't have April come tonight, apparently. But I just want to say thank y'all. I really appreciate you not only hanging out for the earlier session, listening to Candace, and then we had our guests come on. And I really appreciate y'all because I'm first of all, I do this because I know you all are going to tap in. So I just want to say thank y'all so much to all of you all who jump into the live chat, who are a part of the best live chat on the internet, the most electrifying comment section. Thank you. Yeah, and I just like engaging with you all. I like hearing thoughts and such of that nature, and hopefully I won't be getting a call from my pastor. Let me just say it like that. I'm just hoping I don't get a call from Joel. I do not want to call. I do not want to get. Oh, I do not want to be on church discipline on Sunday. But thank y'all so much, everybody. Hold on one second. It's mine. All right. Okay. All right. I appreciate it. But thank all of y'all. Let me just real quick. There have been some very kind supers. So let me just real quick. All of you all have been a blessing. Thank you so much. Don's right, Cindy said, in at somebody else's right to worship. And you know what? Thank you. I was literally going to talk about this. One of the things, and I've told y'all before, I used to be a libertarian. I was a libertarian initially. Libertarianism really has a firm grasp on you have all of these rights as long as they don't bump into somebody else's rights. You go do your rights. You go do your life. And as long as your life doing doesn't run into somebody else's life doing, you're good to go. And it seems like we've lost that. We've lost the understanding that I have freedom of speech. I have the right to assemble. I have the right to protest, all those kind of things of that nature. But they can't interfere and impede on somebody else's private property, for example. I don't know why that just seems so foreign. But thank you so much for that. And Lisa says this. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Who's Mike? Shout out to Mike. Shout out to Mike. Thank you so much. I appreciate this very kind 10. Thank you, Melanie. Thanks, Jason. Well, thank you, love. I appreciate it, friend. Thank you. And here she is. I'm talking bad about her. Here's April. Thank you. Unshakable with April Chapman. Thank you so much for the very kind 30. She says this, Jason, women who don't men to restrain their foolishness jump into dangerous situations. See? Like my wife ain't jumping into no craziness like that. You know, Robert would have told me to go on somewhere and sit my tail down. Thank you so much. Yeah, our guest was saying, like, you know, she sees somebody getting accosted, she would interfere. Like that makes no sense. Like that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Thank you, April. And I know Robert would do the right thing. And I know that's the right thing to do. Like, no, mind your business. Now, if you feel so inclined, and this is what I mentioned before, I'm like, you do realize if you feel so inclined that the ICE picking up people off the street is wrong, then why don't you pull your money together and hire some lawyers to defend the situation? We know they picked up Jose. We know they picked up Mario, and we want them to get out. Why don't you hire some lawyers instead of interfering with them? Because you're not going to stop them. You're not going to stop them. They're not going to just like, oh, you pushed me. I'm not going to arrest Mario. I'm not going to arrest Jose. No, they're going to arrest them, and they're going to probably put you in the back with them. If you are so convinced that you're right, why don't you just hire a lawyer, pull your money together, hire lawyers to defend those people? The reason they won't do it is because they know that they're wrong. Shout out. Thank you so much. What did you say here, Wings fan? Thank you for the 2. You have patience of a saint. I don't know. I feel like I didn't do a good job, y'all. But I appreciate y'all for sure. Thank you so much. Mrs. Layden with the 10. I know I'm off track right now. Still catching up on yesterday's watch party. Just hopped on to ask, did you and Chris Roseborough from Fighting for the Faith ever do a video together? Could have sworn you did. We did. I just don't know where it is. I haven't. Yes, we did. To answer your question, Mrs. Landon, we did do a project together, and I don't know when it's going to show up. And I don't think it's on today's video. I know they just put a video up today. I will find out, and I'll put it in the community post. But I don't see that it's shown up, and I'll reach out to them too and make sure. But thank you for that. What does Lisa say here? Thank you with the 2. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, friend. Thank you. And Captain Jax, bless you. Thank you so much. Good gracious. Beautiful testimony. This is the reason I absolutely love you. You're a beautiful person inside and out. May God continue to bless you, my beautiful friend. And we need to clone you and get one of you to every school. Well, thank you so much. I don't know. I like I said, I have to go back and I'm gonna have to go back and watch that that rant. April knows that I try not to rant like that, and I'm a little bit disappointed in myself. But I thank you so much, and Miss Landon, again, your respect for what church is supposed to be is beautiful. So is your heart for the lost. We need to know that we are sinners and we need the Lord Jesus as Savior. Thank you so very much for that. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Very, very kind. Thank you. Jesus freak. What you say over here with the two? It's a righteous anger, Jason. Don't feel bad. I don't know. I felt like I might have I might have behaved like a family member. I try not to behave like. So and I'll go back and reflect on it. Thank you so much, friend. And Lisa says this with the 5. I thought Mike was the one who gave the membership. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. Yes, Mike did drop several memberships. I'm sorry. Now I know what you're talking about. Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you so much for that. And yes, thank you, Mike, for blessing them with the memberships, getting the memberships out there. So, okay, good people, let's do this. First of all, okay, I'm gonna tell you a story. Okay, you all know that for the last 2 weeks I have been wrestling, fighting with this school play, right? Okay, so Chief Executive Second Born is on the tech crew, and the play is like her favorite play ever. So she has been going way overboard. She's been like really on these actors, and they really got to be dialed in, and they've been doing pretty well. Let me tell you, Monday they didn't have school because of the ice storm, right? She was driving me crazy because I was like, Lord, the play is this weekend, and we need them to be dialed in. Because, Taylor was like, she was ready to like call people's houses. Like, are you studying? Are you practicing your lines? Well, she came to school on Tuesday and the kids were really dialed in. She was really excited. She was so happy. Like, Daddy, they know their parts and it was really good. I'm like, okay, cool. Ooh, praise the Lord. All right. Then my wife called me and my wife said, you know that there's going to be a snowstorm on Saturday, right? I said, no, there's not. There better not be a snowstorm because this play is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I got to go to 2 of them because my mom couldn't go to one of them. So I got to go Saturday and Sunday. I said, no, they're going to have this. They're going to have that play this weekend. Why did superintendent send a letter yesterday talking about, no, I'm sorry, this morning. Was it this morning or last night? I don't remember. It was last night, this morning. Recently, the superintendent sent a letter saying that all activities on Saturday are canceled. I said, this rascal right here. I said, but they're gonna have the play on Sunday still. So I'm like, okay, well, I guess they're not gonna have. And I was waiting for her to come get in the car today when I picked her up, and I just knew she was gonna be mad. I just knew she was gonna be fit to be tied. And she said, no, they're not gonna have the play on Saturday. All activities are closed because we're supposed to have a snowstorm. And she said, I know there's not gonna be a snowstorm. It's gonna be fine. She's so much like me like that. I'm like, I don't think there's gonna be a snowstorm either. But I'm like, well, what are they gonna do about the play? What are they gonna do about the play? Because I just knew she was gonna be like, well, they're only gonna do 2 of them. No, they're gonna do one on Monday. So this thing is like the song that never ends. It's like the bad penny that you can't get rid of. So Monday, I got a school play to go to. So I got to go to the one on Sunday and I got to go to the one on Monday. So we will probably not do our watch party on Monday because I got to be up at the school and there's no way. And you got to be on time. You better not be late. And I can't sit in the back like when President Firstborn was in theater. I could sit in the back. And they would let me sit in the back and it was all good. Chief Executive Secondborn, she gonna have me a seat right in the front. I want to be just like Cantifa, right up in the front of the church. I ain't gosh, I can't even. And you better not have your hoodie on, Dad, and you better not have them earbuds in. You better be paying attention. So there we go. So Monday we're probably not gonna do. I'm sure you're heartbroken, right? I know you all are devastated. We're not going to do Candace on Monday, but it'll be over with by, I don't know are they still out at the play? No, they're They're out eating. That's my family. That's my babies. They're out eating. Okay. All right. So Monday, we will probably not do the watch party. Maybe I'll do a double session on Tuesday, or maybe, you know what I'll do? There's a Cinema Shogun on X. He writes out what happens on Candace's show. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe Tuesday, I'll just read Cinema Shogun's notes. He does a really good job. He does a great job of that. So that might be what I do instead of it. So that's that. And we'll be back to normal, Lord willing, on Tuesday. Is that right? Tuesday? Yeah. I'm sure they're going to have like a cast party. I'm sure of it. But it's going to probably be next weekend. I don't think they're going to do it. They usually do it the last night of the show, but I'm sorry, on the Saturday, but the Saturday not going to be here because of the snowstorm. Ain't going to be no snowstorm. Ain't going to be no snowstorm. Get out of here. And people crack me up with that. I mean, Georgia loves its dramatic weather. I love Georgia, but boy, we be making up our own weather events. We just be trying. We want to be weather important here. Bless their hearts. So everybody, so that's what's going on. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I don't think I have to worry about it, but I'll probably do a live stream tomorrow night, and we'll just do some catch up. Maybe we'll do some, we might just do some body cam decompression. Just do some body cam relaxation. Body cam relaxation is crazy. Well, apparently my daughter's school does. Apparently they do. Well, they only do it on Monday because they would have done it Friday. They did it tonight. They would have done it tomorrow, but it's supposed to be a snowstorm tomorrow, and then Sunday. And so I'm supposed to go to two of them because my wife can't go and my mom can't go. So I really wish President Firstborn was here. I'd send her to go, but it is what it is. It is what it is, y'all. I want to say thank y'all so much. I really do appreciate y'all rocking with me. Thank you so much to the moderators. Thank you to the very kind and very gracious super chats. Thank you to everybody who's in the best live chat on the internet. Thank you to my guests, and I appreciate her coming through. I really do. Thank you to Corey. Corey came through as well. It's good to see good people like Corey. I really appreciate him stopping through. Of course, I saw April, and I think Rick is in the comment section as well. Keisha is there. I believe Edie was in there at one time as well. Shout out to all of the content creators that fell through. I really do appreciate it. And of course, our stream sponsor, Captain Jax, as well as CDOM 303. Thank y'all both for being so kind and gracious. Well above what anything I would deserve. So thank y'all so much for that. I feel like I might have missed something right here. Oh, there was a comment. Thank you again. If you're worried about ICE arresting innocent people, then don't obstruct ICE. Let them do their job without adding confusion. I don't think, and I said this last night or the other night when I was on Paramount Tactical, I don't think I do think they want confusion. And they want chaos. They want problems. They want that. That's why the lady was packing up. You know what? Here, let me show you that these people want chaos. They want something to go bad. I hate to say it. I think they would be sad if it didn't go bad. I'm gonna bring this in and show you what I mean by that. You probably have seen this video. It's just like perfect example that these people want things to go bad. And real quick, before I show it, if you're a mom, can you just put mom in the chat? Just mom, just your mother, whether you have little people, whether they're big, the little people that are now big, or anything of that nature. You've carried a little human. All right, moms. And it's fair to say that moms, shout out to all moms. Shout out to the moms. Bless y'all. Thank you. Moms tend to be defensive. They want to protect that little person that they were able to carry. and now they want that little person to live a happy, vibrant life. And if you've been able to live long enough, you have new little people called grandchildren and it's such of that nature, right? So I'm going to show you this video, and you've probably seen it, I'm sure, but let me just pull it in and get your thoughts on it. All right. Now, you might be saying, well, Jason, that woman is on her way to the grocery store. Jason, that woman is on her way to take her kid out sledding or anything of that nature. No, what this says here is it says gearing up to do ICE patrol in my neighborhood. Oh, I'm sorry, at my neighborhood high school in sub-zero weather. Looks like when you got a 18-month-old on your back, because my babies aren't more important than anybody else's. That's what it says right there. And so yeah, that's the thing I'm talking about. So who in their right mind, is out, quote unquote, patrolling the high school for ICE in sub-zero weather with an 18-month-old on their back? Like, what's going to happen there? Like, what good is going to happen from there? Because, of course, you cannot slip. Nah, you don't have to worry about that. Couldn't slip and maybe fall, hurt yourself, hurt your child. No, of course not. You couldn't get into an altercation, because you see around her neck she has the whistle, and those are whistles that they blow, so they're about that engaging in interference with a police officer or an ICE agent. So, I mean, a lot of bad things could happen here. And of course, the poor child is being used as a shield. So as much as people get on their feelings about some terrorist organization that that has their bases near hospitals or their bases near schools, this is just as bad. Dare I say even worse? Because this is a busybody that is literally putting herself in harm's way deliberately and intentionally with her 18-month-old child on her back. That's some nasty work. So back to this comment here. I just think these people want that. Like, I'm just going to make a value statement without knowing all the moms in the chat right now that type mom or Grammy or granny in the chat. You all want the right thing. You would not be doing this. Like, what kind of person would do this? Like, what are you smoking? Like, what's going on here? How do we get here? That's some crazy work, though. So I'm not going to talk long about it. I'm sorry, y'all. I just saw this and I'm like, man, this is some nasty work, man. Why in the world? Why in the world are you doing this? And a better question is, where is your husband that would allow you to do this? I totally think this should be child abuse. I'm sorry. I don't even think that's a reach. I think that is child abuse. Like, explain that to me. If you took your child, if you took your child to the gun range, if she had her child on her back at the gun range, people would probably say the same thing. Like, that's child abuse. If she was running from the police and had the child in her car and she's doing 110 down the highway to get away from the police, they would say that's child abuse. Why is this not child abuse? I just want to know. You expose them to the elements. You're putting them in harm's way. You're exposing them to potential mishaps. Again, just slipping on the ice alone. That's crazy work. I just think this is some grade A crazy, and I don't know. Because looking at it, I don't think these people want, I don't think this woman, you're going to be hard pressed to convince me that this woman wants the best for her child. And you know it? You know how you know it? Because she literally says, because my babies aren't more important than anybody else's. That's what it says right there. My babies aren't more important than anyone else's. I think your child, I disagree. Your child to you is more important than my child to you. I think that's very reasonable. Here, let me pull this in so I can see if I can pull in so you can see it. But I don't think that that's a lap too far or saying too much to say, nah, it's okay. I totally get with that. Let me remove this and put this in. It's still not really that big. Yeah, it's not. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. It's not letting me do it. Thought I made it as big as I can. I cannot make it any bigger. Okay. Yeah. But anyway, that was it. So yeah, I just want to say that. And I don't think these people want what's good for their kids. So anyway, good people. Thank you so much for rocking with me. I really appreciate it. It's been a long day. So please enjoy your family. If you're here in Georgia, stay warm. You know what? I'm going to go look. As far as I know, it could be snowing right now. I don't know. Maybe that's why. Maybe I need to check. Maybe my wife and kid are stuck at the Waffle House. They're at the Waffle House. Okay, so maybe that's what they're doing. The kids might have went to Waffle House today because they usually go for the cast dinner. Maybe they went to cast dinner tonight. Maybe that's what they're doing. Anyway, think warm thoughts for us. We're freezing out over here. But I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Every last one of you. I really do appreciate it. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to the great and very gracious super chats. Thank you to the best live chat on the internet. Am I lying though? Do I lie when I say it's the best live chat on the internet? No, it is the very best live chat on the internet. Thank you so much. Appreciate all our guests stopping through, all that kind of good stuff. You all have a fantastic evening. Lord willing, if we're not blizzard out, I'm probably going to be right here. I'll be back tomorrow. Everybody have a great night. I'll see you real soon. Grace and peace. Thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of the Jay Witt Podcast. If you enjoyed today's show, please do me a favor and hit me up with that 3-piece special. Like the video, subscribe, and of course, share it with somebody who would also enjoy this type of content. And make sure you leave a comment because I do pin the best comments to the top. So thank you so much for tuning in today. And until next time, everybody, grace and peace.